so we can get through all of this. I'll discuss the measures in the order that they'll be considered today. First, we'll take up the American Outdoors Act. More and more Americans during COVID-19 have turned to our parks and public lands for a respite from pandemic life. Protecting them is crucial. I'm especially proud that this bill permanently funds the Land and Water Conservation Fund. Back in 1998, then Speaker Newt Gingrich tried to zero out funding for the LWCF. He was unsuccessful because of a McGovern amendment, which actually passed, which added money back into the fund. We have been fighting to protect this program ever since. It's been mind-boggling to me why this has been such a battle. LWCF is not only good for our environment, it's good for our economy too. Every $1 invested returns $4 to communities. This program and the broader bill are a win-win. And again, the Land and Water Conservation Fund has enjoyed bipartisan support over the years, which I'm also very proud of. Second, we will consider H.R. 6395, the National Defense Authorization Act. This is one of the most important measures Congress considers. It is among the few authorizing bills that we take up, and the only authorizing bill considered by the House every single year. We have seen a record number of amendments submitted to the bill this year, the most we're aware of being submitted to this committee on any legislation ever, in fact. There are a lot of good ideas here. I'm especially glad to see an amendment from my friend from Wisconsin, Congressman Mark Pocan, to address the bloated Pentagon budget so we can invest in priorities here at home, including education, infrastructure, and jobs. Third, we will consider H.R. 7027 and H.R. 7327, bills to make childcare more accessible and affordable. Childcare capacity was well below our nation's needs even before COVID-19, but this pandemic has brought many more childcare providers to the brink, reduced capacity, and forced closures. Essential workers who are making tremendous sacrifices right now cannot wait for us to do something. And more workers cannot return to their jobs in the future, and our economy cannot fully reopen unless families are able to access safe, affordable childcare. We will hear from the committees first on these measures before hearing amendment testimony on these bills. But first, let me turn to our distinguished ranking member, Mr. Cole, for any comments that he wishes to make.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the biggest item on our agenda today is H.R. 6395, the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2021. The NDAA is one of the single most important pieces of legislation Congress must produce each year. It provides funding for our military, redirects our resources to our most pressing defense needs, and ensures that the security of the United States remains paramount. I want to direct special commendation to Chairman Adam Smith and to Ranking Member Mac Thornberry, who achieved a truly bipartisan package in this year's NDAA. I think my good friend Ranking Member Thornberry said it best when he said that this is not the bill that he would have written, but on the whole, it's one that he agrees with and can support. In reviewing the bill, that's an assessment I agree with. While this bill isn't perfect, on the whole, it's a good bill, and I look forward to continuing to improve it and eventually to voting in favor on final passage. I'm especially looking forward to discussing the important issues that affect our military and our national defense, such as the ongoing need for discussions about our current authorization for the use of military force. In addition to the NDAA, we have three other items for our consideration. The first of these is the Great American Outdoors Act, the Senate Lands Pact. This bill will establish a fund to address maintenance backlogs on federal lands and will permanently reauthorize the Land and Water Conservation Fund. I understand that Republicans on the Natural Resources Committee have some concerns about this bill, particularly the lack of spending offsets. I look forward to hearing those concerns and hopefully allowing amendments to be made in order so that all members have a voice in producing this important bill. Our two remaining bills are partisan bills, ostensibly on child care, that emerged from the Appropriations Committee. Since I'll be representing the Appropriations Republicans during testimony on these bills, I'll have more to say on them later and will reserve most of my comments for then. But I do want to make clear how disappointed I am that neither of these bills received a markup, either by the Appropriations Committee or by the other committees of jurisdiction. The Appropriations Committee has been working hard this month on preparing our 12 appropriations bills for fiscal year 2021. And there's simply no reason why the committee couldn't also have addressed these bills during one of our meetings. There's really no reason why members weren't afforded an opportunity to propose amendments and to make these bills better. Instead, these bills are being pushed through the Rules Committee straight to the floor without the benefit of having been reviewed, marked up by all members of the committees of primary jurisdiction. When the Democrats took the majority, they promised that no bills would come before the Rules Committee that had not received a hearing and a markup in the Committee of Jurisdiction. Sadly, this promise has once again been broken. I would strongly urge the majority to stick to the promise they made at the beginning of the Congress. This is particularly necessary when we are considering bills like these two. One bill appropriates over $50 billion without any spending offset, and the other appropriates $11 billion and makes significant changes to the tax code, again, without including spending offset. When we're spending this kind of money and making such significant changes to our tax policy, the least we can do is spend time in committee actually considering these bills and allowing members an opportunity to make real changes. We owe the American people that much. With that, Mr. Chairman, I look forward to our hearing today, and I yield back to you.
I thank the ranking member for his comments and appreciate all that he contributes to the committee. I would now like to call up our next panel to testify on Senate Amendment to H.R. 1957, the Great American Outdoors Act. Chairman Grijalva and Ranking Member Bishop, we are delighted that you are here. Without objection, any written materials you submit to, let me make sure that other than the witnesses, everybody should be muted. Yeah. Okay. We're delighted that you're here. Without objection, any written materials you submit to rules documents at mail.house.gov before the conclusion of the hearing will be entered into the record. So at this point, let me recognize the gentleman from Arizona, Chairman Grijalva.
Thank you, Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole and members of the Rules Committee, and thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today in support of a rule for the Senate Amendment Senate Amendment to H.R.
Well, that was the fastest opening statement that I've heard. So
The Great American.
I know we lost.
Willingness to take up this important piece of legislation and consideration of in this Congress. At last check, identical House legislation sponsored by Joe Cunningham. Yes.
Mr. Grijalva, please pause.
I did.
Okay, thank you. All right, I think we're back. Okay, try it again.
Start over?
Yeah. Well, you can skip the niceties and just get to the meat of the statement.
Okay. This bill passed the Senate by a bipartisan vote of 73 to 25, and an unfortunate rare occurrence is one of those unfortunately a rare occurrence in this Congress. At last check, the identical House companion legislation sponsored by Joe Cunningham had 226 bipartisan co-sponsors, including every Democrat on this committee. Therefore, I humbly ask that this committee construct a rule that allows consideration of the Senate-passed bill without amendment to ensure that we send this important piece of legislation to the president's desk to receive his signature. I would suggest to my colleagues that given the extensive process on this proposal in both the House and the Senate over many years and the administration's public support, further opportunities to amend this legislation are not necessary. The Great American Outdoors Act combines two proposals that have already been taken up and passed by the Natural Resources Committee: full and permanent funding for the Land and Water Conservation Fund and Restore Our Parks and Public Lands Act, sponsored by Ranking Member Bishop. Both proposals received significant bipartisan support across the House, each receiving co-sponsorships by the majority of members. Combined, these bills will deliver a major and lasting win for conservation in the United States. By establishing a fund to collect up to $1.9 billion annually for 5 years, H.R. 1957 will ensure that we provide a needed injection of capital to support aging infrastructure in our national parks and on our public lands. For too long, public lands and national parks in particular have suffered from significant funding shortfalls. We need to reinvest in these treasured places while making sure that we provide sustainable funding going forward. Full and permanent funding for LWCF is a goal that I have been working for my entire tenure in this body, along with many, many members. Since 1965, LWCF has provided funding to protect important places and to ensure access to outdoor recreation opportunities for all Americans. Unfortunately, Congress has rarely met the full promise of this program, only twice providing it with fully authorized funding levels. The money has been flowing into the fund, but more than half of it has been diverted by previous Congresses for other uses. HR 1957 would ensure that LWCF will receive its full 900 million every year so that these dollars can be directed to projects on the ground. During a time of increasing climate uncertainty, and as we continue to lose our natural resources across the United States at the rate of a football field every 30 seconds, investing in land and water conservation is a priority that the administration, I can agree on. The administration has called for swift action on the measures, so I hope we will see a bipartisan vote to move this bill forward. To be clear, this legislation requires that Congress still decides where these dollars go and includes reporting requirements that ensure accountability. The legislation is a commitment to American values. It is a commitment to protecting those most important places and ensuring they are accessible to all. It's past time to get this bill signed into law, and I hope we can work together to do so. And I thank you, and I look forward to answering any questions, Mr. Chairman, that you and the committee might have. I yield back.
Thank you very much, and I now yield to Ranking Member Bishop.
Thank you, and I want Raul to know that that was the best opening statement he has ever given until they got the thing fixed. So continue that process going forward, Raul. But this is not about the Land and Water Conservation Plan. Last year, we permanently, all right. One more time, this is not about the Land and Water Conservation Plan because we permanently mandated and authorized that last year. This is simply two different bills that are being cobbled together. The first one was the old HR 2020-1225, which had 330 co-sponsors. And that was to deal with the backlog maintenance on public lands, which is now approaching $20 billion. The second one, though, is dealing with basically Senate 1801, which is about mandatory spending to buy more land, which would mandatory put it up to $900 million, basically $1 billion a year to buy more property to add to the maintenance backlog. Now, those are the two portions of this particular bill that's coming to us. Now, for those of you who usually sit on that side, if you really do truly think that after spending trillions of dollars on coronavirus, probably justifiably, that the right policy decision is then to have mandatory spending for $1 billion a year from now through eternity to buy more land, and that's the appropriate policy decision, you're in the wrong party. And to the rest of them who usually sit over here, the rules that you established before we ever started was that if you're going to have a bill, there would be some kind of offset that was necessary for that particular bill. A new program, you would find a way to pay for it, whatever you want to call it, pay-go, whatever it was. This is the, in fact, 1225 was held up for a long time because we needed to find a pay-go system to offset that. CBO has said that this program, this bill, will cost $17 billion. There is no offset. The Senate doesn't need to find an offset, but you, at least traditionally, according to your rules and in the spirit of the law, have always said you would find an offset. To send this bill, this Senate version, to the floor for final passage without finding that offset is a violation of the process that you thought you wanted to do or said you wanted to do. And that's something that if you feel good, if mandatory spending is the right thing to do to buy more land, then I guess you can break the concept and break the process that you've always had here. But if there is a better way of doing something, like allowing the legislature or Congress to work its will year after year in the appropriations process, then perhaps we should look at this. Now, the other problem is And I have been told that this bill, if passed, would create 100,000 new jobs and would help solve the maintenance backlog on our public lands, not just parks, but BLM lands and Forest Service lands as well. We've been told that for coronavirus, our parks have been inundated with visitors who are coming there. Not quite true. Most of the people who are going are actually going to state and local parks and local areas that also need money, but that is already in the status quo. This bill doesn't change that. That revenue access still will stay there. What does change, though, is what may happen to the federal funding for both of these programs. All of these programs are based on energy production royalty coming into the government. That's why there's a CBO score to it. The park portion, the maintenance portion, was to say, after you take over what our obligations are, if there is excess royalties above and beyond our obligations, the first $1 billion of that excess royalties goes to pay for the maintenance backlog. Problem is, this year you have an 85% reduction in what's coming on in energy royalties. In the Gulf, there is 200 million barrels a day less now than there was before. So to be able to come up with that excess royalties is problematic. There was a time back in the last recession in which indeed we did not get $1 billion in excess royalties that could pay for the backlog. And if you don't have that excess, this law, as well as everything else, says you don't have money to pay for the backlog, the maintenance, which is why we're selling this thing. Now, you compounded it, because remember, the second part is that mandatory $1 billion a year to buy more land. That now has to take precedence over the maintenance backlog. So if indeed you now have a lowering in royalties coming in, you now have another $1 billion that takes precedence. The idea that you might be able to find that excess royalties to solve the problems of maintaining our public lands is questionable, if at best. But what is not questionable is you put in front of that $1 billion a year to buy more land to increase the maintenance backlog that this federal government has to have. It's almost like a drug addict and you're giving you free stuff here. What we are dealing with today is a bill that actually will create more debt, but doesn't have the economic benefit that it is supposed to have had. Third thing I want you to be careful about is there was a conforming amendment put in the Senate. In the good old days, you would have called it an earmark. It came from the Senate, not the White House, as has been suggested. But what that does is siphon billions of dollars from eastern states in money that could go to recreation opportunities. The 100th meridian, the law said 15% of that Forest Service property you buy up can take place west of that 100th meridian. The other 85% has to come east of it. It was put in there specifically in the 1960s to guarantee, because most of the land is in the west, to guarantee there would be money for eastern states to have money to produce their local needs for recreational opportunities. In an earlier iteration I tried to do before we actually permanently authorized LWCF, I wanted specific percentage to have to go to urban recreational needs. That's what that 85% was supposed to do. That was taken off in this conforming amendment so that more money could be spent in the west than in the east. You add up what that will mean is for those states, and those of you who represent states that are basically east of Denver, you will lose over the next decade approximately $1.19 billion. That comes up to $32 million a state if you add it out, that will be siphoned from you. So in Mr. McGovern's state, for example, you have 3 million acres of private forest land in your state. You have 250,000 acres of state and local forest land. You have 0 Forest Service, federal Forest Service land. In Colorado, you got 14 million acres of federal forest. My state, you got 8 million acres of it. Others, you have 0. That is a disparity. So if you're going to go home and tout yourself as being a great environmentalist and having helped your citizens, you have to be prepared to tell them also why you are willing to take $32 million away from what could have been used for their recreation purposes so that you could have this conforming amendment that happens to be in there. Now, I have 2 amendments, and I'm not going to play around with this because even though you don't want to amend this bill, you can if you would like to. There are ways of doing it. But there are 2 simple ones I'll tell you. The first one is to just take that conforming amendment out so you don't have the money siphoned off from the eastern states, what could have been and should have been their portion of it. And the second one simply says that if indeed you come to that situation in which you are not creating enough excess revenues to actually fund the maintenance backlog that is our obligation on public lands, you suspend the buying of new land and put that money into the maintenance. That's what we should be doing. That's the right thing. That's the intention of it. But the way this bill is written, it's not going to happen. This is the not so great American Outdoors Act because it has some real fatal flaws that should be and could be fixed, could easily be fixed and ought to be fixed. But also it comes back to that bottom line is mandatory spending to buy more land? Is that the appropriate role for Congress? Is that the kinds of legislation that you really want to have as a legacy? I said at one time, if you actually vote for this, you should have a line in your next political flyer saying, I give lip service to fiscal responsibility unless I can buy special interest votes for something.
Are you done? Okay. Thank you very much to both of you. And I think this is a great bill. And I'm eager to get it passed and get the president to sign it. It passed the Senate, and if we begin to amend this bill, the reality is it goes back to the Senate, and we will probably, we don't have any guarantee that they'll even take it up before the end of the year. So I think it is important if you care about the Land and Water Conservation Fund, which I do, if you care about the environment, which I do, and a lot of my constituents do, we get this bill passed and get it on the president's desk so he can affix his signature to it. Mr. Cole.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, took a minute to get unmuted. I really don't have any questions for either of our distinguished chairman and ranking member, other than just to note that this may be Mr. Bishop's last appearance up here, and he's a distinguished alum of this very committee, and always enjoy having him here. I think he made some very important points long term about the fiscal challenges, and I hope we can deal with that going forward in another way. I reluctantly come to the conclusion that if we're ever going to get this thing done and authorized, this is probably the vehicle to actually do it in. It doesn't mean that Mr. Bishop isn't raising important points, because I agree with him, particularly about the automatic acquisition of land. I think that's an excellent point and something we ought to work on going forward. But it's tough to get much done in Congress these days when you have an opportunity this close to an election to actually get something through. I think in this case, it probably needs to be taken. But with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. I don't see Mr. Hastings here. Is Ms. Torres? Mr. Perlmutter?
Thanks, and I appreciate the testimony, and I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Woodall?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rarely find myself to the right of Rob Bishop, but I find myself there today. Mr. Bishop, I thought I understood you to say that while it's outrageous that we would be creating new mandatory spending in a time where every dollar needs to be looked at every single year, that you would be amenable to the president signing this bill if we still created the mandatory spending pot, but said in those years where our energy revenues fell short, that money went mandatorily to maintenance needs instead of land purchasing needs. Did I understand that middle ground that you were asserting properly?
Halfway, that's because you have the mask over your face. So the bottom line, the bottom line
It's on mute, Rob.
You may still be muted, Rob.
No, I'm not.
My screen tells me you've been silenced.
They're okay. I'm now unmuted. Look, having mandatory spending for anything that goes above and beyond what the Appropriations Committee is supposed to do and have all this done fairly on this program is a bad policy. But if you're going to pass it anyway, the minimum you can do, because you're basing this, everyone is saying that this is a great thing because it's going to do the backlog maintenance. And what I'm telling you is when you added that other element to it, you screwed up the backlog maintenance. And at the minimum, if you're going to do it, then at least say, if we don't have the money necessary for the maintenance, don't buy more land until you do. That's the minimum that you should do. Is that a good policy? No. The best policy is to let Congress have control over what Congress should be doing and not have mandatory. You all know that the problems we have in the budget in this country is because of mandatory spending demands. Adding more mandatory spending for something like buying land is a bad policy, period.
You have to unmute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I always value your constructive counsel. I have some constructive counsel as well. I'm a supporter of the Land and Water Conservation Fund. I'm a supporter of the maintenance needs. And Chairman Grijalva, I've got to tell you what Mr. Bishop is saying makes a lot of sense to me. Why in the world, after we've had 330 of our colleagues get on board to solve our maintenance backlog issues, why in the world, in a year like this one, are we going to allow our maintenance needs to continue to stack up as energy revenues don't cover those additional costs, and yet put more money out the door to buy more assets that are going to require more maintenance with dollars that we already don't have? Why can't we do what Mr. Bishop is saying? I don't know what the downside is of prioritizing the maintenance needs that we all agree on when there is a shortfall, and then expanding the purchasing opportunities when there's a surplus. And if you would unmute for me, Mr. Chairman, I would love to be educated.
Thank you. These bills rely on existing revenue, and as has been stated, the fluctuation of that revenue from gas and oil is a constant, and particularly now. But the fact remains that I trust that the day comes when future Congresses can be trusted to ensure our continued commitment toward protecting these lands, waters, and parks, and ensuring that they're reliable assets for the American people. And in terms of how the federal dollars are spent, the bill clearly provides appropriators the opportunity to decide which projects are funded and at what level. They still run the process. They still receive reports on projects. Then there are clear standards for accountability. The bill merely ensures that these dollars will be available to meet the overwhelming need of conservation and the maintenance on the ground. So Congress is still involved in this. Decisions are still made by and recommendations by appropriators. I think that the issue of eastern states will not be receiving what they should. That's been a red herring by opponents of the Land and Water Conservation Fund for a long time. First of all, this restriction only ever applied to the Forest Service, and land acquisitions are a small percentage of land and water conservation expenditures historically. Secondly, Congress controls the land and water conservation funding, as I said, and bipartisan Congresses have historically voted to ignore restrictions. Eastern states will receive significant benefits from increasing LWCF funds, especially given that the bill will be more than double funding for any given available year. So I think that the issue here is permanency and a committed revenue stream for land and water, and the initial commitment to dealing with our backlog. And it's not the backlog, it has been from underfunding and lack of attention to those major maintenance needs in our public parks. And this is a step toward correcting that, but I think Congress will still have work to do on its own to shore up that. And hopefully the transportation bill, moving forward bill, will address some of those needs. So I think there's work ahead, but this is not a doomsday issue that will cripple the ability for us to take care of our parks. And more importantly, it's not robbing Peter to pay Paul.
Well, I appreciate that, and it strikes me that Mr. Bishop may have struck a nerve because that was an excellent response to his statement. But my question was, what? Why is it that
Mr. Bishop has to mute.
we're sorting out our issues here in the committee room, Mr. Chair, but without your leadership right here close by, it's hard to be successful.
I miss you too.
Mr. Chairman Grijalva, you said that our maintenance backlog was a result of underfunding, and I recognize that to be true. But my question was, it appears that where we are right here, right now, if the president puts his signature on this bill tomorrow, is that I'm not going to get one additional penny for the maintenance backlog, but I'm going to get $1 billion to buy more land to create more of a maintenance backlog. If I'm correct that that's the way this language reads today, my only question is, if we're going to create a mandatory stream of funding, why wouldn't we say, since we all agree the maintenance backlog is important, in those years where the maintenance backlog is underfunded due to a lack of energy revenues, rather than using a mandatory stream of funding to purchase new maintenance problems, we're going to use that money to solve old maintenance problems? Why isn't that the responsible thing to do?
I think the responsible thing to do is to realize that we have allowed the Land and Water Conservation authorization to lapse twice, that the revenue dedicated to it, and less than half of it has gone to the fund itself, and that the Land and Water Conservation Fund has been essential, and that includes Republican, Democrats across this country. Every county in this nation of ours has received support from the Land and Water Conservation Fund. And it is not simply about land acquisition. It is also about urban parks, access to trails, and bringing communities the kind of outdoor and recreational support that they need. I think it is a priority item. The backlog is a priority item as well. And both of them together, I think the work ahead can be done, and the revenue stream, I think, is dedicated to the Land and Water Conservation Fund because of the fact that that fund is historically been a fund that the American people have supported. And more importantly, amendment discussions about what to add to this particular piece of legislation, as the Chairman McGovern said, sending this piece of legislation back to the Senate with amendments from the House, I think dooms its possibility of passage. And the stars have aligned themselves to such a point with support from the Senate, support from the administration, and support from the House, an opportunity that is historic to get the Land and Water Conservation Fund permanently reauthorized with a dedicated revenue stream, and begin that initial step to dealing with the backlog as well. And I think that both of those are winners.
Well, you can understand, Mr. Chairman, as a Rules Committee member, it would frustrate me if we were calling Rules Committee meetings for bills that are not going to be open to amendment or improvement. I could stay home if that's where we were going to be. It frustrates me as a Budget Committee member and as a supporter of the Land and Water Conservation Fund that I find myself in this predicament. I have the largest, most visited national recreation area in the country, in the Chattahoochee National Recreation Area, in my district. And we absolutely have land and water conservation needs there as we try to connect trails, and we absolutely have maintenance backlog needs. And this pandemic has focused us on those maintenance backlog needs, and I am disappointed that we are absolutely paying the kind of lip service that my constituents expect us to pay to those maintenance backlogs. But when it comes to spending the money, we're putting the money somewhere else entirely.
Thank you.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you very much. And I just say to the gentleman, I'm surprised at his frustration, because when His party was in the majority. The Rules Committee oversaw the most closed rules in the history of our Congress, and the gentleman didn't express any frustration then. But he is right. I mean,
If the chairman would yield, I expressed a lot of frustration then, and Speaker Ryan and Speaker Boehner can speak to the frustrations that I expressed, but I was not any more successful then than apparently I am today, Mr. Chairman.
I guess it wasn't reflected in your votes. But the other thing is, the gentleman's right. He began by saying that he finds himself to the right of Mr. Bishop. I mean, my understanding is that President Trump will sign this bill. And so, my view is if the Senate's okay with it and the House is okay with it and the President's actually going to sign something that we might find some common ground on, that's a cause for celebration. Let me now yield to Ms. Torres.
I have no comments, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Lesko. There you go.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, I passed Dr. Burgess. I'm sorry, Dr. Burgess.
Somehow I have the suspicion that you're not sorry that you skipped Dr. Burgess.
Of course I am.
But let me just say, Rob, you and I came in together, and Mr. Gravel was part of our class, as was Mr. Cole, and it has been an honor to serve with you, and your quiet scholarship will be missed after you're no longer with us. And certainly your tenure on the Rules Committee was something that I was back in my first term on this committee, and I learned a lot from watching your quiet determination as a senior member of the Rules Committee back in the day. Let me just ask you a question. I used to be a student of medical irony, and I've kind of branched out now into legislative irony. So if I understand correctly, we're going to use revenues from fossil fuels to fund things in this bill. Is that correct? But my understanding is the purpose of the Democratic Party is to end the use of fossil fuels by a day certain in this country. So how will that funding occur when that day arrives?
I'm sorry, that's a question that's above my pay scale to give you an answer to it. All I can tell you is right now, LWCF is permanently authorized. So this is not about whether you have the program or not. And at some point, if indeed we get to that point, you're going to have to start from scratch and figure everything else out again. And good luck, because I won't be here to help you.
Well, I'll take to heart that you've provided such direct encouragement for the road ahead. Strikes me as being an unusual juxtaposition that we're going to use the dollars from fossil fuels at the same time. We've got a presidential candidate who's running on the Democratic ticket who says he's going to end fossil fuels by a date certain. I don't know where you go to get those revenues, perhaps. And Mr. Woodall won't be on the budget committee any longer, so I don't know if we'll be able to look to the budget committee for those funds. It just sets up some interesting conflicts for the future. But I guess that's what keeps us all young. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Raskin. See him, Ms. Scanlon. All set? Mrs. Lesko?
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see Ms. Scanlon, but she's shaking her head, so I'm not sure what's happening. Do you want me to proceed?
Yeah, I thought she was shaking her head. She had no questions.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have questions, but Mr. Bishop, I think you did an excellent job in a very clear, concise way of explaining your concerns, and I really do support your amendment to say, hey, if we don't have enough funds, we shouldn't be mandatorily purchasing land at the expense of maintaining the land we already have. It makes total sense to me. And so I just want to say thank you for your great job of explaining it. And I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Morelli?
I'm fine, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Shalala.
I'm fine, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Matsui.
No comments, thank you.
All right. I thank both gentlemen for their testimony. There were no other questions. And so with that, you can go or log off. We will hear from any additional witnesses on this measure after we hear from the first panels on all four bills that we're considering. So at this point, I would like to call up our next panel to testify on HR 6395, the William M. Thornberry National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2021. We're happy to have Chairman Smith and Ranking Member Thornberry. We're delighted that you are here. Without objection, any written materials you submit to rules.document@mail.house.gov before the conclusion of this hearing will be entered into the record. I now recognize the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You hear me okay? Terrific. So first of all, I want to, as you mentioned, this bill is now named after Ranking Member Thornberry, and I want to recognize his service. He's retiring this year, has served as chair and ranking member, and as a member of the committee, I believe, for his entire time in Congress. And I want to thank Mac for his leadership. And, it sort of leads into my testimony on the bill. This bill is an incredibly important piece of legislation that we always work through regular order and in a bipartisan way. Every year that is our attempt, and almost every year we succeed in that. But it takes leadership to do that. Mr. Thornberry has been a terrific leader on both of those issues, working the process legislatively on a whole series of issues, recognizing both the need to work together on this and to ultimately complete the product. So I thank Mac for his leadership, for his service to his district, and for what I think has been a great partnership between the two of us, both when he was chair and now when he's ranking member. So I very much appreciate that. And this year, I think this process has worked very well to date. And to give people an idea, the original bill, the original mark, as we put out, had over 800 different provisions in it. In committee, we had over 650 amendments submitted. We managed to pass into the bill 475 of those. And as the chairman and the committee are well aware, I believe we just officially hit 750 amendments submitted to the Rules Committee for possible addition to the bill on the floor. So when this is all said and done, we're going to have well north of 1,000 individual provisions, which represent the opinions, views, and needs of a lot of different members of Congress and their constituents. So this bill is a collective piece of legislation to try to make sure that we're all serving our constituents. And I think that process, working it in a bipartisan manner and working it through regular order, is enormously important, that we continue our 59-year streak of passing an NDAA every year. And of course, the overarching reason for that is we want to make sure that Congress makes its statement on national security policy, on making sure that we are exercising our oversight of the Pentagon, and most importantly, that we are giving the support necessary to the men and women who serve our country and to their families to make sure that whatever it is that we decide from a policy matter, they must do, that they are trained, equipped, and 100% ready to do it. I think that is our highest responsibility in this process and a crucial responsibility of Congress. This year's bill, I believe, reflects that. We stick to the budget agreement that was reached by Congress last year on our top line of $741 billion. We do have $1 billion within that, which is set aside to help DoD prepare not just for dealing with this pandemic, but for future pandemics as well. Lessons learned from the experience to date have shown us both what DoD has done well and the need to enhance that capability. We, of course, have our pay raise for the troops, which is enormously important to support them. We continue our work on the housing issue that we dealt with last year to try to make sure that the housing for our troops are safe. And I think crucially this year, we also take huge steps at addressing diversity challenges. As we have all, started a long overdue national conversation about equity and equality, within DoD, we are striving to improve that as well by appointing an inspector general to look at hiring, promotion, and criminal enforcement practices within the military to make sure that they are equitable. We also have created a chief diversity officer to examine those issues as well. And I think significantly, we make investments in the historical Black colleges and universities to help support a pipeline between them and jobs within the military, both active duty and civilian. I think these are incredibly important provisions. I also want to highlight something that Mr. Thornberry did a lot of work on, which is the Indo-Pacific Defense Initiative. This is sort of built off of the European Defense Initiative. The idea that we need to build alliances and partnerships to build partner capacity in Asia to make sure that we're meeting our national interests and moving towards peace and stability in Asia. Obviously, in a bill that has well over 1,000 provisions, I could talk for a very long time, but I will not do that. I just think this bill reflects a reasonable balance of interests. As I believe Mr. Cole said in his opening remarks, Mr. Thornberry said it's not the exact bill he would have drawn, but he can support it. And even as the chairman, I will assure Mr. Thornberry it's not the exact bill I would have drawn either. It is a reflection of, in a bipartisan way, a lot of different people's viewpoints, but overall, I think it's a very fine product, and I urge the support of the Rules Committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I'm now happy to yield to the Chairman, Ranking Member Thornberry. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I think I can agree with everything Chairman Smith just said. I certainly appreciate his graciousness in offering the amendment to rename the bill, as well as his kind words, the response of all of our committee. For the record, I voted against that amendment, but I still appreciate it. You know, on the Armed Services Committee, and perhaps because this is my last term, I'm thinking about this. We are incredibly fortunate that we get to work with and for the men and women of the military. We get to work for that common higher purpose, which is the national security of the United States. And by and large, we get to do it together, where party affiliation is not much of an issue. We have differences, but we are in many ways very fortunate. So while I'm very appreciative of the bill naming, what I'm most proud of is that this bill was reported out of our committee by a vote of 56-0. Now, like the chairman, I did not win every vote on amendments, and I certainly do not agree with every provision that's in it. But 56-0 on a serious, substantive bill that addresses all sorts of things is a tribute to Chairman Smith's leadership, but also the contributions of each of our committee members. And if I can just offer one plea to the Rules Committee, it is don't mess this up. We have an opportunity, I think, to keep this strong bipartisan support going forward on the floor. And I hope, I pray that we can and do. And I would just add to that, Mr. Chairman, that if you're a soldier on a hill in Afghanistan, or a sailor out in the middle of the Pacific, or a special operator in Africa, you need to know that the whole government, both parties, are behind you, supporting you. It is not right to have one party or another divided. You need to know that the country is behind you. And I would say that if you're an ally or even an adversary of the United States, you need to know that Congress can come together on these matters of national security. For example, in our committee, we had a vote on an amendment related to the withdrawal of troops from Europe and Germany. And the vote was something like 49-7 or something along that line. I think that's important for our allies to see and hear. And it's also important for Russia to see and hear. And there's Chairman mentioned the Indo-Pacific Initiative. There's lots of those examples. And finally, Mr. Chairman, I would say that it's important for the American people to see that we're going to argue, that Congress will argue about a whole variety of things, but when it comes to American national security and supporting our troops, we can come together. So all of that is an extended plea to help us
keep this bill in the center of the field, if you will. And I would say specifically, the closer we can come to parity and amendments made in order, the better. I brought with me some of the statistics from previous years, and I'm going to skip over last year because I think that was an anomaly. In the year before that, the majority party had 42% of the amendments made in order. The minority party had 57% of the amendments made in order. The year before that, the majority party had 49% of the amendments made in order. The minority party had 51% of the amendments made in order. The year before that, the majority party had 57% and the minority party had 42%. My point is relative parity in amendments. I would say, secondly, no poison pills from either side, because both parties can come up with an amendment that makes it impossible for the other side to vote for the bill. And if we can keep those at bay, that would help. And I would say, finally, Mr. Chairman, the more y'all can keep controversial, extraneous issues off our bill, then we've got a better chance of keeping this bipartisan. I understand that there aren't many legislative vehicles moving these days, that there's a temptation to take all sorts of stuff and put it on our bill. If it's something that is universally agreed upon, then I can understand that. But even this sturdy bipartisan piece of legislation can't take a number of controversial extraneous issues. We can deal, I'm confident, with things that are in our jurisdiction, but please don't overload us with other stuff. As Chairman mentioned, there are 750 amendments you have to choose from. Pick some of them. You know, we'll have debates, we'll have votes, but try to, if you will, keep that bipartisan support. I would just mention I have offered one amendment that has, I think, bipartisan support. It tries to deal with the use it or lose it phenomena, which happens at the Department of Defense. In other words, there are certain kinds of money, if you don't use by September 30th, you lose it. And so the incentive is to get it out the door, or else you're going to get less money the next year. So 4 cabinet departments have some provision that allows them to carry over a portion of that money to the next fiscal year with all the reporting and transparency and so forth that is needed. 4 cabinet departments have it. My suggestion is let's give it for O&M money, operations and maintenance money, to the Department of Defense. But if you see that as a poison pill, don't make it an order. If you think it helps to pass this bill to take my name off of it, take it off. Call it the Mac Thornberry is mud bill. I don't care. 56-0. The troops, the country, and our allies need to see that continue. And so that's my message and my hope, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Well, I want to thank you both, Chairman Smith and Ranking Member Thornberry, for your opening remarks. I want to thank you for the example that you both set, the collegiality and the bipartisanship. It reminds me of the Rules Committee, and I appreciate your admonition for us to not screw it up. You had 650 amendments that you had to deal with in committee. We have 751 at this particular point. We have a very, not only a diverse, we have a diverse Congress. You have a diverse Democratic caucus. You have a diverse Republican conference that encompasses all kinds of ideas. And so, we also have to pass a rule. So we have to figure out ways to, again, try to fulfill your wishes, but also make sure that there's an opportunity for debate on some issues that might have to be defeated on the House floor, or maybe they pass on the House floor. We're gonna have to figure that out as we go forward. But again, we're gonna do the best we can. And Mr. Thornberry, let me just say, I mean, I'm sure you maybe be before the committee again, but I think on behalf of our committee and I think members of Congress, Democrats and Republicans, we appreciate your service here in the Congress, and you've been an example for both sides. And And I just wanted to go on record as letting you know how much we all respect and admire your service here. And I think I want to say to Chairman Smith, we hold him in high regard, and I think it is fitting that this bill is being named after the ranking member, because I think he deserves to be praised for his years of service here. So I have no questions, but I'm happy now to turn this over to my ranking member, Mr. Cole.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me pick up a little bit where you left off and thank both Chairman Smith and Ranking Member Thornberry for the bipartisan manner in which they put this bill together and the sheer quality of the product that we brought before it. They brought before us. Now, when Mr. Thornberry was going through all that balanced amendments, I want to just point out that there were always Republican Congresses that made those amendments balanced in that way. And so this will be a special challenge for my Democratic friends to follow that admonition, and I hope they succeed. I'm very supportive of that. I also want to note, just for informational purposes, Mr. Chairman, that when Mr. Thornberry was speaking to our conference about this bill, he said that he was prepared to vote against it even when his own name was on it if it didn't stay right. And I took that as his effort to try and make sure that we didn't bring forward amendments that undercut the very purposes that he laid out. And so we pledged in the amendment process, Mr. Chairman, to work with you. I do understand some things need to be disposed of on the floor. We might have strong opinions. Our opinions might even be aligned with one another on occasion, but the House does deserve an opportunity in some occasions to have this debate in front of the full chamber. So we're going to work with you on that and try to come to a good rules product that ushers this onto the floor in the appropriate way without without muzzling a legitimate debate that's just part of the House of Representatives. Having said those things, I do have a couple of questions, and these are more for both the chairman and the ranking member, just to educate us a little bit on their thought process. I tend to look at the authorizations bill through the lens of a defense appropriator, and always use these opportunities. I actually believe we will pass this bill in a bipartisan way, and it'll be signed by the president. It won't mean nearly as much as it should if we don't do something similar with the defense appropriations bill later down. I think that's going to be a bigger challenge, quite frankly, because I think some of the excellent work in this bill by both parties is going to be thwarted if we don't get that bill done in a timely fashion. I often hear the statistic that for every month we're in a CR, it costs the Defense Department $1.7 billion. So if we push this off till after the election, as we may well, and then push it off after the calendar year, as we may well, we will literally cost the men and women that we've asked to defend ourselves billions of dollars. But one of the tougher parts of this bill, but I think particularly in this time frame, and this has happened during the time frame that both Chairman Smith and Ranking Member Thornberry have sort of been moving back and forth as Chairman and Ranking Member. The toughest balance, I think, has been normal procurement, that is incremental, acquisitions, and modernization. And they can be at odds with one another. Modernization is usually a pretty expensive proposition, but we know we need new weapon systems, new ways of going around. So I just would ask them both to tell me what the tension was like and what kind of balances you struck, because we need things right now for men and women in the field, but we also know we need to be preparing new weapons for them and to counter adversaries who certainly are investing in modernization of their own forces. So are there any things in here that we should be aware of where there's tension between acquisition and modernization? And Mr. Chairman Smith, I'd direct that to you first, and then to my friend, Mr. Thornberry, as well.
So, well, thank you, Mr. Cole, and I appreciate your comments and Mr. Thornberry's comments about the overall process. And certainly we strive to make it bipartisan. I will point out one of the issues we have. Democrats tend to offer more amendments. I know certainly that was the case in committee. Ironically, even though we're in the majority, I think, over almost 2/3 of the amendments that were offered were coming from Democrats. So I don't know, we tend to be more legislative. I don't know. So we will try to strike that balance, but we get a higher quantity. I don't know what the count was on the Rules Committee. As far as modernization, versus legacy programs. We actually had a special panel that Seth Moulton and Jim Banks ran to look at that question. I think one of the most important things we need to do to prepare for the future is to invest in new technologies. I mean, AI is going to be the big one that's going to have a huge impact on what our defense capabilities are, how we can deter our adversaries and protect ourselves. And so we're going to need to make investments in that, figure out how to make that work. Cyber, obviously, the most sophisticated weapon system in the world can literally be shut down by somebody sitting in their basement with a computer if you aren't very careful. So I think it's very important that we focus on that technology. Now, you correctly point out the tension, which is, okay, we do that, and it's a zero-sum game. There's only so much money. Where do you take that money from? And at this point, I really want to praise Secretary Esper and the Pentagon right now. They've gone into this sort of, I forget what they call it, bottom-up review. Basically, what do we really need to be spending money on? And they've identified savings in a large number of existing programs. And for the most part, we've been able to maintain that savings within our bill. There's obviously pushback from members who think, oh, you shouldn't cut that program or the other. I think it's enormously important that we sort of step out of our parochial or political lane and look at where do we really need to spend the money? How do we truly prepare ourselves to meet the challenges of today, not the challenges of 30 or 40 years ago? That transition is something that we're going through and struggling with because there's a finite amount of money. I think we need to really, really look at where we need to spend the money and to focus on those technological improvements. Just one final example: command and control, the basic systems that enable us to communicate with satellites, communicate through GPS, to operate everything. Those command and control systems are enormously important. To invest in that technology to protect the systems. And another piece of this struggle that we have, of course, is that China makes a lot of that equipment, and that is a vulnerability. We need to ramp up our ability to produce that type of equipment. We have a debate this year over circuit boards. In the past, we've dealt with other aspects of telecommunications equipment. How do we make sure that we're making enough of those crucial technological components to make our systems work so that we are not dependent upon adversaries? And there are a number of provisions in the bill that prioritize that effort.
Mr. Thornberry?
There. I think the tension you mentioned, Mr. Cole, is reflective of the tension in the security environment in which we have to operate. Because we all see, especially the Russians and the Chinese, pushing out on some of these advanced technologies very rapidly. And in some cases, we're behind. And at the same time, as I think you and the chairman mentioned, we've got to deal with the world as it is. We can't just put a pause on things and go work on new technologies. We've got to safeguard the American people today. And so there is an inherent tension in being ready today and preparing for the future. I might note that one of the major emphasis we've worked on in previous years was making sure that we are ready today and ready in a safe manner. We've talked before when Chairman and I have been before this committee about increasing aircraft accidents and other sorts of issues related to readiness that where we were not keeping up the quality of our training, of our equipment, of our weapons the way we should. And I think the bottom line for us, and I suspect for all members, is if we're going to send men and women out on a mission, we want to make sure they've got the best equipment, the best training, the best support that our nation can possibly provide. Now, as the chairman said, I think the Pentagon's budget request reflected in our committee's mark does have more money for research and development, especially in some of these key technological areas than we have had before, and I think that's good and appropriate. We need to try things, we need to experiment, we need to learn from failure, but we need to push that experimentation and that research and development of things. So I think all of that is a positive. But one other thing I would say is, and the chairman's right, bottom-up review, as well as what our committees have done over the years, has been trying to increase efficiency, squeeze out money where we can. But speed also matters. One of the factors of current life, the current security environment, is technology is changing faster than it ever has. So we cannot be content with the traditional 5-year budget plans. We'll put it in the palm and we'll get to it in a few years. That sort of pace is not going to meet our security needs in the future. That's where some of this reform, I think, is so important. Yes, it's about getting better use of the dollars, but it's also about speeding it all up, so that the best technology can get in the hands of the warfighters faster. I'm not saying we solved all of it at all, but I do think there are some promising pushes, efforts in this bill to help deal with that tension that you described.
Thank you. Another question I have, and Chairman Smith touched on this to some degree in his remarks, but we all are dealing in a budgetary sense with coronavirus. That's something that when this bill was put together last year, none of us had any idea would be coming, would hit the scale. Clearly, the military's had to adjust and adapt. That always takes money. So there's had to be a little bit of robbing Peter to pay Paul to take care of coronavirus. I know, Mr. Chairman, you mentioned you have some things built in to this budget going forward that hopefully help us in that regard. I want to ask you about that, but I also want to just ask both of you as well. I hope that there's very likely to be a coronavirus fifth supplemental, if you will, before this is over. I hope that both of you are working together with your counterparts in the Senate to put together a defense package for that supplemental. I mean, supplementals are to deal with emergency situations. And the coronavirus is an emergency situation. I want to make sure that we don't end up sapping some of the dollars that I know you need for modernization and for operations and for training into coronavirus. So is there going to be any effort to get a defense portion? It would probably be pretty modest. I mean, we all know where most of the money, a supplemental like that would go. It wouldn't be the military, but it is an opportunity to take care of some of the expenses that the military has had to deal with to this point out of its normal budget. Is that on your radar scope at all, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, it is. And I want to clarify that the money that's in our bill, the $1 billion, is sort of two separate things. One is dealing short term with, and in DOD's case, it's, certainly we have to take more efforts to protect the workforce, protect the industrial base. And then that's really the big piece of it, is what's happening with our contractors out there, large and small. What do we need to do to keep them afloat? I mean, we've learned a lot from this virus and other issues that domestic U.S. production is important. Being dependent upon foreign countries for certain key items is a problem. And obviously, if the coronavirus drives the economy down, knocks a lot of businesses out, and we lose that industrial base, that just exacerbates the problem that we walked into. We want to make sure that we protect that. What's in our bill is more focused on specifically preparing for a pandemic response. And this is something, the DOD actually proved to be a lot better at this than FEMA or HHS, which has created a significant problem in the country. And the big example is the strategic stockpile. The strategic stockpile from HHS was like all over the map. Some of the stuff is expired. They hadn't replaced it. They weren't ready. DOD's strategic stockpile, which was put in place originally to protect DOD interests, it was very efficient and well kept. So much so that we started taking out of the DOD stockpile to deal with some of the domestic concerns. And we also have the Defense Production Act and the use of that to ramp up production to deal with those sorts of items. So we put that money in there to try to enhance DOD's ability to be prepared to be helpful in that regard. That's what's in the bill. The separate piece is what you're talking about and the issues that I led with, talking about industrial base, additional costs to DOD. We're certainly looking at it. I will say that in one of the previous packages, and I think it was the CARES package, but I'm not sure, there was $10 billion put in there for that purpose. And DOD has not yet spent, I think, even half of that $10 billion. So, we've heard discussions of potential need. Obviously, it's logical to assume that there might be need. But we're going to need to see the numbers on that of exactly what they need as we have that conversation going forward, to see where the money needs to go. But we are talking about it.
Good. Ms. Thornberry, before you respond, let me be very parochial here and just put for your consideration. My district has Tinker Air Force Base, and it was the largest air depot in the world, 16,000 plus civilian defense workers, multiple lines of aircraft that they do the basic maintenance on a routine basis. I can tell you from talking with the commanders there and the civilian supervisors as well, obviously their efficiency is down from where it's been just because of some of the measures they've had to take. And I suspect there'll be the need in a lot of our arsenals and depots to provide extra measures to make sure those industrial workforces, and that's what they are, that are working quite often in close proximity, have an extra measure of protection so they can keep doing their job, which is pretty vital to our national defense. I would hope, as you two think about this, that you think about those, and you mentioned them, so I know you're doing it, Mr. Chairman. Think about those civilian workforces because they are absolutely critical to providing the warfighter to what he needs in a timely, he and she need in a timely basis. Mr. Thornberry? One of the lessons.
You have to turn on your mic. Yeah.
Takes a minute sometimes.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I kept hitting it, but it just didn't seem to function. I think one of the lessons of the past few months is whenever our country has an emergency, we turn to DOD to help with it. And certainly DOD has incurred direct costs in setting up hospitals and all the different things they have done, but indirect costs too. And that's what one of the things the chairman and Mr. Cole both referenced. So you have delays in getting workers where they can work on things, and delays mean increased costs. We had one hearing with the Undersecretary for Acquisition and Sustainment where she talked about that some. So I think there's no question that there, as a result of COVID, are additional costs which are not reflected in this bill. But my view, and I don't want to speak for the chairman, but my view was we have a 2-year budget deal. Let's stick to those numbers for our bill, and let's do everything we can to get it enacted under that within that 2-year budget deal number. And then as there are additional COVID legislation that's being considered, then the DOD needs to quantify what those costs are, bring them forward, and perhaps they can be included in that. But in the meantime, our bill sticks to the 2-year budget agreement, even though, as Chairman said, he has $1 billion for set aside for these sorts of expenses, especially for being ready in the future. Last point I'd make is one of my main concerns for national security is that adversaries are watching what COVID has done to our country and thinking of devious ways that they can take advantage of that sort of situation. So preparedness for biological sorts of attacks, especially when it's hard to know if it's natural or if it's intentional, et cetera, I think that has to be a key focus going forward.
Well, I just want to add to that point that I think you're wise to stick within the 2-year deal. We did not do that in every bill on appropriations, I can tell you. That's going to cause considerable problems in getting anything done with the Senate and with the president. I'm a big believer in a standalone supplemental, and I just want to make sure there's probably one more of these coming. I hope both of you are working with your counterparts to make sure that the expenses that are abnormal, that are coronavirus related, find their way into that supplemental bill, so you're not put in the position of, again, robbing Peter to pay Paul within the defense of the budget itself. Last thing I have is actually for you, Mr. Thornberry, and I don't think there's anybody in this Congress I admire more than you as a member. And I think your leadership on the House Armed Services Committee has been exceptional all the way through your entire career. You're really a member's member, and certainly a House member's member. And I want to commend both of you, by the way, on the superb staff that you have. We interact because of the nature of my district and because I sit on defense approach extensively with each of your teams. They are unbelievably responsive and knowledgeable and helpful when we've got questions, suggestions, concerns, whatever. So just thank you for maintaining the kind of staff that you do. You've done defense a long time, Mac, and you think deeply about it. And just last throwaway question, if you're looking ahead in the next 5 or 6 years, what do you see as the 3, 4 biggest challenges that we ought to be thinking about when you're not here, and to raise them for the next defense bill, defense authorization bill that comes before us?
There. Thank you, Mr. Cole, and I fully endorse what you said about our staff. We are incredibly privileged to have terrific professionals to work with every day. As I think about the future, things that concern me the most, I've already mentioned one of them, and that is biological warfare. Shortly after 9/11, I participated as an observer in a tabletop exercise at the National Defense University. It involved terrorists intentionally spreading an animal disease across the country. But what happened to try to contain it was bringing much of the country to a standstill. And I think I have thought about that so much in recent days. It is a real challenge to figure out, is it natural, is it intentional? I worry that a lot of bad folks are going to school today, and so I think biological preparedness I would put a very high emphasis on. The chairman mentioned another one, and that's artificial intelligence. It will be a part of everything we do in defense, a part of everything, much of what we do in the country. And the challenge is, this is what happened with cyber. The technology moved out much faster than the policies and the ethics and all of the surrounding discussion about what's the appropriate way to use it. I think that's where we may be with artificial intelligence, and I think it's not just the Armed Services Committee, but the Congress as a whole needs to have further conversations, discussions, reflection on the way and the speed with which technology is changing, because it will infiltrate everything. Last point I'd mention is back to my theme, bipartisanship. That has a strength all its own. And as we look at what Russians, Chinese, Iranians, others are trying to do to divide our country, stories this morning about Russians trying to steal coronavirus information, using disinformation, propaganda, whatever you want to call it. We're going to have to defend ourselves in a number of domains that we're not used to defending ourselves. And one of the strongest ways that we can do that is to bend over backwards, to stick together when it comes to national security, to not allow adversaries or other agendas to divide us. And so that would be the other thing that is as powerful, if not more powerful, than any weapon system. Trying to maintain the bipartisan sort of approach to supporting our military and to American national security.
Well, thank you very much for those very thoughtful comments. And thank you, much more importantly, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ranking Member, for setting the example in the bill. You've done it through the process all the way through. You've brought us an excellent work product. Again, as I said earlier, I pledge to work with my chairman and on this committee to make sure we give you the kind of rule, and it's an appropriate debate, but allows us to keep the bipartisan coalition that you've created in this process between the two of you together, so that we can pass this extraordinarily important piece of legislation and get it to the president in a timely fashion. Once you two have worked your magic in conference with the other side and of the rotunda and gotten them to behave up to your high standards here, and knowing Senator Inhofe and Senator Reid, I think you have a pretty good chance of being able to to do that. So again, job well done. And with that, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Mr. Torres.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The National Defense Authorization Act is much more than an investment in our defense. It's also how we project our power, our values around the world. We've learned this the hard way in the past. In 2018, Guatemala's Minister of the Interior ordered U.S.-provided J-8 Jeeps with armed agents and turret-mounted guns to target and intimidate the International Commission Against Impunity in Guatemala, also known as CICIG. For those who aren't familiar, CICIG was a UN entity tasked with rooting out corruption and bolstering the rule of law. Those corrupt officials recognized CICIG as a threat that it was to their illegitimate power. And they used our military aid to terrorize the organization and anyone who cooperated with it. If you think that's brazen, just wait, because this story gets much worse. Our Jeeps weren't just sent to torment CICIG. They wound up at our own embassy with the turrets on American-made Jeeps being used to intimidate our own diplomats. It was as clear a sign as any that well-intentioned military aid provided to intercept the drug cartels at the border with Mexico was falling into the hands and driven to the city to intimidate UN personnel and US citizens working at our US embassy. That is why I'm offering an amendment requiring the Secretary of Defense to report to Congress that prior to any vehicle transfer by DoD to government entities in Guatemala has been certified for a credible commitment. The amendment also requires future contracts to include a clawback provision in case this equipment is used in ways that were not intended or falls in the wrong hands, such as the drug cartels. Having spent the first 5 years in my life in Guatemala, and having seen firsthand how corrosive the corruption there is for the people who are just trying to get by, I know how cautious we must be with our aid that we give to them. I'm also offering provisions that streamline our supply chain to increase PPE production, encourage collaboration between the DoD and manufacturing USA institutes, require congressional notification for certain firearm exports, and encourage renaming military bases with the names of female soldiers that have served with valor, that are also so important and have had an important impact in our military. These provisions are vital, and I am proud to offer them, and I look forward to supporting this package. And Mr. Chairman, I have no questions. I will yield back.
Thank you very much. Mr. Woodall.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm reminded of everything I had to say last year when it was not a 56-0 vote. It was only two folks who crossed the aisle. And I remember seeing the pained expressions on both the chairman's face and the ranking member's face as they had to have that conversation. Now, of course, by the time it came back out of conference, they'd massaged it into a bill that passed on a voice vote on the floor of the House, which is what good leaders do. I worry all the time, Mr. Chairman, that we will get in, good habits are hard to keep, bad habits are easy to get into, and a 59-year legacy of doing the nation's business in a bipartisan way is a tremendous burden to have on your shoulders. So, having already been praised by everyone for your partnership, I will not just vocalize my praise, but express it by not belaboring these points any longer. Thank you both for your leadership. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Perlmutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to Mr. Smith and Mr. Thornberry, thank you both for your service. Thank you for your ability to work together so well. And Mac, I applaud the fact this is going to be named after you. I think that you and Adam bring a calming influence to these kinds of what could be very difficult subjects and issues. And that's part of leadership. And I thank you both for that. I think we have two gentlemen leading our committee that have that same kind of influence on people, Mr. McGovern and Mr. Cole. So I wanted to start with that. And I also want to thank both of you for working with our office on a couple of environmental and health amendments that we brought forth. One involving the civilian nuclear workers. Colorado, we have Rocky Flats, where we used to build the plutonium triggers for the nuclear bombs, and it's left a legacy, both environmental as well as health. And there is an ombudsman program that we're going to offer up as an amendment to extend that ombudsman program because the health and the environmental issues of plutonium last a long time. We also have a PFAS amendment that we're going to offer. Again, a legacy issue. You deal with national security, military kinds of issues, as you two do, and this budget deals with. There are environmental and health consequences to these things. And so we're going to bring both of those forward. I appreciate the bipartisan nature of this bill, and I think these two amendments, we've worked with your offices, and hopefully we can get them made in order. And with that, Mr. Chair, I will yield back.
Dr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I actually have no questions. I just want to thank my friend for his years of service and the wise counsel and guidance that he's always provided me during. We've had these Rules Committee meetings on the NDAA in the past, and they're all coming into absolute clarity now that we're here poised on the penultimate NDAA for Mr. Thornberry. Just appreciate everything he's brought to the discussion over the years. Now yield back.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Scanlon.
Yes, and thank you. I got kicked off by dual hearings earlier. I just want to thank the chairman and ranking member. I know they have one of the toughest jobs in Congress, and we appreciate all their efforts. So I yield back.
Thank you very much. Ms. Lesko.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to say that I'm pleased with many of the measures in this bill. I have Luke Air Force Base in my congressional district. I noticed that we're authorizing 79 F-35s. Luke Air Force Base trains F-35 pilots. I'd also, the bill permits the transfer of land at Camp Navajo in Arizona from the U.S. Army to the State of Arizona Department of Emergency Management and Military Affairs for training, which the Arizona National Guard has been requesting for many years. It also, in Fort Huachuca, Yuma Proving Grounds, and Yuma Marine Corps Base, received military construction funds on projects they have been asking for a long time. So I'm pleased that those are in the bill, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Mr. Morelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to just a few comments. First, to thank the chairman of the committee for his extraordinary work. I remain impressed by all the great work that he's done, and to the ranking member. Thank you for your service, not only to the committee, but thank you for your service to the Congress and to the country. And I very much appreciate the two of you being here together, talking about bipartisan efforts, which are clearly critical to us moving forward in what seems like a more deeply polarized country and at times Congress. So I'm grateful to both of you. Just two things, and you may wish to comment, but I just, they're top of mind to me. One is the comments you made earlier, Mr. Chairman, about supply chain. And I do worry not only from an economic security standpoint for the United States, but as importantly, a national security perspective, supply chain on things that are industrial, some that are, that relate to intellectual property, that relate to semiconductors, et cetera. And not only the supply chain in terms of goods, services necessary to make those products here in the United States because they have national security implications, but also I'm concerned, and maybe you could just comment briefly, either or both of you, about the workforce. We continue to hear about in advanced manufacturing and other types of industries that we struggle to have trained workers. I know back home, when I'm visiting either people that are in the defense space here in Rochester, New York, or those that are just in traditional domestic product manufacture, that workforce development and trained workforce are critical. I've spoken a little bit to DoD officials because we have an optics and photonics cluster here that's part of the manufacturing sector, that some of the funding came out of DoD and DOE, but they continue to talk about workforce training. So number one, if you could just maybe comment a little bit on that as it relates to the bill before the House or before the committee. And secondly, just, my constituents and all of ours woke up this morning to see that there was a Bitcoin scam that netted, just a couple of $100,000 for hackers. But there was comments made I saw in the press that related to whether or not some of this may have been Russian sponsored and Russian government sponsored, sort of reminders again about election security. But it does occur to me that this is clearly a national defense issue as well. And just maybe if you could comment, I know that you touched on a little bit earlier, Mr. Chairman, about cybersecurity and the balance that you have to strike between existing threats and challenges and how much more you can invest in cybersecurity. But could you just maybe illuminate each of those points a little more in terms of what you see in the bill before us that helps to address these concerns and that would allay any concerns that Americans would have about both of these issues?
Sure. On the cybersecurity point, there's actually quite a bit in the bill. Look, I mean, the key here is to have a robust system, and to have that, you got to hire really smart people. So your two questions are actually very much connected. The development of the proper workforce is also incredibly crucial within cyber. And there have been a variety of different working groups that have sort of focused on this question. Bob Work and Eric Schmidt are part of one that made a number of recommendations to us about how we can improve the quality of the workforce on cyber and on technology and leading into AI, frankly. And then Chairman Langevin, he's the chairman of the Emerging Threats Subcommittee, and Ranking Member Stefanik, who's the ranking member in that subcommittee, have put together the Cyber Solarium study, which made a whole series of recommendations of ways to improve this, which are included in the bill. I admit I'm not an expert on the details of that. I don't know if Mr. Thornberry would know more about that. I'll yield to him in a moment. But there's a huge effort to answer precisely that cyber question, to put us in the best possible position. Now, I will again say that one of the other key aspects of it is the equipment itself, is having domestic U.S. manufacturers who are going to be able to ensure our telecommunication, ensure the security of our systems. This is why the whole Huawei ZTE thing matters. We are worried if adversaries are able to get inside of our or of any of our systems for that matter, that they will be able to manipulate that to their advantage. And the only way to prevent that is to have trusted partners making this. And there's one little side issue, which I'll slide in here, which we're trying to take care of in the bill this year, having to do with beneficial ownership within corporations, the ability basically of people to hide who truly runs the corporation. This happened in California. Boeing was building a satellite, and they hired a subcontractor to help them do that. Well, it was a shell, and it was really owned by it was a sovereign Chinese company, and China basically did this work and then just stole the information that they got through that company because we didn't see it coming. So basically, there is a lot more that we need to do to protect ourselves from people who would take advantages of the weaknesses in our system. And I think this bill reflects a pretty decent effort to move in that direction. On the workforce question, there's a lot more that we can do. First of all, focusing on our existing domestic population. I am deeply concerned on education policy that we are stuck 30, 40 years ago. And look, I have a political science degree from Fordham University, and that's great. It served me well. I've gotten to where I need to go, and that's fine. We need to make a much bigger investment in developing skills. Whether you're talking about, welders, there's all manner of different skills that are necessary to have that domestic manufacturing base. And we've placed this entire emphasis on pouring all manner of different money into getting people into four-year colleges where we don't have the same resources going towards getting people into apprenticeships. We've looked for different ways to support that. Working with businesses and unions alike to encourage people starting, frankly, in middle school to look at careers in these areas. And the truth is you can get trained to do those types of jobs in a lot less time, for a lot less money, and wind up getting paid a lot more money when you take the job. But we have not shifted the way we do education and workforce development in this country in any sort of comprehensive way to address that. We need to do that. And the last thing I would say, I'm told that there are certain subjects that we shouldn't bring up within the defense bill because they make things more difficult. And one of them certainly is immigration. So I'll only do that briefly. But look, one of the great strengths of our country for a couple of hundred years is bringing in people from outside. People want to come here. Immigrants want to come here, learn skills and go to work. And that renews us. Now, I do not, support, just throwing open the borders and bringing anyone who comes in, but having a smart immigration policy that recognizes that we need that support, for a variety of different reasons. I'm focused on one very narrow part of the immigration debate here, and that is workforce. That is, bringing in the talent that we need to do the jobs that need to get done while also training our domestic population. And that has huge implications for what you just talked about. And those are some policies that I think we can shift throughout Congress to better meet our national security needs.
Well, and perhaps, first of all, we understand how talented you are, having gone to a great New York school like Fordham. So I appreciate the New York connection. But I think Secretary Shalala and I perhaps could even follow up with you. We both serve on the Education and Labor Committee, and I think some of your comments are particularly on the money, and we should follow up to see how we can be helpful in addressing those concerns, because I agree with you wholeheartedly. And I don't know if Mr. Thornberry wanted to comment as well.
Well, just briefly, because I agree with what y'all are saying about workforce. It's essential. We take several steps in this bill to try to wean ourselves off of buying things from China, whether it's pharmaceuticals, telecommunications, a variety of things. But if we're going to make those things here, then you have to have the workforce available. And we hear from virtually all our defense suppliers that getting qualified workers is one of the biggest challenges that they face. So, and I completely agree with the chairman. That includes a responsible element of immigration, as far as people who want to come here to contribute to the country. A lot of times we educate folks here, and then we tell them they can't stay, they've got to leave, rather than use their PhD in chemistry or whatever for the greater good. The other thing I just wanted to emphasize on your Bitcoin cyber point, emphasize what the chairman said. We've got great leaders, Chairman Langevin and Ms. Stefanik, Mike Gallagher, Congressman Gallagher, and Senator King have co-chaired another commission, and a lot of the recommendations from both of these commissions are in this bill. So we're playing catch up. But the thing I just want to put on the table, we've all in Congress got to deal with this issue of what do we expect DOD to do to defend our country in cyberspace? Because in the past we've had some scare tactics used, saying, "Oh no, DOD is going to read my emails to grandma," or whatever. When you've got sophisticated actors trying to disrupt our country, we need to be clear as a policy matter, not just as a technical matter, who doing what, and support them when they do it. And that's been a challenge in the past.
Well, Mr. Chairman, thank you, both Chairman Smith and the ranking member for their comments, for their service, for the great work here, and I appreciate you giving me the time, and I yield back.
Ms. Shalala.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly support this bill. I think that Chairman Smith and Ranking Member Thornberry are patriots, and they've put together a really solid bill for all of us, and 56-0 is just unbelievable. There's a small program for small business, industrial-based resilience that's really important to my district, and I wanted to thank you for putting it in. I have a small business called Symmetry Printing and Marketing, and they answered the call to manufacture PPE and other medical supplies for frontline workers, and they will participate in this program, as will other small businesses that have really been devastated. I hate to continue the question on workforce, but I did want to ask to what extent, because it's been a debate within the military for a long time, because the military basically contracts out for electricians and plumbers, but it could in fact train some of those skilled workers, which it already does in certain areas. Is that appropriate for a peacetime army in the future, on the military taking on more of the responsibility for skill training in those specific areas?
I mean, off the top, I would say it's probably not the ideal approach. I think with your background, you obviously understand this. I think our education and workforce development system as a country is important, and there's people who have that skill set. Now, what does happen a lot, I mean, a great program in my area, bigger shipyard, worked directly with South Seattle Community College and said, look, we're building ships here. Here's what we need. And they identified 2 or 3 specific skill sets, went into the community college, and it was able to help them financially and set up a program specifically designed to meet that. I personally think that's the better way to do it than a DoD top-down approach. It's not really within DoD's skill set to develop that type of manufacturing-based industrial skill set. I think we have other entities, our colleges and universities, technical colleges, who I think are better suited to meet that need. They need to coordinate with DoD, and the Secretary of the Navy, Secretary Spencer at the time, was involved in that program that I just talked about. So I think it's important they work together. I would prefer the educators to take the lead on that.
Yeah, the military does, though, for instance, for their airplanes, train mechanics, and the country really has a shortage of mechanics for our airlines, and they literally recruit everybody that's coming out. So there are some specific skills, mechanics in particular, on both ships as well as the airplanes that the military does do training for, in which those people are very attractive when they leave. I yield back, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to take these gentlemen's time. They've done enormous work for all of us. I'm proud to support the bill.
Thank you very much. Ms. Matsui.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First of all, want to compliment Chairman Smith and also Ranking Member Thornberry for your fine work on this. To have a 56-0 vote, I think, is really incredible with all the amendments and challenges you had to deal with. That I think is fabulous. And Mr. Thornberry, we're going to miss you. I've seen you in the elevator a lot. We talk a lot, and you've been somebody that has been very pleasant to deal with, and I wish you well as you go forward. This has been a fine bill. I look at it 56-0. It's a product of extensive bipartisan negotiation that we know about, and will ensure Congress meets its constitutional obligation in a timely manner for the 60th consecutive year. This NDA provides $732 billion of discretionary spending to maintain resident readiness, transform capabilities, and invest in new technologies that will help advance national security. I filed an amendment with Representatives McCall, Eshoo, Stefanik, Stevens, Joyce, and Katko to help reinforce U.S. technological leadership. As the global economy becomes more interconnected, it's essential that the U.S. maintains the ability to produce the hardware that our high-tech economy depends upon. Semiconductors are fundamental components of our phones, medical devices, and the future of quantum computing. And this NDA has been really fabulous and incorporating a lot of the aspects of our life that we really need in order to ensure that we are as protected as possible. And it takes steps also to directly address the threat of COVID-19 by creating the Pandemic Preparedness and Resilience National Security Fund and improving infectious disease modeling capabilities. Will improve the department's ability to respond to public health security threats. This has been as I look through the bill, as I try to look through the bill, it's been a remarkable accomplishment. I thank you very much, and it's a good bill. I look forward to supporting it. Thank you so much. I yield back.
Thank you very much, Ms. Matsui. Does any other member of the committee wish to ask a question? Hearing from nobody, I would like to thank our witnesses for their testimony, and you can log out and have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I was remiss up front in not thanking you and the Rules Committee. You've had to process all 751 of those amendments, and you've done an outstanding job of that, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, thank you. We ought to thank our staffs, too, because they are the ones who do the hard work to try to make us look good. So I appreciate that. But thank you so much, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, sir.
All right. So we will now hear from any additional witnesses on this measure after we hear from the first panels on all four bills that we're considering today. So I would now like to call our next panel to testify on H.R. 7027, the Child Care is Essential Act, and H.R. 7327, the Child Care for Economic Recovery Act. Chairwoman Nita Lowy and Ranking Member Cole, as well as Representative DeLauro and Representative Wenstrup and Representative Sanchez. We're delighted that you're all here. Without objection, any written materials you submit to rules documents at mail.house.gov before the conclusion of this hearing will be entered into the record. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman from New York, the chair of the Appropriations Committee, Chairwoman Lowy.
Well, thank you very, very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm delighted to be here. And I'm very proud to present H.R. 7327, the Child Care for Economic Recovery Act. Our country was already in short supply of affordable quality child care before the pandemic. Now, more than half of child care programs have closed due to COVID-19. Our bill responds to the heightened urgency of the child care crisis by providing critical relief to working families, child care providers, and essential workers. In addition, it includes long overdue funding for child care infrastructure and offers incentives for employers to provide child care assistance. Child care facilities significantly impact the quality of care, and we know quality child care makes all the difference. The bill includes $10 billion in infrastructure grants to states to make long overdue facility repairs, as well as quickly adapt spaces for social distancing and other safety protocols to mitigate the risk of coronavirus transmission. To support our heroes, we have included $850 million in social services block grant funding to reimburse dependent care obtained by essential workers who have cared for our communities throughout the pandemic. In addition, for the first time in more than a decade, This bill would increase guaranteed child care funding to states, and by lifting funding from $2.9 billion to $10 billion a year for the next 5 years, more hardworking families will be able to find affordable quality care. Congress took an important step by providing $3.5 billion for child care and development block grants, as well as $750 million for Head Start in the CARES Act. The House-passed HEROES Act would build on that with an additional $7 billion for CDBG, and we must do more to respond to the scale of need. That's why this bill is so necessary to hardworking families nationwide. The Child Care for Economic Recovery Act supports work, reduces disparities in child care accessibility and the education opportunity gap, and gives our communities needed stability in this time of unprecedented challenges. What's good for our babies is good for our budget. And if parents don't have the basic assurance that their child is safe when they're out of the home, they simply cannot return to their jobs. Our economic recovery depends on the full recovery of the child care sector. So I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and my friends on the committee, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. I'm now happy to yield to my colleague, who's also on the Appropriations Committee, Mr. Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I'm going to respond to both these bills, if that's all right, in my testimony.
Terrific. Yep.
And as my good friend knows, I'm here in lieu of a much more distinguished member, Ms. Granger, that would normally be here, but she just was unable to make it. I'd be remiss not to start by adding it's wonderful to see my chairman, Chairman Lowy. I spent most of the last 2 weeks with her and my subcommittee chairman, Mr. Laurel. So they're a delight to interact with, although on this we have a different opinion. Mr. Chairman, I oppose the bills brought before the committee today. It's not that I oppose the programs for child care for working families or the need for changes to child care programs in response to the coronavirus pandemic. Indeed, my good friend, the chairman, makes a very good point, and she stresses how important this is in terms of getting the entire economy up. And she's absolutely right when she points out that nobody's going back to work if their children cannot go to a safe environment and be looked after adequately. That's why I was very happy to support the CARES Act and the provisions that the chair actually mentioned. And I would suggest we're going to deal with this topic, as indeed I think we must. It's probably better done in the context of a coronavirus standalone emergency bill that I hope takes shape later this month and that we can bring to the floor and vote on in a bipartisan manner. But looking at these specific bills, this is my friend Ms. Lowy's bill. She said appropriates $10 billion for child care infrastructure construction and renovation, and also increases funding for the mandatory Social Security block grants program, as well as making numerous changes in the tax code. Similarly, the bill introduced by my friend Mr. Laura provides $50 billion for new unauthorized child care stabilization. These may be good ideas, as I said, but the Appropriations Committee has had no hearings on these issues, has not marked up any bills touching on these matters. This is just another example of majority leadership rushing something to the floor without broad member buy-in and education. All of these ideas should be considered within the context of a broader supplemental funding bill, one that's developed in concert with the other body in the administration. Our people deserve a package that has bipartisan support and can be enacted into law. I fear that the passage of these two bills, that piecemeal appropriation over $60 billion in new programs, is not going to take us in that direction. And in particular, the measures that relate to the tax code, Mr. Chairman, really aren't particularly the prerogative of our committee at all, and more appropriately, should be addressed by by Ways and Means. It's not to say they may not be good ideas, but they too, again, have not gone through the committee process. So to bring something of this size, $60 billion, and major changes in the tax code that impact tens of billions of dollars more, much as $100 billion, I think without a single hearing and without all the appropriate committees of jurisdiction looking at it, it's just premature at the minimum. So we may be able to get these bills through the Rules Committee, I suspect, and perhaps even across the floor. But I think until we sit down and have a serious negotiation with the United States Senate and administration, probably in the context of a standalone coronavirus bill, they're not likely to go anywhere. So for that reason, Mr. Chairman, I oppose both measures and I yield back.
Thank you very much. And I want to yield to Representative DeLauro.
Okay, here I am. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's an honor to speak to you today alongside my colleagues on such a vital issue for our children, for working people, our communities, and so many small businesses, and that is child care. I want to thank you, Chairman McGovern, for this opportunity to testify about my $50 billion bill for child care. I want to acknowledge my colleagues, the ranking member Cole of the subcommittee on labor HHS, and all of his efforts as we put together that bill, and also to say that we have spent a lot of time along with Chairwoman Nita Lowey these last a week or 2 weeks with regard to appropriations. But I want to acknowledge Chairwoman Nita Lowey and Congresswoman Catherine Clark. Their bill is also a standalone emergency bill. In addition to increases in mandatory funding, it includes My Child Care Flex Spending Act, which increases the amount employees may exclude from their gross income for employer-provided dependent care assistance. Crucially, in my view, it provides $10 billion for child care infrastructure, which is another critical component which I am proud to support. Let me quote the Washington Post from July 4th, titled, "Lack of Child Care Slowing Recovery. Working Parents Swamped at Home, Productivity Slump Pinned on School Center Closures." The child care crunch triggered by the pandemic has rapidly become a crisis for many workers and companies that is hindering the economic recovery, disproportionately harming women and threatening to leave deep scars for years to come, end quote. As chair of the Labor, Health, and Human Services and Education Appropriations Subcommittee, my committee has been central to our response to this pandemic and has provided much needed funding to deal with the crisis, providing $3.5 billion for child care in the CARES Act and $7 billion in the House-passed HEROES Act. But to be frank, $7 billion and $3.5 billion is not enough to save the child care sector. It could take at least $9.6 billion per month, according to the National Women's Law Center, to keep current child care providers in business. This is a crisis. More than half of the child care programs could close if we do not act quickly. 47% of them are closed in my district, in Connecticut. If we cannot make families feel that their kids are going to be safe and secure in their child care setting, we are not going to get this economy back on track. Affordable child care was a significant and a severe issue before the pandemic. It will be after the pandemic is over. So this is not about going back to normal. We cannot afford to do that either. We need to ensure we have high quality, affordable providers to see families through the pandemic and afterwards. I introduced the Child Care is Essential Act with Congressman Bobby Scott, Senator Patty Murray. It creates $50 billion in Child Care Stabilization Fund within the existing Child Care and Development Block Grant Program. The bill will provide grant funding to child care providers to stabilize the sector and support providers so they can be safely reopening and running. The bill has 110 co-sponsors. When the deadline passed, with the bill being marked up today, there's an additional 12 more members, and I'm so grateful for their voices in the fight to save childcare. The new Child Care Stabilization Fund would provide grant funding to child care providers, stabilize the child care sector, support providers to safely reopen and operate. The grants would help childcare providers and working families by. It ensures the grants adequately support providers' operating expenses, and funding gets to them quickly. Require providers to continue to pay their staff. Tuition and co-payment relief for working families. Health and safety through compliance with public health guidance. Prioritize providers that serve underserved populations, ensuring that the grants are awarded equitably across childcare settings, and conducting oversight through robust reporting requirements. 1 second. And we did this because we believed we had to do this to keep our economy afloat. We have provided $58 billion to the airlines. We have provided billions of dollars to businesses because we need them to stay in business for the economy to thrive. But I will tell you what we didn't need, and that's in the CARES bill. Hedge fund managers, real estate developers got a $170 billion tax break, completely unrelated to the pandemic. We didn't need that. But what we do need to do is to save the child care industry. No, that is no less critical than any of these other agencies. A matter of security for women and families. It is cited, by the way, the lack of childcare as a reason why women are still highly reflected in the unemployment rolls. It is also a matter of addressing racial disparities, which the virus has exposed. Center for American Progress published a report about the state of childcare, especially for African Americans, highlighted what so many of us already know, but has been exacerbated because of COVID-19. As communities of color have less resources to pay for childcare during economic recovery, and these families that require childcare to perform their jobs on the front lines, and they are on the front lines, they are the essential workers. And in some of these communities, we've identified what are called child care deserts. Further, the report found particularly providers in communities of color may struggle to access small business loans like those through the PPP because of systemic discrimination in banking practices, the wealth gap, and higher debt. We need to do much more in this historic moment for women, for families, for small businesses, for communities of color, for our children. We need to stabilize the child care sector. And the $50 billion that is included in this bill will only help us to get there. Thank you for your time, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Mr. Wenstrup.
Well, thank you, Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole. Millions of Americans want to return to work, and in order to do so, they have to be able to rely on child care providers to keep their children safe and healthy throughout the day. This, to me, is a bipartisan issue, and Republicans agree that access to child care is essential to making America's recovery stronger. And we want to move in that direction, as well as I'd like to find ways to provide incentives for Americans to go into the profession of childcare. Leader McCarthy's made it clear his support for prioritizing childcare in COVID relief package, and more than 4 Republican members, myself included, have echoed that support in a letter this week. In the past, Republicans and Democrats have consistently worked together to provide additional support for childcare. As a member of the Worker Family Support Subcommittee, I've introduced a bipartisan bill with Mike Kelly and Cindy Axney that would allow parents more flexibility their dependent care.
Mr. Wenstrup, why don't you hold for 1 second?
Counts as we begin to emerge from the COVID-19 public health emergency. It's important to give families the financial tools they need to weather this storm. And one way to do this is by
Hey, Mr. Wenstrup, why don't you suspend for 1 second, because we're having a tough time connecting to you. You're going in and out. So I don't know whether there's a I think you're frozen now. So
yes.
Okay. All right.
So you may want to turn your video off and then back on.
You may want to turn your video off and then on again, I'm told. That may help. I don't know.
I'm seeing, just so you know.
Yeah, we see you, but we're not hearing you consistently. We're not seeing you. I mean, you're freezing up. So, okay, we try to. You try turn it back on and see what happens.
I did. Am I still frozen?
Yeah, well, I don't see you, but I can hear you. I can hear you better.
Well, why don't we just continue with that?
Yeah, good, because you're coming through much clearer now. So thank you.
Okay. It looks like I have a strong connection, so I'm not sure. Is it better now?
Yeah, yes.
Well, I'll continue then. As a member of the Worker Family Support Subcommittee, I've introduced a bipartisan bill with Mike Kelly and Cindy Axne that would allow parents more flexibility to use their dependent care flexible spending accounts. As we begin to emerge from the COVID-19 public health emergency, it's important to give families the financial tools they need to weather this storm. And one way to do this is by giving families flexibility to use their own child care dollars. In the last 5 years, Congress has worked on bipartisan basis to double funding for the Child Care and Development Block Grant and included $3.5 billion in much needed support to providers and essential workers in the CARES Act. But the bill here today, unfortunately, Democrats have skipped regular order in any semblance of meaningful bipartisan discussion, which we don't often do, is my experience on Ways and Means. But they've quickly patched together sort of a greatest hits of various child care proposals with no effort to collaborate or engage with Republicans, and that's the frustration. Because this bill contains 6 child care provisions with a cost of more than $100 billion. These provisions, however, have not been through regular order in the committee of jurisdiction, and this package has not been the subject of a single committee hearing, let alone a committee markup. The bill expands the CARES Act employee retention tax credit to cover wages paid to domestic workers performing services in their employers' private homes. Presumably, Democrats wanted this expansion to cover nannies and other caretakers in the home, but it also provides a benefit for wages paid to domestic workers, including butlers, maids, gardeners, and doing it on a retroactive basis. The Child and Dependent Care Tax Credit provides parents with a tax benefit for paying providers to care for their child, but it doesn't provide and explicitly prevents parents and spouses any credit or other benefit for homemakers who provide the same care. The new credit for fixed operating expenses of child care facilities seems arbitrary. The federal government is not picking up the fixed operating expenses of any other industry, so why child care facilities? The bill has no safeguards on the refundability of the Child and Dependent Care Tax Credit. This expansion and refundability is estimated to cost nearly $100 billion for 10 years, including outlays or direct payments to taxpayers of nearly $40 billion. Finally, the bill includes an increase in child care entitlement funds to states from $2.9 billion to $10 billion for the next 4 years, and an additional $10 billion in mandatory dollars for child care stabilization grants. Now, we know in multiple states, the additional child care funding provided through the CARES Act still has not made its way down to child care providers at ground level. And if we're going to provide additional dollars to support child care, we should make sure that they're targeted and tailored to meet the emergent needs and accessible to providers and families that need help now. There's an important role for Congress to play in alleviating the stress on our families, and child care clearly is a priority and a smart investment for all of us. But if we're serious about helping families, I think we need to be reaching across the aisle. Republicans on Ways and Means Committee have demonstrated our commitment to improving the high quality care in the past, and we would have welcomed the chance to have an informed, engaged discussion. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Cole and members of the committee. Families need access to affordable, high-quality childcare if we want our recovery to succeed. Parents need childcare that they can count on to be open, affordable, and safe before they can return to work. And that is simply not the situation they are facing right now. As a working mom, I know this firsthand. The Child Care for Economic Recovery Act is a key part of making a return to work possible for parents and safe for children. Bold federal investments and tax incentives for working families and their employers are needed to make safe, affordable care both a priority and a reality. Our legislation addresses immediate hurdles that essential workers face in accessing childcare, including the ability of childcare providers to weather this crisis. But it's also about maintaining access to high-quality childcare well into the future. For our economy to come back, parents and employers need certainty about childcare tomorrow, not just about childcare today. I would like to highlight a few examples of how this legislation modifies the tax code and the Social Security Act to shore up and stabilize the childcare industry. By doing so, it addresses the childcare crisis that existed before the pandemic even started and has only gotten worse since the pandemic. First of all, we make the Child Independent Care Tax Credit fully refundable and significantly more generous. This change will make the credit available to low-income families for the first time. It will also transform this credit into a meaningful subsidy for middle-class families who need childcare assistance now more than ever. We double the amount that workers can put into dependent care flexible spending accounts. We also allow families the flexibility to carry forward any unused amounts through the end of next year. This is going to help workers whose childcare spending has been disrupted by the pandemic. For families that need more immediate help with childcare costs than we can provide through the tax code, we triple funding for the childcare entitlement to states. This program provides guaranteed annual funding to support direct subsidies to families that need help paying for childcare. It also helps fund improvements in childcare quality for all families. We created a 30% refundable payroll tax credit for employers who are doing right by their employees by paying for childcare expenses. And we recognize that childcare comes in many forms. That's why we include a provision that would allow employers of domestic workers to claim the employee retention tax credit for wages paid to workers unable to work during the pandemic. Childcare and dependent care is particularly challenging for our essential workers. Our nation's healthcare workers, childcare workers, emergency response workers, sanitation and transportation workers put themselves in harm's way on a daily basis for the good of their communities. We would provide direct funding to states to make sure these workers can find and pay for care for their loved ones. We also recognize that childcare providers have difficulty meeting their fixed costs as they have had to close or reduce their hours. So we create a 50% refundable payroll tax credit for certain fixed expenses of childcare facilities impacted by the pandemic. This would cover costs for things like rent, mortgages, and utility bills. And finally, I'm excited to say that we also include a targeted investment in infrastructure grants to fund important improvements and upgrades to childcare facilities. Many of these facilities have been in desperate need of renovation for years and are now facing the huge cost of making changes in order to comply with new public health and safety rules. And just in closing, I want to just remind my colleagues that we have had childcare hearings during the pandemic in the Ways and Means Committee on June 23rd. We had a hearing on the Tax Cut and Jobs Act and how it neglected to improve child care and dependent care credit, and that hearing was on March 27th of 2019. We have had a committee markup where we marked up versions of the very improvements we made to the credit and the FSA contribution limits when we marked up HR 3300 on June 20th, 2019. We also marked up an increase on the child care entitlement to states at that same time on that day, even though that was pre-pandemic levels then. So we have had quite a bit of discussion, we have had hearings, and we have had markups on all of these important issues. And for that reason, I urge my colleagues to support these measures. And I yield back.
I thank you all. I thank all the members of the panel for your testimony. And let me just say I support these bills. We're in the middle of a pandemic. If that's not an emergency, I don't know what is. I mean, these are emergency measures. I mean, childcare is essential. If people are to go back to work, childcare is essential and important and vital. I strongly support both these measures and look forward to voting for them on the House floor. Mr. Cole, do you have any questions you want to ask yourself?
No, I thought I was exceptionally persuasive, Mr.
You
Chairman.
are, as you always are.
Let me just make the point one more time, though. I agree with all of my colleagues up here. This is an important topic. We're not going to get the economy back to where we want it to go without significant investments here. And we did some of that in the CARES Act, and I'm certainly open to doing some more, but I think the appropriate place for it is elsewhere. That is, a standalone supplemental as a portion of that. And I do think it's a bad precedent to bring bills, with all due respect to my good friends from California and my classmates from California. It just, we ought to have a hearing on the bills, and there's other people with good ideas. So to bring something straight to the Rules Committee with no hearing in any of the committees of jurisdiction, I think, something I know the majority, at least at the beginning, they don't want to do, and I think genuinely does not want to do. I think, but moving them this way, it makes it less likely, more likely to get to a result. So for that, I'll continue to oppose both bills, but I'm very open to the idea of doing something together when that opportunity presents itself, probably in the next coronavirus supplemental. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Ms. Torres.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm in California still. Good morning to everyone. Before I get started, I want to address Chairwoman Lowy as she's testifying before us today. Once again, I want to take a moment to say how wonderful it has been serving under your leadership on the Appropriations Committee and on SFOBs. We've been fortunate to have your leadership, and I'm so grateful for your testimony here today as well. Like so many of you, I've been honored to experience the joys of parenthood. My husband and I raised 3 incredible sons. They're grown men now, and we couldn't be more prouder of all of them. But let me tell you, raising a family when both parents have to work to pay the bills is extremely difficult. As a 911 dispatcher, I was fortunate to be able to work the graveyard shift just so I could be there for my sons during the day, to feed them breakfast, to take them to school, and to volunteer in their classrooms. Most days I was completely exhausted. I may have been coming straight from home, straight from work, after listening to very, very difficult and even tragic events unfolding in my ears. But no matter what my personal struggle, I was there for my family. Countless of Americans now know these kinds of sacrifices firsthand. I was lucky enough to be able to change my hours and not work the same hours as my husband. Challenges that my husband and I overcame, balancing childcare needs. The costs are nothing like the challenges that families are facing today in the midst of COVID-19. 4.5 million childcare slots are at risk of disappearing forever right now as a result of coronavirus. 2/3 of all daycare centers have closed their doors, leaving families already struggling to get by in the midst of a pandemic with very few options to care for their children. Our lives literally depend on essential workers to stock our shelves and keep our society stitched together. But only 1 in 5 of those workers have been able to continue using childcare. At some point, childcare providers are among the hardest hit sectors in the economic downturn, with reduced enrollment and steep drops in revenue. This must change, and I am glad that the bills we are discussing today will do just that. The Child Care for Economic Recovery Act will help struggling families families by, among other things, making the child care and dependent tax credit refundable, allowing many low and mid-income families to access the credit for the very first time. And the Child Care is Essential Act will establish a $50 billion child care stabilization fund to help ensure providers get through the downturn. Our ability to rebuild when coronavirus is finally behind us depends on our workers being able to find good childcare. The world has changed from coronavirus, and we need to keep up and adjust. Ensuring safe childcare options is critical to economic recovery, and these bills will help us do exactly that. I'm proud to support them, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Happy to yield to Mr. Woodall so he can grill Mr. Cole.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I thought Mr. Cole had any input in drafting this legislation, I would absolutely grill him about the details of that. I know that HR 7327 was referred to 3 committees, and I appreciate the Appropriations Committee and the Ways and Means Committee being represented. The 3rd committee it was referred to was the Budget Committee, on which I sit. We have not had any conversations about what is defined as emergency spending, and as we talk about another COVID supplemental, of course, there's emergency spending that needs to happen, but because I'm just seeing some of this language for the first time, let me ask, and I suppose, Ms. Sanchez, it would be in your jurisdiction, when I'm thinking about the refundable portion of the child and dependent care tax credit changing, what is the expiration date on that language?
To the best of my knowledge, there's not. I don't know what the expiration date is.
Yeah, I asked that because from a Budget Committee perspective, that kind of differentiates what's an emergency and what's just making permanent law changes under the auspices of an emergency. I know Ways and Means has a lot that it is working on, and you can only spend each dollar once. I have no doubt that the child and dependent care tax credit is an important use of those dollars. To make permanent law, though, under the guise of an emergency is a concern to me.
Well, if I could, I would just respond that there was an emergency need for childcare prior to the pandemic that went unaddressed, and the pandemic has only accelerated that. It is a permanent change, but it's because there is an ongoing childcare emergency that has been highlighted by coronavirus, but needs a permanent fix, and so therefore it's a permanent change.
Well, the gentlelady makes my point precisely. We talked earlier on a natural resources bill about maintenance needs that were emergency needs that had been going on for decade upon decade. There are many needs that we have. The new majority, in its wisdom, said we are only going to move legislation in the absence of hearings and markups if it is emergency as defined under the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act, and that has a unique definition of emergency as opposed to simply those priorities that I know we can all identify. I'll give you an example.
Understood, but childcare right now is an emergency. And it needs to be addressed now. If your hesitation is that it's a permanent change, that's something that we can discuss after the emergency has bypassed us. If you want a sunset, if you find a time when childcare is no longer an emergency, then we can find a way to claw that back. But there is currently a childcare emergency, and I would just say, with all due respect, if you don't have children under 18 and you're not having to deal with this as a working parent, which I am, and I know most of my constituents are dealing with this issue, it is an emergency and it needs to be addressed. And to say, well, because, we're going to quibble over the word of what an emergency is, that therefore it's unworthy of our attention, I just think is out of step with the reality for most American families.
Well, I appreciate the gentlelady's passion. I would tell you if she sat on the Budget Committee instead of the Ways and Means Committee, she would view these these issues differently. And if she is concerned about addressing an emergency, then as we did with the Paycheck Protection Act, as we did with unemployment, as we did with everything that's an emergency, we did it for a finite period of time, hoping that the emergency would resolve itself. If the emergency does not resolve itself, as it has not, we extend those programs for a finite period of time to suggest that you have a policy priority that's been a priority of yours for years, and that this is the time to make it permanent law. I don't question your motives. I just recognize that is not what the Emergency Deficit Control Act was intended to.
Serving on the Budget Committee, I'm sure that you voted for tax cuts for the wealthiest Americans when they really didn't have a tax emergency. That didn't seem to be that still seemed to be a big priority of yours, and those tax cuts were permanent. They didn't solve any emergency, and yet you're saying that childcare just isn't a priority because it's not an emergency. And fundamentally, I think again that you are out of step with the reality of most American families.
Well, we don't know each other. We don't know each other well, and so I will overlook those inferences. My school district back home is opening up on August 15th. In fact, the two districts that I represent are both opening up. And they are two of the only districts that are opening up in Metro Atlanta. Everyone else is staying closed. Now, I'd like to have some hearings on what we can do to help school districts open up, because I know they provide not just vital education, not just vital socialization, but also a vital assistant to working parents who need their children to be in a safe and productive environment. What you are doing in these bills, I am not reclaiming my time, Ms. Sanchez, reclaiming my time.
Unless they know
You're still reclaiming my time, continuing to reclaim my time.
Everybody suspend. We're transcribing this as well, so I just want to make sure that we don't speak over each other. So, Mr. Woodall, you have the time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's a provision that allows for a domestic worker tax credit that I don't understand, and I'm hoping someone can explain to me. It's Section 407A, and it expands the definition of Section 2301 of the CARES Act that provided an employee retention credit. It says, in the case of an employer with one or more employees who perform domestic service in a private home of such employer, they now qualify for the tax credit. Could someone explain to me what the practical impact of that is? It sounds like everybody who employs a domestic worker in their home is now going to be receiving a government subsidy for up to half the salary of that worker. And I just want to make sure that I understand. Again, I don't see expiration dates on this, so this seems like well, there is an expiration date in the CARES Act, but not in this one specifically. I want to make sure that because as Ms. Sanchez just pointed out, the public is very hostile towards
well, if you
subsidies going to the very, very wealthy, and so I want to make sure that the folks who are going to benefit from these provisions are in fact the working families that we've discussed earlier, and not the uber wealthy. Ms. Sanchez,
but allow me to address that.
I'd be happy to recognize
it's a provision that is meant to help domestic workers who have been impacted by COVID-19. It's a provision that would allow the employers of domestic workers to claim the employee retention tax credit for wages paid to the workers who are unable to work due to the pandemic. It helps domestic workers, and it's if they're paying for those domestic workers while the domestic workers cannot work. It only applies if employers pay them not to work for safety reasons, much in the way that the PPP program for small businesses allowed employers to borrow money so that they could keep employees on their payroll and continue to pay them, even though, for example, a restaurant was closed down and somebody couldn't work because of stay-at-home orders. So it's a similar provision. It only applies to domestic workers who, for safety reasons, cannot come into work, but whose employing families continue to keep them on payroll.
I thank the gentlelady. That's actually my question. It only adds domestic worker to the definitions that were already laid out in the CARES Act for this 50% credit. These are for folks that you either qualify for the Paycheck Protection Program, or you qualify for the 50% retention credit, but cannot qualify for both. Is that the correct understanding?
It only applies if there is a stay-at-home order barring their work. If that's helpful.
I am very cautiously optimistic about getting our schools back in session. I hear from the same parents that each and every one of you hear from, who are trying to balance their parenting needs and their employment needs. We sent out an option to say parents can either send their kids back to school, or they can go to school at home. About 60% of our families chose to send their kids back to school, and I have no doubt that their need to be at work and have their children in a safe and productive environment is a major factor there. These bills that we are deeming an emergency today deal primarily with the younger children and needs outside of the school setting. I very much hope, because I know schools are struggling all across the district with these, all across the country with these decisions, that we will be back with language that helps those communities that are trying to do this again in the way that parents have come to know and trust over many, many years. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Perlmutter.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I thought about wading in and protecting and defending my friend, Ms. Sanchez, from the withering cross-examination of Mr. Woodall, but I think she acquitted herself very well and doesn't need any help. So I just want to thank...
Will the gentleman yield for 30 seconds?
Gentleman will yield for 30 seconds, yes.
Thank you. I just want to re-emphasize in that last question that I was asked that domestic workers can't get PPP. They're not eligible for PPP. And that's why this provision was included. And just once again, in response to the question about whether or not this is an emergency or not, I'm just going to say this very bluntly. You know, if we want our economy to be healthy again, employers and workers need to know that they will have childcare for the long term if they are going back to work. And many of them will choose not to go back to work if that childcare piece is not in place. So it absolutely is an emergency to get our economy going, that we put these pieces of childcare in place. Thank you, Mr. Perlmutter, for your indulgence.
Thank you. And I want to thank our appropriations chairs and speakers for their testimony. With that, I yield back to the chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no additional questions. Thank you.
Okay, Ms.
Yes.
Ms. Scanlon, okay.
Okay. I just want to thank our chairs for their work on this. It's so important, and certainly it's something we're hearing about every day from our constituents. People very concerned about how to address the needs of their children, and then the child care workers as well being concerned about how to move forward. So I just want to thank them for the work, and I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Lesko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a really important issue, and it should be addressed. Child care is very vital for working parents. And the thing is I share the same concerns that Mr. Cole does, and it would have been more appropriate to go through a regular committee markup so that everybody's ideas could be discussed in an open hearing on the specific bills. And I also agree with Mr. Woodall that opening schools is related to this issue. Here in Arizona, the school districts are going through this decision now, and I've been encouraging the school district elected school board members to give parents the option to send their children to in-person schooling. And just as Mr. Woodall said, that 60% of his students chose to go in person, we have done polling in my congressional districts which is the same. About 66% of the parents want to send their children in person. And so I think that's really a key part of it. But because it's a great issue, I want to get involved in it, but can't support this bill because it didn't go through regular committee markup. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shalala.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Chairwoman Nita Lowy and Chairwoman Rosa DeLaura and Representative Sanchez for their presentations. These are very important bills. We can't go back to work. 500,000 kids in Florida are affected by these bills. And I don't know whether we're recognizing that childcare centers are not going to be able to open up in my community if they have to take the same number of children that they've taken before for safety reasons. They're going to have almost twice the costs that they've had before. Therefore, the bills are absolutely critical. I do want to ask a question, though, to particularly Chairwoman DeLaura and Representative Sanchez. It seems to me that this pandemic, which is going to go on for a while, may change the course of childcare. We may be talking about more home-based childcare than institutional childcare. And I don't know whether these bills, because I haven't actually read the bills, I've read the summaries of the bills and the major portions, actually speak to that. And of course, I come from a heavily Hispanic area that has always had a large number of children that are kept at a relative's home for the other members of the family.
I'd be happy to respond to my colleague. Thank you all very, very much. With regard to the essential child care bill, which is an emergency bill, and it is $50 billion. And in fact, what we do is to ensure that the grants are awarded across various child care centers, understanding that home-based child care is critically important. I think you are right about where we go with regard to child care. I think one thing is very, very clear, and this is certainly not something that we have made up here. 11% of the U.S. workforce take care of young kids on their own, unlikely to return full-time until schools and daycares fully reopen. The fact of the matter is that schools are only going to reopen when their families believe that these children are going to be in safe quarters. They may say, yes, I want to send my kid back. And then when they get there, there's no PPE, there's no plexiglass, there's no social distancing, none of those things. No parent is going to send their child into an unsafe place. We make accommodations for all kinds of settings in this emergency bill. It's $50 billion for this emergency, right? I just have one more thing to say is, if you didn't vote for the HEROES bill, then you didn't vote to remove $170 billion in a tax credit that goes to 43,000 people, $1.6 million, never went through any committee, in addition to which it goes back to 2018, 2019, and no one ever talked about a coronavirus there. If we do not provide childcare and help this industry in all of its settings, we are not going to get our economy back in place. Parents, your instinct, protect your kids. That is fundamental. And if you cannot protect your kids, it's too bad. They're not coming back. Thank you.
Could I add also to that question about childcare in the home? The Child and Dependent Care Credit allows expenses for home-based childcare. So there are provisions for people who have home-based childcare. And for those that want their children to go back, to a childcare facility, it's simply going to be more expensive for childcare facilities because it's going to require different infrastructure and more staff. And this also helps with those improvements. And Rosa nailed it on the head. And Ms. Lesko said, parents, you poll parents, of course they want their kids to go back to school, but they want their kids to go back to school and childcare if it's safe. And we cannot have that safety if we don't have infrastructure improvements. And this bill allows for that. So they're very important pieces of legislation, and I appreciate your interest in them. I yield.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Matsui.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank all the witnesses for testifying today. And I especially want to give a shout out to Chairwoman Lowy, who has been a dear friend of mine for many, many years. Thank you for your stewardship. It's a compassionate stewardship that you've had. The thing about the Appropriations Committee, it goes from the community all up to the country and to the world. And you've done it all. And thank you so much. We're going to miss you. Thank you.
Well, I don't know if I'm allowed to say thank you to you. Am I on, can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I just want to not only thank Doris Matsui, but thank all of you today who testified. Look, for me, it's very, very clear our economy cannot recover until people can safely return to work, and people simply cannot return to their jobs if they're unable to find care for their children. And part of finding childcare today means making sure it is safe for the children and the staff who care for them. So this is one of the many issues, my dear friend Doris, that I've been working on, and I want to thank all who have testified today for the importance of childcare. We have got to take care of our children. That is a top priority. And thank you, my dear friend. It's been such an honor for me to serve with every one of you, even with those with whom I may disagree. Tom Cole and I have, and I must say, Tom Cole and I know where he is in his heart. We've been working together a very, very long time. So no matter which side of the aisle, this is an important issue. We've got to take care of our children. Thank you again, Doris. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And, with that, I think Chairwoman Lowy has said it all, and I'm not going to say any more. So thank you very much. Thank you. I yield back.
Well, thank you very much. And, I want to add to all the praise of Chairwoman Lowy, but I'm not going to go into any detail today because the way this place works, you're going to be back before the Rules Committee at least another 1,000 times before the year is out. So, it's always great to see you.
And to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Does any other member of the committee wish to ask a question? Hearing none, I would like to thank our witnesses for their testimony, and you are now excused. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
So at this time, we will hear from additional members wishing to testify on Senate Amendment to H.R. 1957, H.R. 6395, H.R. 7027, and H.R. 7327. And so the first panel I'm going to call is Mr. Wenstrup, Ms. Titus, Ms. Jackson-Lee, Mr. Olson, Mr. Mike Johnson, and Ms. Gonzalez-Colon. So I want to thank you for providing testimony today. Any written materials you submit to rules.mail.house.gov before the conclusion of this hearing will, without objection, be entered into the record. Now I would like to, so without objection, before I recognize our first witness, without objection, I'd also like to submit for the record statements from Mr. Hastings, Ms. Holland, Ms. Johnson, Mr. Heck, Mr. Pocan, Mr. Sublime. I would like to recognize the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Wenstrup. And let me just urge everybody to mute, other than the person who is testifying, because then it all echoes otherwise. So Mr. Wenstrup, welcome back.
Thank you. Hopefully, this new technique of using the phone, you can hear me better. You may not see me well, but hopefully you can hear me well.
You sound good.
Okay, thank you. Chairman McGovern, Ranking Member Cole, members of this committee, thank you for allowing me to testify today on my 3 amendments, numbered 450, 507, and 403 to the fiscal year 2021 NDAA. My first amendment, number 450, involves the Ready Reserves, and it seeks to help fix a glaring vulnerability to our combat-ready wartime mission requirements, a major shortage in critical specialty military occupational specialties, which is occurring right now within our Ready Reserves. Give you a couple examples. Currently, the Army Reserve has only filled 21% of its general surgeon positions and just 7% of its orthopedic surgeon slots. The Army Reserve's Electronic Missile Systems Maintenance Officer is at 0% staffed. The Navy Reserve has staffed just 29% of its information system technicians for submarines. The Marine Corps Reserve has only filled 19% of light armored reconnaissance unit leader positions. And this list of MOSs facing critical shortages can go on and on. But this isn't because of a lack of funding or necessarily a shortage of existing doctors and other specialists in these needed fields. It's because, in part, current law financially disincentivizes service members facing retirement from choosing to transition to the Ready Reserve. And we can help address these shortages by tapping into the large resource of already trained active duty service members, such as physicians, for example, if we fix these incentives. So right now, when an active duty service member completes their 20 years of service, they're eligible to retire and start receiving their retirement payment, the pension that they have earned with their 20 years of service. Now, many of them choose to retire rather than join the reserves as well, because in most cases, their pension is more than the reserve pay, and current law prevents them from receiving both. So my amendment makes a simple change to that statute for these critical specialty MOSs, that we allow highly trained retiring service members who otherwise fit all criteria, who are found by a service secretary to possess a skill that is facing a critical shortage of personnel. It allows them to receive their pension, which anyone can get after their years of service and before they go to the private sector, and their reserve pay if they choose to join the reserves. So it's worth noting that under my amendment, such a service member would not be eligible for increased retirement pay due to the additional years of service until the age of 60 and retirement from the reserve, the age at which reservists can receive their pension benefits from retiring. So it's not accumulating as they go as a reservist, only when they retire. So at the end of the day, my amendment makes a small change to law that will make a big difference in filling shortages in our Ready Reserve, and it will serve to strengthen our overall military readiness with well-trained personnel. My amendment is also paid for with 2 funding streams, which I'm happy to discuss in greater length if members have questions. My second amendment, number 507, seeks to help us identify deficiencies in the most critical parts of our military medical supply chain by ensuring we get the most important step right, gathering precise targeted data. The report created by my amendment is necessary because it will help us pinpoint a very specific issue and gather data that is very focused on understanding a targeted problem. In turn, this data can help inform future decision-making by Congress, the administration, and manufacturers. In this particular case, we want to look specifically at vulnerabilities within the Joint Deployment Formulary, or JDF. And this is a list of all the drugs, vaccines, and biological products that a service member will need within the first 30 days of a deployment. Now, keep in mind that JDF is just a small subset of all the items needed within the world of military medicine. So of the items listed on the JDF, 310 drugs and vaccines are deemed to be critical. And of those 310, roughly 57 are entirely foreign made. You know, when I served in Iraq as a surgeon, I'd have been really dismayed to know that our critical supplies and pharmaceuticals were made by our adversaries. And I know I'm not alone in those sentiments, and I think most people would agree with that. So to begin with fixing this problem, we need to first start with proper data collection, which is all my amendment seeks to accomplish. Requires the Secretary of Defense, in consultation with the Secretary of HHS, the FDA Commissioner, and heads of other relevant federal agencies to submit a report that identifies the drugs and vaccines on the JDF, the active pharmaceutical ingredients and components of those ingredients in those drugs and vaccines, the country of origin of those ingredients down to the component level, the manufacturers that are owned in whole or in part by foreign entities, any barriers to DoD procuring its supply of those drugs and vaccines, including identifying existing U.S. barriers and domestic raw material availability, any military partners or allies who could help manufacture components or materials, an assessment of how the Defense Secretary is working to mitigate any shortage of these critical drugs and vaccines, efforts which we are seeing taking place right now, a description of how the Defense Secretary currently coordinates with other federal agencies, and if any of that information is unobtainable, identifying the barriers to obtaining that information. I think we've all learned through COVID why this is important. So the amendment requires the report to be submitted to the House and Senate Defense Committees, the Energy and Commerce and Senate Health Committees, and any other committees the Defense Secretary deems necessary. There will be a classified report with an unclassified public summary. We can't make good decisions without good data, and this amendment ultimately provides the building blocks upon which we can develop good public policy. And finally, my third amendment, number 403, seeks to improve the report requirements in Section 712 of this NDAA. The existing report looks at all DoD drugs, vaccines, and biological products and critical medical supplies. My amendment expands the report into two areas that I think are important. First, it requires the Defense Secretary to also include an analysis of any existing barriers within our federal regulatory regime to manufacturing these items in the United States, and whether the raw materials necessary to make these items can be found in the United States. It does no good if we identify issues in our supply chains but don't know of the regulations within our own government that may prevent us from manufacturing critical supplies here. And it may be for good reasons. For example, some reasons may come up, some items might require raw materials that don't comply with existing EPA or DOT regulations, and identifying these barriers, I think, is critical to solving the overall equation. And second, my amendment requires the Defense Secretary to identify any potential partners that the United States can work with to realign our manufacturing capabilities for drugs, biological products, vaccines, and critical medical supplies. In an ideal world, we manufacture everything here in the United States. Unfortunately, that's not the world we live in today for a myriad of reasons, including in some cases, a lack of resources, domestic raw material availability. Therefore, if we have to buy something from another country, then we should buy it from an ally, not an adversary, especially when it comes to our national defense and our national health defense. The provision of my amendment would help us reduce our reliance on countries like China. And again, a lesson we're learning the hard way right now during this pandemic. So as Michael Wessel, Commissioner of the U.S.-China Economic and Security Review Commission, warned in his testimony before the Energy and Commerce Health Subcommittee last October, our ability to meet the needs of our warfighters could be constrained by China in the event of a conflict, or as with China's decision to threaten the supply of rare earth materials to Japan several years ago, China could weaponize its position in the supply chains to our disadvantage and peril. So let's not allow our adversaries to dictate the safety and readiness of our service members and our country. In conclusion, I just want to thank you for your attention and ask that you rule my amendments 450, 507, and 403 in order, and I look forward to answering any of your questions at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Titus.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Cole, members of the committee. I appreciate this opportunity to testify this morning from Las Vegas, where it's been 115 degrees. I want to focus my comments on three amendments: McAdams 29, Horsford 342, and Titus 646.
I'm proud to join my colleague, Representative McAdams, and you, Mr. Chairman, as a co-sponsor of Amendment 29, which would prohibit explosive nuclear weapons testing. Yesterday, we marked the 75th anniversary of the Trinity test. That was the first atomic test to occur in the United States. Years of explosive tests in the air and underground followed, which included over 900 blasts just north of Las Vegas, where visitors and residents could take a picnic lunch and watch mushroom clouds rise over the desert. This effort was critical to our winning the Cold War, but afterwards we have come to learn that these explosive tests contributed to cancers and premature deaths of tens of thousands of Americans. They were test site workers, soldiers who did war games during the blast, and downwinders, as well as our tribal brothers and sisters across the West and even into the Great Plains. Nuclear weapons testing with yield ended in the 1990s, and over the years, during the last decade, the Department of Energy has instead used sophisticated technology to certify that our nuclear stockpile is safe, reliable, and secure. They do this without conducting explosive tests with yield, and they have admitted that these engineered tests provide much better information than the actual explosions did. Yet the Trump administration is reportedly considering asking Nevadans to put themselves in harm's way once again for an unjustified experiment that makes our country less secure. The resumption of explosive testing in the United States could restart a nuclear arms war with Russia and China. There is simply no technical or geopolitical reason to return to such a policy. So I urge the committee to make Amendment 29 in order for consideration. I next want to speak about Amendment 342, which is offered by myself along with Nevada Representatives Horsford and Lee. This amendment makes critical improvements to language adopted in the Armed Services Committee that significantly alters the management and protection of over 840,000 acres of the Desert National Wildlife Refuge. This is the largest, one of the oldest refuges in the lower 48 states. It was set aside for protection in 1936. Years later, certain Air Force operations were authorized through military land withdrawals. Well, the current withdrawal is set to expire next year. During the committee's markup, an amendment was offered and accepted without any knowledge of the position of the Nevada delegation. This amendment would end the nearly 9 decades long management of these refuge lands and directly threaten the unique flora and fauna of the region, including the longhorn sheep, along with cultural resources of tribes that have been in the region for centuries. Amendment 342 represents a path that ensures military readiness, provides for continued management of the refuge by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and addresses concerns raised by conservationists, sovereign tribal governments, all about the lack of access to and protection of natural and cultural resources. We have worked with the committees of jurisdiction on both the majority and minority sides to develop the language before you, and I urge the committee to make it in order. Last, I'd like to speak to Amendment 646, offered by myself and Representative Ami Bera, to strengthen the cooperative threat reduction programs and efforts to prevent, detect, counter, and respond to threats of weapons of mass destruction through terrorist acts. Keeping nuclear, radiological, biological, and chemical weapons out of the hands of terrorists requires global cooperation. We can't do it alone by safeguarding only our materials. This amendment expresses the importance of diplomatic outreach, threat reduction programs, and export controls to accomplish our national security objective of preventing and countering threats of weapons of mass destruction through terrorist acts. The amendment will help us assess the threat landscape and current risk related to weapons of mass destruction and ensure our strategies and programs advance the mission of reducing this threat and be sure that they are complementary across the U.S. government. It's a reporting, kind of transparency, informational type of amendment. I thank the Foreign Affairs and Armed Services Committee for working with me on this language. And with that, I hope you will consider this amendment along with the other two. And again, I thank you for giving me this opportunity to testify. Happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you very much. And I now yield to Ms. Jackson Lee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all of the members of the Rules Committee. You're doing tough work. And if I might, want to make sure that I thank the chairwoman of the Appropriations Committee for enormous leadership and all of the Cardinals, and certainly the chair of the NDAA. These are important moments in our history. Just for the record, let me acknowledge that we're in the epicenter here in Houston, Texas. Recent numbers of 75,000 confirmed numbers and almost 3,000 cases recently in the last 24 hours, and now 717 deaths. Some of the amendments that I'll speak about refers to fighting COVID-19. But at the same time, I think it is important to recognize the heavy reliance that in COVID-19, that much of our governance and our interactions are cyber related. My amendment deals with the implementation and recommendation of the Cyberspace Solarium Commission to require the Secretary of Homeland Security to develop a strategy to implement domain-based message authentication, reporting, informants, DMARC standard across US-based email providers. In a hearing that we just were able to engage in, we spoke specifically about the invasion of the Twitter accounts of some of our well-known leaders. That may come about or have come about through phishing. Our email system is not secure. I'm delighted to have as co-sponsors Congressman Langevin, Gallagher. Gallagher was, of course, the co-chair of the Solarium Commission, Catco, as well as Bishop, Sanford Bishop, Congressman Carson, Joyce, and John. This, I believe, amendment is crucial for the natural disasters that we may be experiencing in the future. That is Amendment 604. Amendment 673 directs the Secretary of Defense to report to Congress in not less than 180 days the results of its evaluation as to the extent, if any, of the threat to national security posed by domestic terrorist groups and organizations motivated by a belief system of white supremacy, such as the Proud Boys and Boogaloo. I've been studying this for a while and asked for a hearing in the Homeland Security Committee, of which we did in the last 24 hours. My concern is that as a nation moves toward a historic national election, the activity of violence, influencers like Boogaloo Boys or Proud Boys will increase and lead to attacks becoming more frequent. Sadly, we are aware of the fact of 2 incidences in California where these groups were responsible for the killing of law enforcement officers. In the midst of peaceful protesters that are responding to the killing of George Floyd, we want America to be a democracy where everybody can be heard. My amendment, and so I ask for support of Amendment 673. 676, a Jackson Lee amendment, provides for authorization of the increase in post-traumatic stress disorder, which is being provoked in many instances in our veterans by COVID-19. Many of our veterans have secured COVID-19, and so I'd ask for consideration of that amendment, which I've introduced every year because of my commitment to our veterans here in our area and in the nation. We also have an amendment that deals with work that I did last year on eliminating discrimination for those who have particular challenges that would not eliminate them from the military, but would in fact need extra support for those who are in military academies. If you've accepted into a military academy, you should have the best opportunity for succeeding. This amendment particularly focuses on stuttering and provides for screening tests and a list of warfare unrestricted URL positions and occupation specialists that would assist that academy graduate in being able to serve his or her country. 682 was passed last year in NDAA, and I would appreciate it being able to be supported going forward. We made great strides in recognizing that there are some monuments and some various significant evidences of the Confederacy that don't reflect all of America. In fact, the Confederacy were treasonous since they were challenging the unity of our nation. That work has already been done. But my amendment number 683, which has secured the support of Congressman Benny Thompson, who led on the Confederate Statute Amendment,
Congressman Clay, Meeks, McEachin, Veazey, Bishop, Sanford, Carson, and Hayes, directs the Secretary of Defense to report on the number of military bases and installations and facilities that are named after African Americans, and directs each secretary responsible for a branch of the military to establish a review process to consider the naming of military installations and covered defense property under the jurisdiction of the secretary after African Americans who served in armed forces with honor, heroism, and distinction. I will not go through the entire list, but I'm very proud to say that is not a short list. I believe this will not be onerous or burdensome on our defense. I think they would welcome him, such as General Roscoe Robinson, 1951 graduate of West Point. Lieutenant Colonel Charity Edna Williams was appointed to lead the African American Women's Army Corps, part of the 888. 1964, Lieutenant Colonel Margaret E. Bailey. And then, of course, the famous Dory Miller Messerman, first class admiral, who was in World War II, never received a medal, and got on the battleship during Pearl Harbor and saved many, many lives. So I'd ask consideration of amendment number 683. And I'd ask consideration of amendment 687 as a breast cancer survivor. It provides authorization for a $10 million increase in funding for increased collaboration with NIH to combat triple-negative breast cancer. Triple-negative breast cancer is the most deadly form of breast cancer that particularly targets African-American women and Hispanic women mostly, and that would impact women in the United States military. We're very glad that there's a women's clinic that has been designed, and this would fit very nicely there. The last amendment is 697. And as I started out by indicating to you, the number of cases here in Texas now are 310,000. Last 24 hours, we've had 10,291 new cases, 3,728 deaths. We're asking that the National Guard, the Secretary of Defense, continue to extend the National Guard's participation in COVID-19 testing of civilians by local and state efforts until local and state and federal public health authorities report that testing is no longer needed. I can assure you that we are desperate for testing here, particularly in Hispanic and African American neighborhoods. I have been able to work with and establish 17 testing sites. We will open 2 more tomorrow on Saturday that will last for a day. We're trying to make sure that we hit almost every neighborhood. That is very important to continue to have the National Guard. They've been excellent, and they have been vital in helping to save lives here in Houston, Texas. I'd ask my colleagues to consider these amendments as very vital to the work that we're doing. And I continue to thank the leadership and the head of the NDAA committee for their leadership as well. I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Mr. Olson.
Chairman McGovern, Ranking Member Cole, distinguished committee members, thank you for allowing me to speak very briefly on one amendment, Amendment 440. My amendment deals with a very small amount of radioactive material waste like Americium-241. This waste is used in smoke detectors and the oil and gas industry for downhole logging. Because the industry needed a safe way to dispose of these used nuclear waste materials, in 1979, Congress told the National Nuclear Security Administration, the NNSA, within the Department of Energy, to collect and bring this waste to a site in New Mexico. It's called the Waste Isolation Pilot Plant, the WIPP. It started accepting this waste in 1998. Sadly, the 2005 NDAA allowed only domestic radioactive waste from U.S. mines to be stored in the WIPP. That created a small glitch. A very small portion of Americium-241 is in our country, was mined overseas. This is identical waste material with the same elements, the same half-life of 432.2 years, the same link to bone cancer, used the exact same ways by the same companies here in America. Yet, this waste is left unprotected. In our world of global terror, this can be very, very dangerous. Congress has a duty to provide safety and security to the American people. Sadly,
In this instance, we have failed them. According to the DOE, states like Massachusetts, New York, California, Texas, North Carolina, and even New Mexico have small containers of spent nuclear material waiting in their industrial parks for a secure storage solution. My hometown of Chelan, Texas found out the hard way these facts. A small spill of Americium-241 occurred less than a mile from my son's high school. It was contained, but the waste still sits as it sat 4 years ago. It was mined overseas, and that's why it can't be moved. This amendment strengthens our national security. The NNSA says the lack of security means some of these materials may be material used for a dirty bomb. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention state that Americium-241 in powdered form or dust form can cause, as I mentioned, bone cancer. And that's why DOE asked us, Congress, to fix this problem. More importantly, it's an easy, small fix. Bringing this extra material, identical fuel to the WIPP in New Mexico, would add an extra 6 cubic meters per year to the WIPP. That's 0.001% of their capacity. I understand the concerns of my colleagues from New Mexico that this tiny amount of waste sent to the WIPP, but that does not increase their risk for their state. It's already there at much more robust levels. But leaving stuff unprotected locations all across America leaves our country at risk. And that's why I, Representative Fortenberry from Nebraska, and a bipartisan group of sponsors support Amendment 440. And one final very important fact. This is not a Yucca Mountain issue. Yucca Mountain is for the storage of the massive waste from nuclear power plants. This amendment only addresses small amounts of waste from weapons production. I'll close by thanking Chairman McGovern, Ranking Member Cole, and all the members of the committee and their staff for the hard work and endless battles with technology to allow me and my colleagues to make our work product better. This amendment does just that. And finally, I guarantee Chairman McGovern that my staff has done some strong, serious research. No investor, employee, or new quarterback of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers benefits from my amendment. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. That's good to know. I now yield to Mr. Johnson. Any comments he wishes to make?
Thank you, Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole and members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today about amendments I filed to this year's NDAA. I want to say at the outset that it is so appropriate that the bill's been named for Ranking Member Thornberry, and I appreciate all the comments that you've all made this morning about that. He'll be sorely missed in the Congress, and I will be expeditious as you challenged us at the beginning of the morning, as Chairman. My district is home to two critically important military installations. It's Barksdale Air Force Base in Bossier City, Louisiana, and Fort Polk in Leesville, Louisiana. I'm thankful to the Armed Services Committee for including a number of priorities for these installations in the base text of the bill, including a much-needed increased authorization for the construction of a new entrance gate at Barksdale. But I'd like to briefly bring up just a couple of amendments that I believe would improve the underlying bill. First, I filed an amendment that would be mutually beneficial for Barksdale and the Air Force as the Department of Defense carries out its 5G testing program that was authorized last year. Barksdale has the necessary infrastructure in place to be an ideal installation for this critical program. For example, the base has access to a wide variety of spectrum bands, fiber and wireless infrastructure, and adequate test range access. My amendment would simply require the Secretary to consider Barksdale as a candidate for the 5G testing program. Second, I filed an amendment acknowledging the importance of the work conducted at Barksdale and Fort Polk. Barksdale is home to the Air Force Global Strike Command, including the 2nd Bomber Wing, which houses 3 squadrons of B-52 Stratofortress bombers, the 11th Bomb Squadron, which focuses on training, and the 20th and 96th Bomb Squadrons. These men and women are a critical element of our ability to deter our enemies, obviously, and, if necessary, respond rapidly to their aggression.
This is the ability that the U.S. has to project force around the world, and that's what makes us the great military power we are. The Fort Polk Joint Readiness Training Center is one of only 2 Army readiness training centers in the country, and the activities conducted there guarantee that our soldiers are fully prepared and equipped for battle. I believe it's only appropriate that we acknowledge these installations for their contributions to our national defense in this year's NDAA. I've also offered a number of other amendments, many of which are bipartisan and will not be controversial, and they're intended to counter the Chinese and Russian aggression that we've seen so much in recent days, and to promote religious liberty and freedom throughout the world. In the interest of time, I'll forego speaking on those individually. Just want to thank the committee for all your hard work, your time and investment on behalf of the American people, and for the opportunity to appear before you today. And I yield back.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And Ms. Gonzalez-Colon.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Yep.
Thank you, Chairman McGovern, Ranking Member Cole, and all committee members for the opportunity to testify on 4 of my amendments to HR 6395. My first amendment is going to be Amendment 98 to express the support for the designation of the National Buccaneers Day. The 65 Infantry Regiment, also known as the Buccaneers, began as a military unit of volunteers consisting mostly of soldiers from Puerto Rico. And they were fighting as the last segregated unit in the nation until 1952. The Buccaneers served in combat operations during World War II, and they suffered great casualties defending against enemy attacks. It was during the Korean War that this 55th Infantry Regiment patriotism and courage came to be widely known and admired, as the unit played a central role in several important offensive and counteroffensive operations. The Buccaneers not only fought the enemy on the battlefield, but they also had to overcome negative stereotypes held by some of their commanders and fellow soldiers. On April of 2016, Congress awarded the Congressional Gold Medal to the 65th Infantry Regiment in recognition of the Buccaneers' numerous contributions to American history, outstanding military service from World War I throughout the recent conflicts in Afghanistan and Iraq. They became the first Hispanic unit and the sole unit from the Korean War to receive this distinction. And they were the last unit also to launch a battalion-sized bayonet attack by the U.S. Army. As a member representing Puerto Rico in Congress, I'm extremely proud of the service and sacrifice of the Buccaneers, who, without ever voting for their commander-in-chief, just as service members of the island do now, they selflessly gave their service and sometimes the ultimate sacrifice for what our country represents. So I ask that we continue to honor them with that amendment. The next amendment, the bipartisan amendment 171, create a 5-year pilot program that extends Striker Prime to all eligible beneficiaries in the eastern region of Puerto Rico. Additionally, the amendment requires the DoD to submit a report that reviews relevant data, including cost, beneficiary satisfaction, and the feasibility of extending this program to the 2 remaining regions, as defined in the 2019 report published by the Department of Defense that reviewed the treatment of Striker Prime beneficiaries who reside on the island. Given our territorial status, retirees and their family members are excluded from Striker Prime in Puerto Rico. According to the report by the Congressional Task Force on Economic Growth, not having access to Striker Prime is one way in which Puerto Rico is treated differently under several federal programs. This is a source of great frustration for retired Department of Defense personnel who have provided a great service to our country and courageously defended in times of war. I have also offered Amendment 695, the second amendment related to Striker Prime, that requires the Department of Defense to brief Congressional Defense Committee on extending the program to eligible beneficiaries in Puerto Rico and the U.S. territories. This will provide valuable and updated information building on former reports that will keep moving
us towards resolving this issue. With these two amendments, we have the opportunity to begin to rectify this wrong to our veterans on the island. My amendment 726 will increase the authorized funding for the Department of Defense Innovative Readiness Training, this program, by $16.9 million, bringing the total recommended funding for $30 million. This is the same amount the program received in the fiscal year 2020 NDAA, and it's consistent with the recommendation included in both Senate version of this year's NDAA and the House Defense Appropriation Bill. Each year, these programs enhance deployment readiness for more than 5,500 service members by providing hands-on, real-world training experience for mission-essential tasks, often in remote or underserved areas across the country. Communities on the island are among those that have benefited from this program. Actually, last year, throughout this mission they call Operation Hope, more than 800 service members from 82 units provided medical, dental, optometry services to over more than 9,000 patients on the island. Units obtained valuable hands-on training experience while helping at the same time thousands of their fellow Americans living on the island. This is just an example of one of the missions across the nation that will help improve our service members' military readiness while simultaneously strengthening American communities. And that's the reason we are asking for this amendment. Finally, I just want to express briefly my support for Amendment 178, which I co-sponsored with my colleagues of the Bipartisan Congressional Women's Caucus. I'm the vice chair of the Congressional Leaders Women's Caucus. These amendments required that each Secretary of Military Department to develop policies to protect careers of pregnant servicewomen, which at times are negatively affected. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Well, thank you very much. I want to thank all the witnesses for your testimony. And Ms. Gonzalez-Colon, I should tell you that I'm right now in my home city of Worcester, Massachusetts. We have a memorial to the Bucaneers here, and we have a very vibrant Puerto Rican community. And but in any event, thank you for everybody. I have no questions, Mr. Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I too want to thank everybody. I have no questions, but I would ask a unanimous consent to submit for the record statements by Mr. Bergman of Michigan and Mr. Norman of South Carolina in support of the amendment they offered to the committee.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Ms. Torres. Okay, Mr. Perlmutter.
Yeah, just thank all of the witnesses for their very complete testimony, and I yield back.
Mr. Woodall.
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Scanlon. Mr. Morelli. Dr. Burgess. Oh, Mr. Morelli's right there. Okay.
No, that's all right. I was simply going to say I'll pass. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Burgess. Ms. Lesko.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to say thank you to all of the testifiers, specifically to Mr. Winstrup. I really support your amendments. I think it's very important that we find out where these components of our major drugs and vaccines are being made, and we try to get the manufacturing back in the United States. With that, I yield back.
Ms. Shalila.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I only wanted to add that I support the amendments introduced by the representative from Puerto Rico. They have long been discriminated against in our programs, and I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Matsui.
No questions.
All right. Does anybody else wish to ask a question I'm okay? Does somebody want to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Congresswoman Jackson Lee, can you see me?
Yeah, I can. Yes.
Yes. I would like, thank you, Mr. Chairman, very much. I just want to make two quick points to the members. I wanted to indicate on the amendment dealing with the Naval Academy that I actually had a constituent who stuttered
and had graduated all the way through the Naval Academy and was not able to fulfill their lifelong dream after they'd gone through the URL, and that is their training for their position, because they said you stuttered. And so this is to save young men and women who want to serve by getting them to be analyzed right during the time that they're in the Naval Academy, which, as you know, we invest a lot of dollars for these young men and women who want to serve our country and serve it voluntarily as well. And so it was passed last time in the NDAA, and I just wanted to bring that to attention. And finally, I have a letter from the Office of Emergency Management in Houston, Texas, that supports the amendment of keeping the National Guard here to provide testing in our areas from Houston to Harris County, in fact, in the state of Texas, really. But we have this letter that I ask unanimous consent to place into the record from Dr. Purse, asking for it to be until August 31st, 2020.
All right, without objection.
Pardon? I ask unanimous consent for it to be put in the record?
Yeah, without objection. Okay, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. I thank
I
you.
yield back. Thank you for your consideration of my amendments.
Okay, thank you very much. No other questions. This panel is dismissed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Oh, Ms. Lesko, do you have an amendment that you'd like to testify on?
Yes, I do, Mr. McGovern, or
Okay.
Chairman McGovern.
Why don't we yield to you right now to do that?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Cole. First, I would like to testify today on behalf of my colleague from Arizona, Mr. Biggs. Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask unanimous consent to insert into the record 2 statements for the record from Congressman Biggs.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Biggs submitted and would like you and members to make in order the following 5 amendments. First, Mr. Chairman, amendment number 70 reaffirms our nation's unflinching support for Israel and provides a full endorsement from the U.S. Congress on the importance of the United States-Israel relationship. The second, Mr. Biggs would like you to consider amendment number 79, which prohibits the use of funds for any project or activity related to NATO until the Secretary of Defense certifies to the Congressional Defense Committees that each member country of NATO has spent 2% of the respective GDP on defense expenditures. This NDAA authorizes millions of dollars for NATO projects and activities. It is Mr. Biggs' view that these funds should not be dispersed until member countries significantly invest more towards their own defense. Similarly, Mr. Biggs also urges you to support amendment number 121, which would require the Secretary of Defense to submit a report to Congress on annual defense spending by ally and partner countries. The Secretary would also be required to report on the activities of each ally in contributing to military or stability operations in which their armed forces participate, any limitations that each ally places on their use of the armed forces for military or stability operations, and any actions undertaken by the United States or other countries to minimize or modify such limitations. This amendment was included in the House-passed National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2019 and 2020, and Mr. Biggs urges you to support its passage again this year. Mr. Biggs would like you to consider amendment number 199, which deals with the withdrawal of United States Armed Forces from Afghanistan. While I am not a co-sponsor of this amendment, it was important for Mr. Biggs that this amendment be testified on. This amendment would repeal the authorization for use of military force enacted in response to September 11, 2001 attacks. Direct the Department of Defense to report to Congress a plan for 1, the orderly withdrawal of troops from Afghanistan, and 2, political reconciliation and elections in Afghanistan independent of U.S. involvement, and give members of the United States Armed Forces who deployed in support of the global war on terror a $2,500 bonus. Mr. Biggs, the committee to make this amendment in order. And lastly, on Mr. Biggs's amendment, Mr. Biggs urges the committee to make an order amendment number 727, which strikes section 901. As you know, section 901 seeks to eliminate the chief management officer position from the Department of Defense. Earlier this year, the Department of Defense reported that under the leadership of the current chief management officer, Lisa Hirschman, the Pentagon successfully identified $5.7 billion to be reallocated from current support agencies towards new defense priorities like hypersonic weapons and artificial intelligence. If we are going to make reforms to the Pentagon, we must continue to examine its entire administrative apparatus, and Section 901 of this legislation does not help us achieve that goal. I would also like to take this opportunity, Mr. Chairman, to voice my support for amendment number 663, a bipartisan amendment offered by Representative Larson of Connecticut. This amendment addresses administrative fixes to the Barry Goldwater Scholarship and Excellence in Education Foundation that was congressionally created through the fiscal year 87 NDAA some 33 years ago. Since its creation, the Goldwater Foundation awarded over $70 million in scholarships and supported over 9,000 college students, many of whom currently work and support our top academic, corporate, and defense institutions and laboratories. Goldwater Scholarship Foundation provides scholarships to undergraduates pursuing research careers in STEM fields in honor of Senator Barry Goldwater from my great state of Arizona. I urge the committee to make that amendment in order number 663. Also, I would like to offer my support for amendment number 597, which would create a grant structure and provide important research and development funding to support the development of U.S. semiconductor manufacturing. This amendment would have a positive impact on the ability to expand leading edge logic in the United States, which is a key issue for the Department of Defense. It is imperative that we secure our supply chain, ensure long-term national security and economic competitiveness in this sector. I urge the committee to make this bipartisan amendment in order. Lastly, I would like to support amendment number 7, offered by Mr. Bergman, an amendment of which I am a co-sponsor. This amendment is identical to HR 4189, which has over 60 co-sponsors, almost evenly split between Republicans and Democrats, and I am a co-sponsor. The amendment itself has 25 Democratic and 29 Republican co-sponsors. And I think that sort of bipartisanship should be taken seriously by the committee. The amendment would amend the Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act to remove the immunity of foreign states, including foreign officials, employees, or agents with regard to money damages sought by national of the United States for personal injury, harm to reputation, or damage to or loss of property resulting from cyber attacks. This was signed into law in 1976, long before the internet. If technology existed back then like it does today, Congress probably would have included some sort of provision in the FSIA to address cyber attacks. However, since foreign agents currently enjoy blanket immunity for these types of attacks, our adversaries like North Korea, Iran, and China have a free hand to attack Americans. This amendment gives the American people protection from our adversaries and I urge the committee to make it in order. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank you for your testimony and for your advocacy on these amendments. Does anyone on the committee have any questions for Ms. Lesko? Hearing none, I thank the gentlelady again. Let me see, where's my next panel here? I now would like to call Mr. Richmond, Mr. Graves, Mr. Smith, Mr. Deutsch, Mr. Gosar, and Mr. Keller. I want to thank you all for providing testimony today. Any written materials you submit to rules documents at mail.house.gov before the conclusion of this hearing will, without objection, be entered into the record. We appreciate conciseness to the extent possible. I will begin with Mr. Richmond. Did we get him? I don't know if he's on yet. Why do I see Mr. I see. Oh, there's Mr. Richmond. You're on.
Yes, and I hope you all can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Mr. Chairman, let me just thank you for affording me the time and thank the members for their attention. What I come to talk about today is the Great American Outdoors Act, and I want to put a real life spin on this so that you understand why it's so personal to me. And the amendment is amendment number 24. And what it does is it lifts the cap that the 4 Gulf states would receive in terms of our oil revenue. And so if you're onshore, your oil revenue that you receive as a state is 50% with no cap. And if it's offshore on our shores, which affects our state, it's the same thing. We receive 37.5%, but we have a cap at 375 million, which all the Gulf states share. And so this amendment is bipartisan. We have Congressman Thompson from Mississippi, Congresswoman Sewell from Alabama, EBJ, Eddie Bernice Johnson from Texas. On the Democratic side, on the Republican side, we have Scalise and Graves from Louisiana, Palazzo from Mississippi, Bradley Byrne from Alabama, and Pete Olson from Texas. Let me just say that I understand what we need to do for our national parks. My question is, do we have to raid the funds for these Gulf states to do it without giving those Gulf states any money? And so why in this time, and this is really for my Democratic members, in this time that we're talking about racial equity, and this time when we're talking about economic opportunity for all, especially in places like Louisiana, Alabama, and Mississippi, where our rural brothers and sisters, Republican, Democrat, Black, or white, are suffering, the question becomes, why raid that money without offering any assistance? So let me just give you some quick facts. Louisiana has 4.6 million, Alabama has 4.8 million, Mississippi has 3 million. Louisiana is 33% Black. Alabama is 26% Black. Mississippi is 38% Black. But let me tell you what all of these states have in common. In terms of USA Today rankings, Louisiana's last, Alabama's second to last, Mississippi is 48, third to last. So if you look at the median incomes in those states, 26,000 for Louisiana and Alabama, 23,000 for Mississippi. They all rank either last, second to last, or third to last in healthcare, education, economy, infrastructure, opportunity, the natural environment, they're at the bottom. And in pollution, Louisiana's dead last. Alabama's number 37 and Mississippi's number 33. In economic opportunity, Louisiana's number 50, Alabama's number 45, and Mississippi is number 49. All of those numbers show that these states are struggling. The people who live in these states are struggling. So when we don't afford them the same opportunity to collect their oil and gas revenue, their royalties, then what we're doing is cheating the people in those states, and we're sentencing them to continue to be last in education, not to invest in their people. The governors of of these 3 states, 1 Democrat and 2 Republicans, all sent letters in support of this amendment. The Coalition to Restore Coastal Louisiana, the Environmental Defense Fund, Lake Pontchartrain Basin Foundation, National Audubon Society, and the National Wildlife Federation have all supported lifting the cap and giving the Gulf states their fair share. So lifting the cap alone over the life cycle of our scoring process will give Louisiana about $200 million. It would give Mississippi about $65 million. And just so you can understand what that money means, Mississippi right now spends $40 million to make sure that their residents can go to community colleges, private colleges, and 4-year colleges, public and private, with assistance. So this money is a big, big deal. And I am not diminishing the value of our national parks. All I'm saying is we're going straight into the royalties of Mississippi, Alabama, Texas, and Louisiana to pay for this, when we treat all 4 states different in terms of the revenue that they collect from their royalties. So the oil producing states onshore get 50% with no cap. We get 37% with a $375 million cap shared by those states. So in summary, because I do want to be brief, this amendment affects the economic opportunity, the economic mobility of everyone in those 3 states that are teetering at the bottom of everything. So when we're trying to figure out a way to increase broadband so that poor communities won't get left behind and rural communities won't be left behind in these COVID times, we have to do so with our hands tied behind our back because we're getting treated differently. And so I just think that these 4 states, especially the 3 states that hover around the bottom, these 3 states that have some of the largest percentages of African Americans around this country in them, in this time of racial equity and trying to make sure that we lift barriers. This is a barrier that we as Democrats and Republicans should be lifting. And if you look at the coalition of people on this amendment, they come from all walks of life, very liberal, very conservative, moderates and non-moderates. But this is important, and this is a matter of life and death for a lot of people in these states. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back, and I thank you for your time and your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, first, I want to thank you and Ranking Member Cole for the opportunity to join you today. And I want to thank my colleague, Congressman Richmond, for his articulate explanation of the amendment and really the justification. Mr. Chairman, I want to take it a step further. If you look at the actual text of the bill, this bill derives funding, and it talks about how it's deriving funding from oil and gas and coal and renewable energy sources from all over the United States. It makes it sound like it's this big, diverse revenue stream. Here's the reality. Under current law, as my colleague just noted, 50% of the revenues from onshore energy production on federal lands goes to the states where that federal land exists. So if $1 billion is produced on federal lands, then $500 million of that goes to that state. They can do whatever they want with it. Number 2, an additional 40% of the money goes into what's called the reclamation fund for water projects in those states. So over 90% of the money right there is already diverted to other things. And water projects, by the way, are limited to, what is it, the 16, I believe, Western states. So in reality, when you start looking at revenue streams, $1.9 billion really comes from, as Congressman Richmond mentioned, it comes from the states that produce offshore energy. Mr. Chairman, there's 6 of those. It's Alaska and California. It's Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. However, when you add up the offshore energy production in federal waters among Alaska, California, Texas, Alabama, and Mississippi, you have to multiply it times about 4 to get to the amount of production that occurs off our coast.
So let's talk about what this bill really does. In reality, this bill takes money that is produced off the coast of Louisiana, and it is dedicating it to conservation, land acquisition, and maintenance. I support those things. Mr. Chairman, I was a mountaineering instructor for years and years before I came to Congress. That was my job. I led wilderness courses. I took people out into these very areas that we're talking about protecting. I've spent more nights out in some of these areas that I've spent indoors in some years. I love these areas, and I've committed much of my life to protecting them. But I cannot understand how it is more important to conserve, to invest in those areas, and to increase our inventory of federal lands where we have a $13 billion backlog in maintenance. If we care about the environment, then let's talk about the environment where these very dollars are derived. We have lost, Mr. Chairman, 2,000 square miles of our coast, some of the most productive ecosystem on the North American continent. Mr. Chairman, that's more than 1/4 of your state disappearing. It's more than the entire state of Rhode Island disappearing. So we have an environmental crisis. We have a conservation crisis. How in the world does it make any sense to take money derived from our coast to send it to other areas, other projects that don't have the same ecological return on investment, that don't have the same priority as it does in the very area where these dollars are derived? And Mr. Chairman, these very dollars are unsustainable. This bill tries to, in perpetuity, commit funds to the Land and Water Conservation Fund, in perpetuity, mandatory spending. But the very area where the dollars are derived is unsustainable. So, which means the revenue stream is unsustainable. You've got to invest in the goose that lays the golden egg in order to sustain the revenue stream. That's all we're asking you to do. And I want to clarify one thing that my friend Mr. Richmond said. He compared the onshore production at 50% to the revenue sharing in Louisiana and the other Gulf states at 37.5%. However, that 37.5% only applies to new production that was issued after 2006. So to put it in perspective, 2 years ago, I believe the number was we got 0.02%. 0.02% was our return. It wasn't 50%, it wasn't 37.5%. It was 0.02% of all the production. Last year, I believe we did go up to 4%, but we're actually comparing 4% to 50%. Mr. Chairman, all we're asking is that we be able to invest the dollars back into the sustainability of this area, these communities, this productive ecosystem, to where we don't have to come back and spend billions and billions of dollars next time we have a hurricane or disaster that is absolutely inevitable. So, Mr. Chairman, this is clearly a fairness issue. Last thing I want to make note of is that this is so important to our state that under our Constitution that passed with an extraordinary margin in the public, under our Constitution, every penny of these dollars is required to be invested in coastal restoration, ecological restoration, and in the resilience of these coastal communities. So it's not out there spending money on largesse or things that aren't priorities. These are things that reduce future federal expenditures. It's on our environment, on our resiliency. And I urge that you take a close look at the bipartisan amendment Congressman Richmond has filed, as well as some of the amendments that we filed that we think improves the bill. Thank you. Yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Now we can't.
How's that?
Good.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, last year, you and the ranking member of the Rules Committee made an order an amendment that Colin Peterson and I offered on Lyme disease. It was to task the IG for DOD to look into Lyme and whether or not Lyme disease was ever weaponized. In other words, were ticks used to create it, at least the current form of it. It passed the House and died in the U.S. Senate. We were told in the conference that the IG did not have the bandwidth
The new amendment tasks the GAO to do that. And why is this important, Mr. Chairman? For years, books and articles have been written suggesting that there's significant research had been done at U.S. government facilities, including Fort Detrick and Plum Island, to turn ticks and other insects into bioweapons. Last year, another blockbuster book called Bitten, The Secret History of Lyme Disease and Biological Weapons, written by Chris Newby, which includes interviews with Dr. Willy Bergdorfer. He's the researcher, as you know, who was credited with discovering Lyme disease. Turns out Dr. Bergdorfer was a bioweapons specialist. The interviews, combined with access to Dr. Bergdorfer's files, reveals that he and other bioweapons specialists stuffed ticks with pathogens to cause severe disability, disease, and death to potential enemies. With Lyme disease now and other tick-borne diseases exploding in the United States, the conservative estimate is 300,000 new cases every year. Higher end estimate 427,000 new cases, and about 10 to 20% of all patients suffering from chronic Lyme, I believe, and Colin Powell believes, the two of us, and many, many others, that Americans have a right to know, is any of this true? What were the parameters of the program, if there was one? Who ordered it? And the most important question, can any of this information that might be derived from that study, that audit, help current day researchers find a way to mitigate these diseases? Again, last year, and I thank you, you made it in order. We're just asking now, rather than the IG, that it be the GAO that conducts the audit.
Thank you very much. Mr. Deutsch?
Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole. Thanks for the opportunity to testify on my proposed amendments to the NDAA. I'm grateful to my colleagues who have joined in supporting the amendments before you today. Amendment number 387 seeks to require the Department of State to create a strategy for addressing the growing transnational threat of white identity terrorism. I'll submit for the record full testimony on that amendment in an attempt to be respectful of everyone's time. I'm honored to appear before you today also to speak about an issue that's become deeply personal in my 10 years in Congress. Amendment number 529 would add the Robert Levinson Hostage Recovery and Hostage Taking Accountability Act, legislation which codifies the U.S. government hostage response structure. It aligns interagency hostage policy. It puts in statute the position of the special envoy for hostage affairs, which has existed since 2015, and it authorizes sanctions against those who engage in hostage taking of Americans. There is no greater national security responsibility than ensuring the safety of Americans. Congress cannot stand by while those who seek to do America harm take innocent men and women hostage, while Americans are used as political pawns. This legislation codifies Presidential Policy Directive 30, issued in the wake of the brutal slayings of James Foley and Stephen Sotloff at the hands of ISIS terrorists. It creates the creation of the special envoy ensured that the appropriate focus at the highest levels of government will be given to diplomacy aimed at returning U.S. wrongful detainees and hostages. For too long, families of hostages and wrongful detainees did not receive the support and communication they needed from the U.S. government, and too often, U.S. policy was disconnected and disjointed across various agencies. The creation of the Hostage Recovery Fusion Cell and the Hostage Response Group finally ensured that there would be a coordinated response. Former director of Hostage Recovery Fusion Cell, Rob Sally, said of the creation of the structure, "I would say that by formalizing relationships and processes, U.S. victims of kidnapping and hostage taking are being recovered more often and more quickly." I know the pain and frustration these families live with because for 10 years, I have had the honor of representing Bob Levinson and his family. Bob was the longest held American hostage, a 25-year FBI veteran. Bob disappeared from Kish Island, Iran on March 9, 2007. In the years after his disappearance, the Levinsons received proof of life in the form of photos and a video. Time and time again, the Levinsons watched as others came home and Bob was left behind. When President Obama negotiated the release of 5 Americans from Iran in 2016, Iran promised again to open a channel dedicated to assisting in Bob's case, but no assistance was ever provided. For 10 years, through 3 different administrations,
The Levinson family struggled to make Bob's return a consistent priority. This remarkable family, Bob's wife of 40 years, Christine, and his 7 children learned how to lobby on his behalf. They visited Congress, they appealed to the State Department and the White House, they testified in committees, they did interviews, they wrote op-eds. They should not have had to work that hard just to keep Bob from being forgotten. I've watched this incredible family for a decade fight every day to bring their father and husband home. And in March, I sat and I cried with them when they received the news that a determination was made that Bob was no longer alive. It was heart-wrenching. No family should ever have to go through this. This amendment before you today can ensure that families receive the support that they need, that the U.S. government has a coordinated and coherent hostage policy, that those wrongfully detained are not left out, and sends a message to those around the world that you cannot take Americans with impunity. Mr. Chairman, this bill passed the House Foreign Affairs Committee unanimously. It passed the Senate in June. I'm grateful to all the co-sponsors, to my Florida neighbor, Mr. Hastings, for his support, to my friend Chris Smith, who's on this panel with me, who's been a great supporter both at the Land Trust Commission and on the Foreign Affairs Committee. And Chairman McGovern, I'm incredibly grateful for the time you've devoted to the Levinsons and other hostage families at the Tom Lantos Commission. I urge this committee's support. And I thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for your testimony and for your kind words. And I also speak for Mr. Smith. We're privileged to be on the Lantos Commission, and we appreciate your commitment to human rights as well. I would now like to yield to Mr. Gosar.
Thank you, Chairman McGovern. I'd first like to do my comments in regards to the Great American Outdoor Act. Following up on the 2 gentlemen from Louisiana, we have some concerns. I'm particularly disturbed that we would consider a piece of legislation that never had an opportunity for the Senate floor to pass amendments on. This was done behind closed doors in the Senate, and I think it would be behooving of House leadership that we have the opportunity to make this bill better, that we actually have the ability to amend it. I want to start first with the one I proposed would require that the construction done under this act adhere to Buy American provisions. This bipartisan amendment is co-sponsored by Democrats Marcy Kaptur, Tim Ryan, Connor Lamb, and Pete Vislowski, and Republicans Rich Crawford, Louis Gohmert, and myself. It is endorsed by the United Steelworkers Union, the AFL-CIO, American Iron and Steel Institute, a broad coalition of trade associations and unions. The underlying bill includes billions in new spending on infrastructure. Those billions should be spent on products manufactured by American workers. I'm also offering 2 amendments dealing with the infrastructure challenges facing our Native American reservations, increasing funding for the American Indian education, and expanding the bill to provide for the Indian Health Service. The COVID disaster has proven anything like its big impact on the Native American health and the educational facilities, and they desperately need funding to bring their dilapidated state into the 21st century. I'm also offering 2 amendments recommended by the National Association of Counties, ensuring full funding of the payment in lieu of taxes PILT program, and ensuring no net loss in counties that are overwhelmingly federally owned already. Finally, I have 3 amendments which would make the bill more responsible and transparent, including reporting on expenditures, GAO accountability, and increasing the state share of funding. Thank you for hearing me on these amendments, and then I'd like to address my concerns to the NDAA.
Go ahead.
Thank you. The first amendment I'd like to talk about is Amendment 448. In 2013, the Granite Mountain Interagency Hotshot Crew fought the Yarnell Hill Fire. This destructive fire threatened the safety of the town of Yarnell, Arizona, and the surrounding communities. They battled it with difficult circumstances, and the brave men of this fire unit were able to save the town from almost certain destruction. Unfortunately, in their engagement with such dangerous fire, 19 of the 20 members of the crew perished. The selfless sacrifice and bravery of this crew is the epitome of what the American spirit rising up to meet the challenges threatening the safety of the American people. This commitment to the defense of our community are the qualities that best exemplify those Americans who served our country. This group fought the fire to their death, something that would reflect very well for the fighting spirit of a naval warship. My amendment honors these first responders who paid the ultimate price
for our safety by expressing the sense of Congress that the Secretary of Navy should name a new warship, the USS Granite Mountain. Today, the ships of the U.S. Navy are deployed around the world, serving in great power programs, counterterrorism operations, peacekeeping missions, and more. As more brave young men and women enter the U.S. Navy, the name and story behind the Granite Mountain Interagency Hotshot Crew will serve as a solemn reminder of the cause they serve, the safety and security of the American people and the homeland. The second one is Amendment 545. The American Institutes of Higher Education, or IHE, are regular targets of foreign nations' soft power projection. IHE shape the minds of young Americans set to enter the private and public sphere and contribute to the federal government's research and development. Records from the Department of Education indicate that since 1990, U.S. IHEs reported donations for Qatar, China, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates, exceeding $6.6 billion, usually in the form of language and cultural programs. Now, accepting monetary donations from foreign sources is not illegal. However, we must monitor such donations because donors to IHEs, both domestic and foreign, earn influence which can develop biases and intrusion into the curriculums. The Higher Education Act mandates reporting requirements on foreign funding requirements, which are often ignored. For example, recent crackdowns by the Department of Education into the Ivy League schools led to the reporting of $6.5 billion in foreign gifts that previously had gone unreported. To correct this issue, my amendment would amend Section 487A of the Higher Education Act of 1965 to require IHEs that participate in school assistance programs to make available on the institution's website the full content of agreements between an institution and foreign sources that provides or intends to provide language and cultural teachings and resources and services to the IHE students. Full transparency in reporting foreign gifts by IHEs is crucial for our national security to protect government research and development and to prevent biases driven by financial sway from permeating the academic development of our citizens and future leaders. Additionally, all students seeking to attend American IHEs should be fully aware of its school's donors to gain a complete understanding of the institution in which they pursue their advanced education. Foreign entities should never gain unfair leverage over IHEs, and my amendment fixes this issue through improving that oversight process. The next amendment is Amendment 435. My amendment would develop one or more categorical exclusions under the National Environmental Protection Act, or NEPA, of the 1969 for helium development to secure a domestic helium supply. There's an growing helium supply shortage in the United States and globally. The resulting substantial price increases having an adverse impact on consumers and critical industries, stakeholder communities that rely upon helium. Notably, helium users include aerospace, defense industry, healthcare industry, computer chip, hard drive makers, and U.S. national labs and university research community. Due to its widespread use, Congress acted in 1925 to establish the National Helium Reserve, currently satisfying 40% of the U.S. helium demand, but it is running out. The reserve is forecast to be depleted by the end of 2021, if not sooner. Federal action is required to help bring existing untapped domestic helium sources to the market in a timely manner. If action is not taken, U.S. dependency on other global suppliers of helium, like Russia, Qatar, and Algeria, will undoubtedly become the only option. The impact of these price spikes and uncertain domestic supplies has caused universities and research labs to cut programs in an effort to survive the fiscal burden. The United States should not have to rely on foreign adversaries for our supply of helium. Congress must develop a solution to help bring new sources of helium online as expeditiously as possible, an effort to avoid transitioning from the current helium shortage to a full-blown crisis. If Congress fails to act, aforementioned helium users will be forced to absorb spiking prices, turn to unfriendly foreign suppliers, or at worst be forced to shut their doors on helium-reliant projects. We can't allow this to happen. We just saw this with the pandemic with the reliance on China. My next amendment is number 560. The presumption of innocence is key. The principle is enshrined in the very founding of our country. In the Uniform Code of the Military Justice, this is the very same principle throughout the conduct of proceedings that are conducted against accused within the military. However, what you will hear from members of the military that have been accused of a crime is that these hearings are far from fair and just. Over the past several years, there's been an observable trend within the military justice system of prosecutors consistently withholding exculpatory evidence from the accused. United American Patriots CEO David Kerfane explains that there has never been one prosecutor ever held accountable, and because they're not being held accountable, there's no stick. And until we start holding prosecutors accountable individually for their misconduct, it will keep on going unabated. Uniform Code of Military Justice in and in itself tends to be weighted against the defendant. It's lopsided. For instance, this practice has been observed in the case of Navy SEAL Chief Edward Eddie Gallagher. Timothy Partori, Gallagher's attorney, noted, quote, the government's misconduct in suppressing exculpatory statements from 2 SEAL petty officers was fortuitously revealed through leaks to the media and through the government prosecutor, Captain Connor McMahon's reflexive, false, and quickly discredited denial, which raised serious concerns about what other exculpatory materials had been withheld. Furthermore, it was noted by Chief Gallagher's defense team that military prosecutors embedded malware in the emails sent to members of the media and to Chief Gallagher's attorneys. The presentation of exculpatory evidence, otherwise known as the Brady material, is the foundation of a fair and just trial. Military prosecutors who have engaged in willful and corrupt suppression of exculpatory evidence are doing a disservice to the very core principles of our country's founding. Furthermore, they do a disservice to the integrity of the United States Armed Forces. Sadly, military prosecutors that have engaged in the suppression of exculpatory evidence have not been held accountable, but rather incentivized to continue this corrupt practice. My amendment to the NDA would ensure that any prosecutor in judicial proceedings held within the Uniform Code of Military Justice that willfully and corruptly withhold exculpatory evidence from the accused is guilty of prosecutorial misconduct and shall be punished as court-martial may direct. With this amendment, we may step one step closer to restoring integrity and fairness to the military justice system. My next amendment is something that I'm co-sponsoring with Mr. Stanton from Arizona. It's been a passion of mine. From 1945 to 1962, the United States government conducted nearly 200 atmospheric weapons development tests as part of our nation's Cold War security strategy during an era when other hostile nations were engaged in nuclear weapons testing and proliferation. Sadly, these tests exposed thousands of innocent Americans to cancer-causing ionized radiation from nuclear fallout. When the injuries were discovered, Congress subsequently passed an apology on behalf of the nation and passed the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, or RECA. And part of this administrative write-up, 2 areas of Congress, of this area, were excluded administratively. They were part of the act, but administratively, when it was written, they were excluded. This is Clark County in Nevada and part of my county, Mojave County, in Arizona. Now, it was well intended, the RECA, but the error created a problem. These people could not have the adjudication to apply for adjudication against the federal government under the RECA promises. What this amendment basically does is that it actually allows those 2 subsections that were administratively left out to be part of the RECA settlement going forward. I think that's just, I think that is appropriate. It does not guarantee them, it just gives them the opportunity to apply for regress. The next amendment I have is 492. In May of 2019, President Xi Jinping made a visit to the heart of China's critical minerals industrial complex. He stated during his visit, quote, we are here at the starting point of the long march to remember the time when the Red Army began its journey. We are now embarking on a new long march and we must start all over again, end quote. His words came a week after Chinese state media proposed the idea of completely banning critical mineral exports to the United States. Currently, the United States relies on China for nearly 20 different critical minerals, which include several rare earth materials defined by the Department of Defense. This irrational over-reliance threatens our national security by imperiling our ability to make equipment and weapons integral to the mission's success. Rare earths are used in numerous modern technologies, including missile guidance and control systems, lasers for enemy mine detection, satellite communications, radar, sonar on submarines, iPhones, electric vehicles, wind turbines, solar panels, computers, networks, and the list goes on and on. This administration has made a concerted effort to reduce our rare earth import vulnerability from China and thus secure our military supply chain for possible trade coercion. As a producer of nearly 80% of the world's rare earth materials, China wields considerable asymmetric leverage against countries like the United States that are customers of Chinese rare earth exports. In the past geopolitical disputes, China has leveraged this asymmetrical leverage to their benefit. In 2010, China sharply limited rare earth exports to Japan, a big consumer, while the two countries were sparring over disputed islands. This status quo is unsustainable. The United States cannot afford to be beholden to China for the long term, whether it be pharmaceuticals or critical rare earths. Any interruption of these rare earth exports from China will dramatically impact defense manufacturing. My amendment would work toward Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition and Sustainment, Ellen Lord's efforts to eliminate America's dependence on Chinese rare earth exports and increase American national security. Now, hopefully the last one that I'll offer is Amendment 567. The COVID-19 pandemic has changed the face of public health and biodefense. It has demonstrated the persistent danger from emerging infectious diseases, which are now able to spread worldwide in a matter of weeks. During the second half of the 20th century, we relied more on preventive measures like masks, vaccinations to suppress common infectious diseases because of long-term benefits of this approach. The current pandemic has shown that this approach needs to be supplemented with a rapid epidemic response capability, which would act as a fire break to allow enough time for vaccine development and deployment. This is the role that passive immunity fills perfectly. That is why I introduced the following amendment in the spirit of the work that DARPA, Pandemic Prevention Platform P3, has conducted in response to COVID-19. My amendment would direct the Secretary of Defense to designate a lead within the Department of Defense to implement and advance a program for the development of rapid and cost-effective medical countermeasures to pandemics. This initiative addresses a bipartisan issue. The development of rapid pandemic response tools is a vital national security issue and a public health issue. One of the vital provisions of the amendment is a challenge to American ingenuity to reduce the time frame of a rapid pandemic response from 60 days to 28 days. In the first 60 days of a pandemic, every day is crucial, and being able to deploy pandemic countermeasures as early as possible is vital to saving lives. These tools can be used both as therapy for infected patients and as a passive immunization method to prevent further infections and transmission. My amendment will ensure the development of rapid and cost-effective medical countermeasures that will reduce the economic impact of the pandemic and keep our future pandemics and keep America open for business. With that, I yield the balance of my time.
That's all?
That's all. Sorry
yeah,
about that.
Yeah, that's it. Mr. Keller.
Thank you, Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole, and also the distinguished members of the committee. For too long, our supply chain, including critical defense materials, has been overly reliant on resources located and produced within the People's Republic of China under the control of the Chinese Communist Party. One area of supply crucial to the United States is tungsten. Pennsylvania's 12th congressional district is home to Global Tungsten and Powders, the top employer in Bradford County, Pennsylvania, and a leading developer, manufacturer, and marketer of refractory metal powders such as tungsten. These powders are used in critical defense products like penetrators, artillery projectiles, and tank shells. The U.S. Geological Survey designated tungsten as a critical mineral. Additionally, the fiscal year 2019 National Defense Authorization Act prohibited the acquisition of certain tungsten products from China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran. At latest count, China controls over 80% of tungsten mining in the world and remains by far the world's leading producer of tungsten. As it does in other things, China uses its supply dominance to manipulate the global market. Given what has been exposed about China's intentions during COVID-19, and with China's growing military influence throughout the world, it is clear that we need to ensure domestic production of this critical material. That way, going forward, the United States and our allies will no longer have to rely on foreign sources, particularly China, for any of our tungsten supply. Prioritizing our domestic tungsten supply is not only possible, but more importantly,
it is in America's national interest. The Department of Defense has concluded that, quote, domestic tungsten and metal capacity is enough to fully satisfy military requirements. So DoD and DoD prime contractors could shift a significant quantity of foreign sourced materials to domestic manufacturers if the Secretary of Defense prioritized domestic procurement of tungsten and tungsten powder. That is exactly what my amendment would do. It would direct the Secretary to prioritize the domestic procurement of this critical material. I urge the committee to trust the Department of Defense and allow us to debate this important amendment that will support American manufacturing and improve our national security capabilities. The amendment I have is number 627. Again, I ask the committee to consider this. I thank you for your time and the ability to be able to testify, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. And let me just recognize Mr. Perlmutter for a unanimous consent request.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to offer a unanimous consent. I'd like to submit for the record a written testimony from Diana DeGette, her amendment 659 on HR 2546. I could do that without objection.
Without objection. Thank you very much. Well, I want to thank the panel. I thank you for your testimony. I don't have any questions. Mr. Cole?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have any questions, but I just want to say I support Mr. Keller's amendment because I really like that cool political button collection in the background there. That was it's a great background, Fred. I love it.
Yeah, I like all the buttons I can't read. Ones I can't read because I have a problem with.
Well, I will assure everybody it is a bipartisan collection that I've been collecting for over 30 years. So I've got many. I go all the way back to 1896.
Wow,
All right.
well, it's impressive.
Thanks.
Ms. Torres?
No questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Woodall?
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Burgess?
No questions.
Mr. Perlmutter?
No questions. Sympathetic with the remarks by Mr. Graves and Mr. Richmond, and I'll yield back.
Ms. Lesko?
No, just want to thank the testifiers.
Thank you. Ms. Scanlon?
No questions. Thank you.
Mr. Morelli?
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Shalala?
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Matsui?
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Again, I thank you for your patience, everybody, and your thoughtfulness. You are free to go. Thank you. I'm now calling up our next panel. Mr. Cole, Mr. Burgess, Ms. Shalala, Mr. Arrington, Mr. Starborough, Mr. Estes. Thank you for providing your testimony today. Any written materials you submit to rules.documents@mail.house.gov before the conclusion of this hearing will, without objection, be entered into the record. I'm now happy to recognize the distinguished gentleman from Oklahoma and the ranking member of the Rules Committee, Mr. Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my amendment incorporates the text of HR 6148, the TRICARE Echo Improvement Act, which I introduced earlier this year as a bipartisan bill with my colleague, Congresswoman Elaine Luria. The TRICARE Extended Care Health Option Program, or ECHO as it's known, provides important medical services to military dependents with special needs children. It was created as an alternative to Medicaid's home and community-based services waivers because active duty families have difficulty accessing those waivers. Medicaid is a residency-based program, and these programs have waiting lists, which average 30 months. In my home state of Oklahoma, they actually average over 6 years. Many military families obviously are reassigned to a new base in a new state before their number ever comes up. Although ECHO is meant to be an alternative, the Military Compensation and Retirement Modernization Commission concluded, and I quote, ECHO benefits as currently implemented are not robust enough to replace state waiver programs, unquote. Mr. Chairman, our active duty military families sacrificed immensely for our country. We shouldn't be asking them to sacrifice the appropriate medical care for their children with disabilities as well. My amendment makes several targeted reforms to ECHO. First, it increases the number of respite care hours, bringing it closer to the state average. Second, it makes coverage of vehicle and home adaptations for special needs children comparable to what states offer. My amendment is supported by numerous stakeholders in the health and military family community, including the TRICARE for Kids Coalition, the Children's Hospital Association, Military Officers Association of America, and the National Military Family Association. I would urge my fellow members of the Rules Committee to make the amendment in order for consideration by the full House. Thousands of military families with special needs children and members would be immensely grateful for your support. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, thank you very much. It sounds like a good amendment. Dr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a number of amendments. The first amendment is number 463.
As many as Mr. Gosar?
I'm going to rival him before.
All right, go ahead.
But it's, as always, it's impossible to offer as much verbiage as Mr. Goldman. Sorry. The first one, Amendment 463, is strikes Section 331 from the NDAA. Section 331 would prohibit the purchase of any product containing any chemical from the PFAS chemical group. So this amendment strikes Section 331 entirely. We've dealt with this before in other PFAS legislation, notably HR 535. This section goes too far by including the entire PFAS chemical group without regard to specific identifiable risks in these products. According to the EPA, there are nearly 8,000 chemicals in the PFAS group. The FDA, working with several other federal agencies, continues to review research on these chemicals and their authorized uses. So this is a place where Congress should not arbitrarily dictate what products are safe, what products are not safe, but should let the regulators, guided by science, determine what chemical substances are not safe for consumer use, prohibiting the purchase of much needed equipment that is currently authorized for use, such as varied as food packaging to medical devices, threatens to place undue burdens on our nation's military in cost and readiness. The next amendment, number 449, which strikes Section 332, and Section 332 changes the way the Comprehensive Environmental Response Compensation and Liability Act of 1980 applies to Department of Defense cleanups. This is a so-called Superfund site. This amendment strikes Section 332 entirely. Circle R requires all cleanups to assure the protection of human health and the environment, and requires any remedial actions to be relevant and appropriate under the circumstances. For cleanup of the hazardous substance, pollutant, or contaminant, Section 332 of this bill disregards the various characteristics of site by site and prevents the Department of Defense from taking a more practical route for cleanup. And every dollar spent on remediating a site beyond what is necessary to mitigate risk is a dollar that is unavailable for use elsewhere. The next two amendments, first one, amendment number 471, strikes Section 1608 of the NDAA. Section 1608 prohibits the Department of Defense from entering into contracts with an entity operating in the L band of the electromagnetic spectrum. On April 19th of this year, Federal Communications Commission, in a 5-0 vote, unanimously approved the application by Legato to modify use of its licensed spectrum to deploy low-power terrestrial network in support of 5G Internet of Things services. This approval followed a 4-year review process that included tests by the National Advanced Spectrum and Communications Test Network, consultations with the Department of Defense, Department of Transportation, Department of Commerce, and the Federal Aviation Administration, and the GPS device manufacturers, and an evaluation of stakeholder input through the Federal Communications Commission's public notice and comment period. Despite this thorough process, to placate concerns that the FCC placed the FCC did place significant restrictions on Legato, specifically restricting them to no more than 10 watts of power, mandating a 23 megahertz guardrail, requiring 6-month deployment notices, 24/7 monitoring, and a kill switch, and responsibility by Legato to repair or replace any government device susceptible to harmful interference. However, Department of Defense asserts that deployment of a commercial terrestrial network will cause harmful interference in Department of Defense GPS capabilities. I just must say, if the capabilities supporting our armed forces are susceptible to a low-power 10-watt operating 23 megahertz away, then I think we've got much bigger concerns for the integrity of said military networks. Section 1608 of the NDA was an amendment that was accepted in the markup in committee, prohibiting the Secretary of Defense from entering into contract with any entity operating a commercial terrestrial network in the L-band. And this amendment was specific to target Legato. While the NDA can determine contract authority for the Secretary of Defense, the management of commercial spectrum licenses lies solely within the independent Federal Communications Commission. There's no reason to include such a targeted provision just because the Department of Defense is unhappy with the decision of an otherwise independent federal agency. Similarly, next amendment number 505, which strikes section 1609, that prohibits funds from being used to retrofit any GPS device to mitigate interference from commercial terrestrial operations of the L-band. The background is all similar as to what I have already alluded. Department.
You shut your, you gotta unmute yourself.
Beg your pardon. The Department of Defense asserts that deployment. Oh, man. Is it good? Thank you, Robert. I don't know what I'll do when Mr. Woodall's no longer on the committee. So Department of Defense asserts that deployment of commercial terrestrial network will cause harmful interference to the DoD GPS. Once again, as stated previously, if the capabilities of supporting are susceptible to this 10 watts of power and 23 megahertz away, then I think we've got bigger concerns. Section 1609 is an amendment that was accepted at the markup in committee, prohibiting the Secretary of Defense from using any funds to mitigate GPS interference from Legato networks. So the amendment is in fact unnecessary, as Legato is required by the FCC approval to repair or replace any government device susceptible to harmful interference. Now, both of these amendments that strike section 1608 and 1609 from the underlying bill, it's my understanding that negotiations are ongoing, and I'm grateful for that. Look forward to a successful resolution of the differences and the jurisdictional concerns that have been brought to everyone's attention. Next amendment is 527, the Energy Savings Performance Contract Report. This amendment requires Department of Defense to report to Congress on the department's application of energy savings performance contracts for the past 5 years, specifically the total investment, the location of each energy contract, limitations on the expansion, the impact of energy savings performance contracts on military readiness, and any other information the Secretary of Defense deems necessary. These contracts will allow the Department of Defense to increase its energy and water efficiency with no upfront cost to the taxpayer. Energy savings performance contracts have been helpful in reducing energy and water costs for the federal government while also being environmentally friendly. Expanding should be a priority of this Congress, and I urge support of this amendment as well. NDA amendment number 533, micronuclear reactors. This amendment increases funding from $50 million to $100 million to the Department of Defense's Strategic Capabilities Office for Micronuclear Reactor Research. Micronuclear reactors are these small, powerful, mobile energy solutions that can help power remote operating bases. Attacks on convoys delivering food, gear, and fuel are one of the main causes of casualties in recent engagements in Iraq and Afghanistan. These microreactors are an option to reduce the number of convoys needed to keep certain installations up and running. 50 million is authorized in the base bill. I believe more can be done to improve the safety and energy security of our armed forces by increasing this funding to $100 million. Amendments number 540 and 688. 540 establishes the Secretary of Energy and the Secretary of Defense as co-chairs of the Nuclear Weapons Council to provide cabinet-level visibility and accountability of our nuclear deterrent and the Nuclear Weapons Council budget process. Amendment 688 provides for stronger integration of mission support personnel of the Department of Energy and the National Nuclear Security Administration. These are bipartisan amendments offered by Chairman Pallone and Ranking Member Walden of the Energy and Commerce Committee to preserve civilian control over our nuclear weapons programs and strengthen cabinet-level accountability for the work on nuclear weapons. For almost 75 years, civilian control of atomic energy for peaceful and weapons purposes has been an important part of our national policy. Civilian scientists and engineers at Department of Energy and its predecessors built the knowledge and laboratory architecture that has made the nuclear deterrent to win the Cold War possible and made the great national laboratory system that today is producing many advances for the nation. Maintaining this civilian control over nuclear programs is essential for harnessing the full capabilities of Department of Energy's enterprise for the nuclear deterrent, from world-class supercomputers to other advances by civilian scientists. Unfortunately, chronic budget disputes amongst bureaucrats at Department of Defense and Department of Energy have led to periodic efforts by some to put more control within the Department of Defense. I believe this approach to be mistaken. Congress should not cede civilian control of Department of Energy's nuclear weapons programs to the Department of Defense. A better approach is to do what these amendments are designed to do. Number one, put the Secretary of Energy and the Secretary of Defense at the top of the Nuclear Weapons Council as co-chairs. This will elevate the much-needed joint planning for the nuclear deterrent to cabinet-level accountability and makes clear that all DOE and DOE's National Nuclear Security Administration personnel who derive all of their legal authority from the Secretary are in fact responsible to the Secretary. In fact, the Secretary did testify at one of our energy hearings as recently as this week and underscored the importance of that very phenomenon. This will maintain the benefits of the NNSA structure and serves to ensure that the Secretary has the conventional management tools available to other cabinet departments, including the Department of Defense, to be effectively held to account for the nuclear weapons responsibilities. So I do urge that both amendments be made in order. I would also like, time permitting, to speak against Amendment 603, Representative Sherman's Russia sanctions amendment. Amendment 603 imposes sanctions to prohibit Americans from purchasing or trading in new Russian sovereign debt in response to Russian interference in the United States elections. This requires the Office of the Director of National Intelligence to report on foreign interference in elections and requires the President to impose sanctions if such interference occurs. This amendment attempts to target Russia for electoral interference, but instead harms United States commercial and strategic interests. The language prohibits United States companies from making any new investment in Russia's energy sector, which would prevent some already contractually obligated partnerships. Russian companies would have legal grounds to jettison United States companies from projects, allowing Russian entities to capture the former United States partner's share of the project. And let's be honest, the European Union has no interest in matching these proposed sanctions, creating disadvantages between United States businesses and our foreign competitors. Trade relations are one of the few mechanisms that force Russia to adhere to international norms. We certainly should not eliminate this influence. So I do urge that Amendment 603 by Representative Sherman not be made in order. Next, I would like to speak favorably for Representative Banks' amendment number 247, which would include HR 1605, the Education Savings Accounts for Military Families Act, in the fiscal year 2000 fiscal year 2021 NDAA. I am a co-sponsor of 1605. This would give children of our nation's armed services greater access to school choice. This legislation would create a new voucher program for military families to use toward education, private school, charter school, homeschool, tutors, and more. At least 35% of our nation's active military servicemen and women are dissatisfied with the education that their children receive. This amendment would give these families more choices that would lead to better outcomes. As a co-sponsor of 1605, I fully support the inclusion of this amendment and urge that it be made in order and be reported on favorably by the Rules Committee. And Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Let me catch my breath. Thank you very much. I now want to yield to Ms. Shalala.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm introducing this amendment on behalf of myself and Representative Bacon of Nebraska. This amendment would ensure that Gold Star families of our fallen heroes are cared for by giving their spouses the lifelong benefits they deserve. When a Gold Star spouse is handed a folded flag, it arrives with a lifelong commitment from the American people. These families deserve unquestionable support and honor of their loved ones sacrificed for our freedom and security. Presently, if a surviving spouse with dependent children remarries, they no longer have access to MWR exchange and commissary benefits in their own right. When Sergeant First Class A.C. Arakaga arrived from Cuba at the age of 14, he was welcomed by a deeply patriotic Miami community. He graduated from high school in 2001, married his wife, Sienna, in 2006, and welcomed a beautiful and healthy son, Alston, in 2008. AC was tragically killed while on tour in Afghanistan in 2011, but Sienna vowed to follow the plan the couple had for their family with the support of the military. While many people assume that families like AC's are well taken care of, the reality is that some may lose earned benefits if they choose to rebuild their lives. Commissaries which sell tax-free groceries at 20 to 35% the cost of civilian stores can cut nearly a third off your grocery bill. Similarly, exchanges offered barber shops, laundry and dry cleaning services, restaurants, gas stations, and convenience stores with tax-free shopping and discounted goods and services. This amendment would allow Sienna and countless other surviving spouses to raise their families and keep the benefits that they were promised. I urge that this bipartisan amendment be made in order so we can continue to honor the fallen service members by fully supporting their families. Mr. Chairman, this has a special meaning for me because my grandmother was a Gold Star mother twice over. Thank you very much. I yield back.
Thank you very much. I'll now yield to Mr. Arrington.
Mr. Chairman, I miss serving with you on the Ag Committee, and it's good to see you. Thank you for the opportunity. And to my friend Tom Cole, our ranking member, thank you also for the privilege of appearing before you and offering up this very important amendment. Just a little background, and I'll try to make this very short and to the point. I represent the largest B-1 bomber base in the nation, and Mr. Cole thought we were just the food, fuel, and fiber capital of the country. We're also the freedom fighter capital of the country. There in the key city of Abilene, Texas, we have these airmen and women of the 7th Bomb Wing and the 307th Airlift Wing, and the bombers played a critical component of our air dominance, and they're a major weapon in our defense arsenal. And they have been utilized as the tip of the spear in deterring the threats in the Korean Peninsula. They've also been engaged in basically the eradication of ISIS in conflict there in the Middle East. But they've been utilized. The good news is they've provided a great deal of advantage to the United States.
and our homeland security and defending our interests around the globe. The downside is they've been stressed, and they've been flown in such a way and so extensively that we've created some structural integrity concerns. Over the last couple of years, the Air Force has done a deeper dive, a fatigue test, where they were doing the analysis on where the problems were and how long it would take to address them and how much it would cost. And the bottom line is they're recommending, based on that analysis, that they retire 17 of the 62 B-1 bombers of the entire B-1 bomber fleet. And they're going to, and basically the message is they can fix some of these birds and get them flying again, but some of them, it would be cost prohibitive, and they'd like to redirect those monies elsewhere. And I'm very sympathetic and supportive of our leaders at the Air Force, leaders at the Pentagon, and this administration, and that's their recommendation. And I've looked at what information I've received from them, and they're probably right. Some of these planes need to be sidelined for the safety of the airmen and for the sake of taxpayer investment for the greatest defense posture for our country. But whether it's 17 or 15 or what the threshold was, and at over which we'd have to spend X, Y, or Z more or less under all this analysis, there's not a whole lot of detail there. So here's kind of my Solomon amendment, and it would basically acknowledge and recognize that these planes have been stressed, and some more than likely would be cost prohibitive to fix and fly. But that it would also acknowledge that we as members of Congress ought to have detailed information in our oversight capacity to determine if 17 is the right number, and it's not 15 or 12, maybe it should be 20. So the amendment would basically take that 17 and just cut it in half and say, Air Force, Defense, you can redirect those monies where you see fit. And then over the next year, prior to the NDAA, you would then present members of Congress, past members, and others who want to participate, the justification for why that number needs to be above that 8 or 9 upwards to 17. So that's this very simple, straightforward amendment. And I'm very proud to represent Dias and the airmen there. And I think this is a compromise, and I think it's a responsible compromise. And I would ask my colleagues, Mr. McGovern, Chairman McGovern, to give the greatest consideration to supporting this. And then next year we can come back hopefully with better information and get that number as precise as possible.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Stauber? Maybe we'll go to Mr. Estes.
Thank you, Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole, for the opportunity to speak about amendment number 243 to this legislation. I'd like to thank Vice Chair Hastings for being gracious enough to co-sponsor this amendment, along with Representatives Walorski, Davis, Langevin, Timmons, Clay, LaHood, Larson, and Johnson. I'm bringing this amendment up before the NDAA because a similar provision was added in the Senate's version of the NDAA. And I think, as most of us in this meeting can agree, so often the provisions coming from the House are much better than provisions coming from the Senate in regards to most issues. I want to tell you a true story, a story about patriotic citizens who supported this nation over the past 100 years, but focused on one particular moment. A constituent of mine, we'll just call her Jill, immigrated to this country, worked hard, made a life for herself, and made a conscious decision to support the country by purchasing a savings bond issued by the U.S. Treasury with the promise of a modest return.
Now, you might think this was yesterday or 10 years ago. However, Jill made this purchase 100 years ago in 1920. Like many patriotic citizens throughout the country, Jill forgot about the savings bond. Throughout the years, whether she stored it under a mattress or later in a safe deposit box, this savings bond gathered interest as it matured. Unfortunately, Jill passed away in 1950 without telling her heirs about her savings bond, many of which were lost or degraded over the years. I tell you the story to illustrate the millions of Americans across the country who purchased savings bonds to support our government during major conflicts such as World War I, World War II, and the effort to rebuild and invest in our nation's future after that. Unfortunately, the U.S. Treasury Department is not taking any action to repay bond owners or their heirs, many of who are unaware that the bonds have matured. It's discouraging that we allow Treasury to continue to hold approximately $27 billion from the American people, especially since returning those dollars does not increase our deficit. As Kansas State Treasurer, I had to pursue legal action to help unite Kansas citizens with the money that was given to the U.S. government in the form of savings bonds years ago. While I was partially successful in this effort, there's still something that Congress can do right now to help right some of those previous wrongs that have been perpetuated over the last 50 plus years. My amendment would require Treasury to transfer all records and ownership of unclaimed, mature savings bonds to the states to find the rightful owners and heirs of these bonds. This effort will unite millions of Americans with their own money as our economy recovers. It's expected that this amendment would return over $532 million to Arizona, $3 billion to California, $421 million to Colorado, $1.4 billion to Florida, $745 million to Georgia, $469 million to Maryland, $1.5 billion to New York, $312 million to Oklahoma, $840 million to Pennsylvania, and $2.1 billion to Texas. I understand that some people have said that this amendment would cost $47 billion over 10 years, but it's calculated falsely. My amendment specifically limits the applicable bonds that have been turned over that were matured before January 1, 2017. These unclaimed savings bonds have already been accounted for as a liability in Treasury's books and must be repaid. I'd like to specifically thank the Assistant State Treasurer of Massachusetts and State Treasurer of Pennsylvania for their support in working through this process. I'm proud that so many representatives from both sides of the aisle, including the esteemed Vice Chair of this committee, have stood up to reunite their constituents with money that's rightfully theirs. I hope we can continue to work together to help reunite our constituents with their money. And I humbly ask that you make this amendment in order, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much. And let me just, before we go to questions, just see if Mr. Stauber is here, and see his Mr. Stauber? Okay. Well, anyway, oh, I mean, here he is. Mr. Stauber?
Needs to unmute.
Unmute. Unmute. Oh, you gotta, yeah, okay.
Mr. Chair,
Okay.
Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I see your ceiling fan.
Mr. Chair, can you hear me? I've got issues.
Yeah.
Can you hear me though, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, we can.
Thank you,
Okay, so
Jiffy.
thank you.
No,
Say that again.
Yeah, we can hear you right now. Yes.
Thank you, Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole, for your patience and for giving me the opportunity to speak today on my amendment to HR 6395, the William M. Thornberry National Defense Authorization Act for 2021. Amendment number 169 would allow the Navy to solicit contracts from non-home port shipyards for maintenance work should the shipyards meet the Navy's requirements for ship repair work. Currently, the Navy has a tremendous maintenance backlog, but under current law, there are certain restrictions that limit where naval vessels can undertake maintenance repair. Unless these restrictions are lifted, the Navy's backlog will only increase exponentially over time. At the same time, there are fully qualified shipyards in the rest of the United States, including the Great Lakes, Gulf Coast, and Alaska. that can perform repair work for certain types of naval vessels. Although these vessels may not be home ported in these regions of the country, it should be within the Secretary's discretion to decide what types of vessels could be sent to such shipyards to help with the Navy's maintenance backlog. Last year, my amendment, which was adopted into the NDAA for 2020, requested the Navy create a report on the feasibility of doing maintenance work on naval vessels at shipyards other than shipyards in the vessel's home port. The report was produced this spring, and within the report, the Navy concluded that the law could be modified to allow the Navy to use non-home port yards to meet surge capacity where the contract would be for more than 10 months, and the yard has either an MSRA or an ABR with the Navy. We have done the proper examination. Now it is time to give the Navy the authority it needs to reduce its maintenance backlog and better address our military readiness. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Well, thank you very much for your testimony. I have no questions. Mr. Cole, do you have any questions or comments?
No questions, Mr. Chairman. It was a striking visual, though, for Mr. Stolber. So,
All right. Okay, we get to Ms. Torres. Mr. Woodall. Oh, Mr. Perlmutter. Dr. Burgess.
No questions.
Ms. Lesko.
I just want to say thanks to everybody. Mr. Stauber, you look like you're in a cabin or something. And also to Mr. Estes, I like your idea for the amendment, and I yield back.
Mr. Raskin.
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Scanlon.
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Morelli.
I'm fine, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Ms. Shalala. Ms. Matsui.
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
All right, I want to thank you all for being here, and you can go. All right, thank you very much. We have another panel here now. And I want to welcome our next panel, Mr. Gomert, Mr. Grothman, Mr. Perry, Mr. Norman, and Mr. Crawford. So I want to thank you for providing testimony today. Any written materials you submit to rules.documents@mail.house.gov before the conclusion of this hearing will, without objection, be entered into the record. And so having said all of that, I now recognize the distinguished gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gomert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members. I know you've been here for a long time, so I'm going to be brief, believe it or not, on my amendments. But let me tell you, our friend, the late great, and I mean that sincerely, Elijah Cummings, the Congressional Black Caucus, as well as I have something in common. We all saw that Sergeant Derek Miller had suffered a grave injustice at the hands of the UCMJ, and he was unjustly prosecuted and convicted and sentenced around 7 years in prison. I testified at both the hearings on this with the parole board trying to get justice. We got some semblance. He's been out for over a year, and he's been working in my office, out of my office, for the Congressional Justice for Warriors Caucus. And he and I are both Christians, but I don't know that I could be as forgiving as he has. He has an amazing attitude, smart. And we have found a number of things that would be a good start in fixing the UCMJ. And in fairness, we had asked Secretary Esper to assist us in things that he could see. And his response reminded me a little bit of Sergeant Schultz in the old Hogan's Heroes show, where he sees nothing wrong, everything's great. But when I was in the Army for 4 years, it kind of concerned me that the commanding general, or if you're in the Navy, the commanding admiral,
personally selected the people to be on the jury. You had no peremptory strikes. Everybody there stayed there. Judges would not allow challenges for cause, even when there was real cause. The judge would instruct them that we're all part of this service and you'll follow my order when I tell you not to be biased. Oh, yes, sure. So anyway, I also want to thank Professor Jeffrey Adicott, who was Lieutenant Colonel in Army JAG, and Charles Stimson, former Navy JAG, so many others. But here are the proposed amendments. First of all, number 168, it outlines the career track for military judges. We should not have a situation continue where when a trial counsel comes before a judge and or even argues that the judge is biased or unfair, that judge then ends up being appointed to be the rater for that trial counsel. Similarly, it sure shouldn't be that the commanding general or admiral who signed off ordering the trial, handpicking the jurors, and then he gets to rate the judge as one of the judge's raters to determine whether he continues on an upward slope for his career. So this would prevent those kinds of what I would consider conflicts of interest from occurring. It's a tweak to the law, but it would help make sure we got a little bit more justice and a little less injustice. 172 is an instruction that no soldier may brief another on a pending case because they're potential jury members. At one time, a member of the accused's own unit could not be on the jury, which sometimes was a bit unfair. But that got changed, and so we don't need a situation where the commander who sent the charges up to the convening authority, a general or admiral, he ends up briefing all the members of the soldiers, sailors, whatever, in his unit about a case, making clear what he wants to happen. So that would prevent that from happening so that we could have a better shot at a fair, impartial jury. 176 outlines the modification to the military title system. CID has done a good job many times, but the way the title system works in the military, too often, and there's a lot of injustice that's arisen out of it, but they'll swoop up a whole group, whether it's platoon, squad, whatever, and make them all suspects, enter them into the titling system, and then that stays there for the rest of those service members' lives, even though they've been completely exonerated and they went on to pursue the actual guilty party. All of those people, because of the unit they were in, end up having problems the rest of their lives, even though they served honorably and well and committed no offenses. So we really need a tweak to that. And then two others, 192 would eliminate the law currently that no military member, no matter how heinous the injustice he suffers or she suffers, you can't go to the Supreme Court. And this would change that by allowing appeal of some cases, if the Supreme Court accepts them, to go all the way so that we could get some fixes to some things that have been very unjust. And then last, requires a unanimous jury verdict. I run into a lot of people that had no idea that you could be convicted as a criminal, put in prison for life, and you had a fourth of the jury say he's just not guilty. This isn't right. So this would bring about what we have for a civil right, and that is you got to have a unanimous verdict if you're going to take away somebody's liberty and put them in prison. So those in a nutshell are the amendments, Mr. Chairman.
you and I have disagreed on many things, but I know you have been a valiant fighter for civil rights over your career. And that's really what this is. And I would submit it's even more important because these are the people that have volunteered to protect us. And we ought to protect them by giving them a better justice system. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here. Mr. Grothman? I don't see him, so we'll go to Mr. Perry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and everybody there. Listen, first of all, I really appreciate the Rules Committee. I got to serve on rules when I was in the House of Representatives here in Pennsylvania. Of course, one of the great things, and I really appreciate it, I know you've had a long day. I think that every member appreciates as we get to talk about the things that are important to us in depth. I want to make it as quick as I can for you. So I got a lot of information, but I'm going to go through it quickly. Amendment 377 is rejecting the People's Republic of China's claims concerning certain islands and territories in the East and South China Sea. This amendment, number 377, would be added to the end of subtitle G of Title 12 of H.R. 6395, the William M. Thornberry National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2021. This amendment would make it the policy of this nation, the United States of America, to reject the People's Republic of China's claim over all disputed islands and territories in the East and South China Seas. Specifically, our nation would reject the PRC's claims over the Senkaku Islands, the East China Sea, as well as the Spratly Islands, Scarborough Shoal, and the Paracel Islands. I understand that some wish to diminish this amendment to simply more or less mimic the administration's announcement on Monday. I want to be absolutely clear that I respect the administration's decision to align the U.S. position on the PRC's maritime claims in the South China Sea with the tribunal's decision. But quite honestly, that should have been done from the get-go. And given the current geopolitical realities in the South China Sea, it doesn't go far enough. The PRC doesn't respect or acknowledge international law and remain undeterred in their goal of regional hegemony. The fact that we now say our position will align with the tribunal's decisions is not going to change the reality of the situation. And I can assure everybody that China will continue to militarize Woody Island and other parts of the region and will do so with unmitigating contempt for our allies. The correct approach from our side, the United States Congress, is not for us to water down any amendment in this area, but to point that it has zero impact, or to the point that it has zero impact. The current amendment, as I've offered, is not an opportunity for any of us to get positive press from China. I can assure you that. But I also will assure you that our adversaries in Beijing are not going to be cowed by an amendment that simply demonstrates our unwillingness to do anything to defend our interests and those of our allies in the face of adversity. Any efforts to include a watered-down amendment signals to Beijing the limits of our resolve. Given everything China has wrought in the world, it's clearly that a strategy of appeasement will not suffice. We need to push back vigorously, and we need to demonstrate that we are not about to let Beijing government dictate the future course of global affairs. They willingly violate the sovereignty of neighboring states, ensuring no other countries in the area can engage in hydrocarbon development or any other type of development that stands in the way of its specious and unlawful claims in the East and South China Seas. This amendment gets us to where we need to be. By renouncing China's so-called control over these islands, we are forcefully attacking their claims, which is something we clearly need to do. If we do not do this, the PRC will continue to behave like international maritime law does not exist and will certainly continue to behave like it doesn't apply to them. And at that point, what does this committee or any of us plan to do? So that's that amendment. Amendment 400, formally designating Taiwan as a major non-NATO ally. This amendment, LOC 400, would be added to the end of subtitle F of Title 12 of H.R. 6395, the William M. Thornberry National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2021. This amendment would formally designate Taiwan as a major non-NATO ally. Nearly 18 years ago, this Congress passed the Foreign Relations Authorization Act
of FY 2003, which required that Taiwan be treated as though it were designated a major non-NATO ally. It was the right move then, but it is wholly inadequate now. The People's Republic of China needs to understand that we hold our relationship with Taiwan in especially high regard. There cannot be a second class of country within our major non-NATO allies. By voting for this amendment, China would see the depth of our resolve towards Taiwan. This amendment is emblematic of what we need to be doing now, pushing back against China's malicious attacks against international law and accept norms of behavior. If the coronavirus had originated in Taiwan instead of Wuhan, China, you can bet that there would have been no worldwide pandemic. There would have been no cover-up, no disinformation campaign, and full cooperation with the world's leading scientific bodies and governing institutions. And that's because Taiwan represents what a responsible and decent global actor should look like. Cannot begin to understand why we could even hesitate to reward countries like Taiwan at the expense of a nation that must now be considered the greatest state-level threat to the security of the United States. And I urge all my colleagues to support this amendment in recognition of the critically important ties between Taiwan and the United States. Two more to go, Mr. Chairman. LOC 412, Protecting the Academic Integrity Act. This amendment, LOC 412, would be added to the end of Title 17 of HR 6395, the William M. Thornberry National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2021. This amendment, which is HR 3921 in the House, would provide needed transparency of foreign influence through gifts and contracts in U.S. universities, and not a moment too soon. According to a February 2019 Senate testimony study or report, Deputy Secretary of Education Dr. Mitchell Zayas cited that while 3,700 degree-granting institutions in the U.S. are covered under the current reporting law, fewer than 3% have ever reported receiving foreign gifts or contracts. More than 70% of U.S. schools that receive more than $250,000 from the Chinese government for the establishment of Confucius Institute since 2006 failed to properly report the gift. Following an investigation into low reporting results from institutes of higher education, the Department of Education found this past February that over $6 billion in foreign donations from adversarial countries went unreported. The Education Department's own legal counsel concluded that evidence suggests massive investments of foreign money have bred dependency and distorted the decision-making mission and value. Reduces the reporting threshold from 250,000 to 50,000, providing transparency into the sheer amount of foreign funding going into our universities. Second, it requires U.S. universities to report which department, agency, office, or division of a foreign government provided the gift or contract. This would bring greater transparency to potential intentions of these gifts and contracts. Finally, this amendment directs the GAO to study and publicly report on the reasons U.S. universities fail to comply with current law. This legislation will keep foreign interests from compromising the academic integrity of American colleges and universities while still respecting the importance of institutional autonomy and academic freedom. And I urge my colleagues to support and vote yes on this amendment. Finally, LOC 653 directs the Secretary of Defense in consultation with relevant federal departments and agencies to prepare an assessment on the People's Liberation Army of the People's Republic of China 2035 modernization target. This amendment, LOC 653, would be added to the end of subtitle G of Title 12 of HR 6395, the William M. Thornberry National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2021. The People's Liberation Army, the PLA, of the People's Republic of China is modernizing rapidly and hopes to fully modernize its armed forces and national defense by 2035. That is their stated goal. That raises numerous questions on how to best to confront China's rising threat, as well as how our allies in the region should adapt. This amendment directs the Secretary of Defense to prepare an assessment on how the PLA's modernization targets could impact the effectiveness of Taiwan's self-defense capabilities. This report will also assess how such modernization could impact U.S. interests, including those articulated in the Taiwan Relations Act. The Taiwan's Relation Act requires the United States to resist any resort to force or other forms of coercion that could jeopardize the security or the social or economic system of the people of Taiwan. Following the completion of this assessment, the Secretary of Defense will provide the assessment in a classified written report to the Congressional Defense Committee, as well as other committees of jurisdiction, including the House Foreign Affairs Committee. Such an amendment will hopefully be met by bipartisan support, and I look forward to its passage and urge support. And with that, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, thank you for your diligence, dedication, and patience today.
Thank you very much. Mr. Norman.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman and the ranking members and members of the committee. My amendment is 719 to House Rule 6395, the William Mack Thornberry National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2021. In a nutshell, what this involves is a $7.5 million pilot program that was voted on last year and agreed to by the majority. And we got a letter from the Navy at the last minute saying, and this is to replace a turret, an old turret that the Navy was going to replace anyway. And some of the reason they responded to us and said that they were going to do the pilot program, but not test the 2 new turrets that would save money. And I'll read the letter, but bottom line, that's what it is. Money that was allocated previously last year, and the Navy is pretty much agreed to that the old turret is outdated. It's costly, and the new turrets have a lot of advantages. That's why we voted last year to fund the pilot program to test the 2 out. So they wrote us and said they weren't going to do the test program. I mean, they were going to spend the $7.5 million, but they're going to test the old one, which is a waste of money. You know, and the simply in its conception is to increase the lethality of the expeditionary sea bases to enable the self-defense. It's a small change that, as I mentioned, would save huge dollars, be a cost saver. And again, the Navy was going to do it, and then at the last minute said that they were going to go ahead and go with the funding, but they're just going to test the same thing. That, in a nutshell, is it. I hope you would rule that in order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Crawford.
Gotcha. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. I'll be as quick as I can. I have 4 amendments to this NDAA, all of which are explosive ordnance disposal or EOD related. Soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines. It's a joint service community and allows these EOD soldiers to be their best. Sailors, airmen, and Marines as well. As a former EOD soldier, I have a deep personal appreciation for congressional support of this small but critical community. EOD warriors are highly trained operators that do back-to-back deployments and suffer one of the highest casualty rates in the military. Upon return home from deployments, EOD operators protect national security events such as conventions, perform very important persons technical security details along with the Secret Service, and support civil authorities by diffusing IEDs and recover military ordnance to threaten their communities. Because of their small size, the services tend to overlook this low-density, high-demand asset. Thus, EOD forces consistently do not receive the necessary resources from our congressional body. My first amendment, Crawford 279, continues acquisition reform. This amendment specifically improves report requirements in the base NDAA to identify the specific issues with the current process so that Congress can rectify the situation next year. Briefly, the current acquisition and procurement processes used for EOD common tools and equipment are broken. This process requires each of the services to separately approve requirements and separately perform programming and budget execution actions to buy the very same common use equipment item. Compare this with military departments having joint program executive offices that use one required document and have auditable joint funding to purchase and acquire jointly used equipment. The tactical EOD units are fed up with this and buy commercially available off-the-shelf equipment using overseas contingency operations funding rather than submitting this current process that takes roughly 15 years. Buying COTS by OCO funding may be the fastest method. However, this causes sustainment problems in theater
for the Joint Force Commander. The logistics and maintenance system simply cannot support these non-standard equipment items such as different robotic systems, portable X-ray equipment to diagnose IEDs, and other life-saving equipment and technology. My next amendment, Crawford 261, allows the Army an additional 5 years to ready itself for the Army EOD Corps as a basic branch, designates the EOD Commandant, Chief of EOD, an Army EOD qualified general officer as the responsible senior leader on ensuring processes on EOD soldier mobility training and their support of special operations forces. The services, with the exception of the Army, have assigned responsibility to senior leaders on ensuring that their EOD operators possess necessary mobility skills such as airborne, combat diving, fast roping, etc., to support special operations forces. The first 5 Army General Purpose Force units that deployed were EOD companies to support 5 Joint Special Operations Task Forces. And fast forwarding to today, roughly 50% of force tracking number deploying EOD units support U.S. Special Operations Command units. EOD soldiers that lack requisite mobility skills hamper soft mission accomplishment. Last year, Congress allowed the Army until 30 September 2020 to fix identified problems. The Army will need more time to implement the EOD Commandant, Chief of EOD, Army EOD Qualified General Officer position, ensure the processes on EOD soldiers' mobility skills to support soft, and fix several other identified problem areas. Crawford 267 provides Commander, U.S. Special Operations Command authority on EOD as a special operations capability by adding EOD to the list of special operations activities designated in Section 167K of Title 10 USC. Currently, Section 167K contains 9 activities, including direct action, counterterrorism, and even things like civil affairs. EOD has become a crucial part of special operations capability as our enemies have become more reliant on explosive devices. Congress should ensure that Commander U.S. SOCOM gains the authority so that EOD forces receive required commensurate resources. Crawford 745 edits the requirements for study of EOD outlined in Section 1702 and requires the federal government to consult with outside EOD support groups like the U.S. Bomb Technician Association, of which I'm a member, and EOD Warrior Foundation. We need to take a non-traditional approach to solve these non-traditional problems. These groups provide immense support to the bomb disposal community and can provide valuable insight to the government in this study. Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, thank you and the Rules Committee for considering these amendments. Our EOD warriors need Congress's support, and I greatly appreciate these amendments being made in order. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think Mr. Grothman is back. Okay. You might want to unmute. Unmute.
There we are. Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can. Yeah. All right.
Great. I have 3 amendments. I don't mean to bother you with 3 amendments, but 2 are my colleagues' amendments. And because we all have good friends in the Congress, I must lead with my colleagues' amendments. The first one is Amendment 474, which is actually Representative Gallagher's amendment. If you've been reading your emails lately, you know Mike Gallagher has a newborn baby. Because he has a newborn baby, first of all, he cannot appear at this hearing. And secondly, we must be very friendly to his amendment. The amendment concerns the family of medium tactical vehicles. In the past, Army officials have expressed concern about preserving skills and capabilities for our original equipment manufacturers and suppliers. By Department of Defense definition, the minimum sustaining rate is the production rate for each budget year that is necessary to keep production lines open while maintaining a base of responsive vendors and suppliers. The family of medium tactical vehicles, like many other vehicles, is made up of a fragile network of suppliers. The President's budget and HR 6395 failed to meet the FMTV minimum sustaining rate to be produced affordably and ensure the survival of suppliers by $86 million. In this amendment, we're adding $50 million for the family of medium tactical vehicles to close the gap between the minimum sustaining rate and the current authorized amount, which will allow these trucks to be produced much more affordably. I think I should address why this did not make it in the original bill. The original bill, the vote took place on the day in which Congressman Gallagher's child was born. So we couldn't make it, and that's why we are bringing it up now. That's the First Amendment, and I am also a co-sponsor of that amendment.
Some of the trucks under that amendment that I think are going to be built are built in Oshkosh, Wisconsin. I know members of HASC have almost all of them toured that facility, and you know how important that facility is. The next bill that I'm going to deal with is Chuy Garcia's bill, which is related to these payday loan people. We passed a bill a while back putting a 36% cap on these vehicles. I'm sorry, a 36% cap on these payday loans to veterans or to servicemen on military bases. This bill extends the 36% interest rate cap to all consumer loans, especially veterans and Gold Star families, but all loans. A variety of states have already capped loans at 36%, including Connecticut. By the way, I'm told this is Amendment 530, if I got it wrong. They have already imposed these caps, and they're working very well. So there are certain alarmists who are going to say, oh my goodness, if we cap interest rates at 36%, people aren't going to be able to get a loan. That's not what's going on right now. So we would like to have added to this bill the Veterans and Consumers Fair Credit Act, not only for Congressman Garcia, but for Congressman Grothman, who makes it a bipartisan bill. So that is something we beg that it be done for Representative Garcia. And now we have my own bill, my own amendment, Amendment 565. Overall, I have sometimes been critical of spending in the defense budget. There was an assessment done by the Office of the Secretary of Defense, which implied rather than 11 aircraft carriers, we could make do with 9. Because I'm a very gentle person, my amendment only says that if the Navy wants to, they can reduce the number of aircraft carriers from 11 to 10. The bill as drafted would say that even if the Army feels they don't need another aircraft carrier, they have to stick with 11. I'll admit partly my bias here comes from reading military history. And of course, you read about the Battle of the Midway, probably the most important American naval battle maybe in our history. And it's now coming up on 75 years ago. And in the Battle of the Midway, I think in 2 days, maybe 1 day, 4 Japanese aircraft carriers were sunken very quickly. And there's some people there for a little bit skeptical. Well, we do need aircraft carriers, skeptical in an all-out war, how long they were going to last. I'm not an expert in the military. I am a little bit concerned about the huge number, not only whether some of them would last long in an all-out conflict, but the huge number of people who would die if we sunk an aircraft carrier, if our opponents sunk an aircraft carrier. So for that reason, I introduced Amendment 565, which does not require reduction in aircraft carriers, just allows if the Navy wants there to be a reduction, they can reduce not by 2, as the internal assessment says, but just by 1, just in case the Navy wants to. So those are the 3 amendments I'm throwing before your folks. If you so desire, because I care so much for my friends, I know you're taking up 3 here, you can send 565 back to me because I know how hard it is to get that sort of amendment through here. But those are the 3 amendments I throw out to you, and I stand ready to answer whatever questions you want from my beautiful office in downtown Fond du Lac, Wisconsin.
Well, thank you very much. And I want to thank the entire panel. Mr. Cole, any questions?
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Torres, any questions?
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Woodall.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Norman, are you still with us?
Yes, I am.
We've got a couple of amendments today that are designed to get the DOD to do what we asked for the DOD to do. We provide a whole lot of money in that direction, and sometimes they go off and do it their own way instead of the way that Congress instructed. Is that the way you would characterize your amendment that we voted in a bipartisan way last year to direct the DOD, but DOD has decided to do it differently than Congress directed?
It is, Rob, and that's why I don't really understand it. I mean, we allocated the money. We had two systems that were going to save the Navy money, were new. I think the existing turrets are 30 or 40 years old, and the Navy agrees it needs to be changed. But then to come back at the last minute to say that they're going to stay with the old system and will still spend that $7.5 million to test the system they're replacing makes no sense. So that's what's unbelievable. They did it on the last day of submission for amendments. So that's why we're asking to abide by what we passed last year, and let's get this going.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I hope we'll be able to take a hard look at the Norman amendment. We disagree on a lot of things as it relates to the NDAA bill, but once we have spoken with the congressional voice, I think that we do both the institution of the Pentagon as an institution and the Congress as an institution a disservice by allowing folks to go their own way in the presence of congressional direction. So I thank the gentleman for bringing the amendment, and I yield back.
All right, thank you. Okay, Mr. Perlmutter. Dr. Burgess. Mr. Raskin.
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Lesko.
No questions.
Ms. Scanlon. Mr. Morelli. Ms. Shalala. Ms. Matsui.
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Does any other member of the committee wish to ask a question? Seeing none, I wish to thank our witnesses for their testimony. You are now excused. Are there any other members who wish to testify on Senate Amendment to H.R. 1957, H.R. 6395, H.R. 7027, or H.R. 7327? Seeing none, this closes the hearing portion of our meeting. Without objection, the committee stands a recess subject to the call of the chair. I think it's going to be at least an hour, it might be a little bit more, but you can plan at least that we have an hour here. And we will stay in close touch with Mr. Cole and his team to make sure that everybody knows what's going on, but that's kind of where we are.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Morelli.
Is it all right for us to turn the cameras off during the recess?
Let me just double check. I think it is. Because we are recessing, so.
I mean, I won't log off, but if we can turn the cameras off and the.
Yeah, right?
Yes, video off is fine.
Yeah, video off is fine.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
All right, we'll see you soon.
I think you ought to keep Morelli under constant supervision.
Rules Committee will come to order, and I welcome back everybody. This is later than I thought, and I apologize for it, but we were waiting for CBO scores and other technical necessities before we could get here today. So again, thank you for coming back. But at this time, the chair will entertain a motion from the distinguished gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Scanlon.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee grant H.R. 6395, the William M. Mac Thornberry National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2021, a structured rule. The rule provides 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Armed Services. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides that an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 116-57 shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill as amended. Section 2 of the rule provides that following debate, each further amendment printed in the Rules Committee report not earlier considered as part of the amendments en bloc pursuant to Section 3 shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, may be withdrawn by the proponent at any time before the question is put thereon, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. Section 3 of the rule provides that at any time after debate, the chair of the Committee on Armed Services or his designee may offer amendments en bloc consisting of further amendments printed in the Rules Committee report not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 30 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Armed Services or their designees, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. The rule waives all points of order against the further amendments printed in the Rules Committee report and amendments en bloc described in Section 3. The rule provides one motion to recommit with or without instructions. The rule provides consideration of H.R. 7027, the Child Care is Essential Act, under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of debate equally divided among and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations and the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Labor. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides that an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 116-58 shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill as amended. The rule provides that Clause 2E of Rule 21 shall not apply during consideration of the bill. The rule provides one motion to recommit with or without instructions. The rule also provides for consideration of H.R. 7327, the Child Care for Economic Recovery Act. The rule provides 1 hour of debate equally divided among and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations and the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides that the bill should be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill. The rule provides that Clause 2E of Rule 21 shall not apply during consideration of the bill. The rule provides one motion to recommit. The rule provides for consideration of the Senate amendments to H.R. 1957, the Great American Outdoors Act. The rule makes in order a single motion offered by the chair of the Committee on Natural Resources or his designee that the House concur in the Senate amendments. The rule provides 1 hour of debate on the motion equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the motion and provides that it shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. The rule provides that the Senate amendments and the motion shall be considered as read. Finally, the rule amends House Resolution 967 agreed to May 15, 2020, as amended by House Resolution 1017 agreed to June 25th, 2020. In Section 4 by striking July 31st, 2020, and inserting September 21st, 2020. In Section 11 by striking legislative day of July 31st, 2020, and inserting calendar day of September 20th, 2020. And in Section 12 by striking July 31st, 2020, and inserting September 21st, 2020.
Thank you Thank you very much. You've heard the motion from the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Is there any amendment or discussion? Mr. Cole?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee provide an open rule for HR 7027 and HR 6395. Chairman, it's unfortunate that HR 7027 comes before us as another closed rule without a committee markup. The least we can do is give this legislation an open rule so that all members may be afforded the opportunity to offer their ideas on the House floor. Furthermore, Mr. Chairman, while we are proud of the bipartisan work of the Armed Services Committee, was unable to accomplish in drafting HR 6395, there's always an opportunity to do better and provide for more openness. By giving HR 6395 an open rule, we can give all members a chance to impact this important piece of legislation.
You heard the amendment from the gentleman from Oklahoma. Any discussion? Hearing none, the vote is on the Cole amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, on that, I'd request a roll call vote.
A roll call vote has been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings, Mrs. Torres.
No.
Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter,
No.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin,
Right.
He has to say
You got to say it.
Yes, Chairman, as you can see, I'm struggling.
Yeah. You got to unmute.
I think we've got him, Mr. Chairman.
You got to unmute. Why don't we come back to Mr.
Can't hear you, Jamie.
Unmute.
Miss Scanlon,
No.
Miss Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli,
No.
Mr. Morelli, no. Layla,
No.
Miss Shalala, no. Miss Matsui,
No.
Miss Matsui, no. Mr. Cole,
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Woodall,
Aye.
Mr. Woodall, aye. Mr. Burgess, Mrs. Lesko,
Aye.
Mrs. Lesko, aye. Mr. Chairman,
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
And how was Mr. Raskin recorded?
Mr. Raskin is not recorded.
Jamie, open the window and shout.
Or write it on a piece of paper and hold it up.
Where'd he go?
you have to keep the vote open.
Mr. Chairman, I think he was walking around his house trying to get help. It's kind of fun watching him put on his tie, too.
We just a couple of minutes here to see if we can hook up here.
Can you hear me now? I'm on a new device.
Yeah.
We can hear you, we can't see you.
Can you activate your video?
Let's see.
There you go.
Yay!
Yay!
No
How
vote.
was
The answer
How was
is
Mr.
no.
Raskin recorded?
Mr. Raskin is not recorded.
I would like to be recorded no.
Mr. Raskin, no.
Clerk, report the total.
3 yeas, 8 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments, Mr. Cole.
Thank you.
Yes.
Well, since my good friend from Maryland struggled so hard, I want to provide at least one more opportunity to do the right thing. So, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee strike from the rule the appropriate sections providing for the consideration of HR 7027 and HR 7327 and make the necessary changes. Mr. Chairman, it's unfortunate that these two bills come before us today after receiving no markup, despite the Democratic majority's changes to the rule requiring such, and additionally providing for remote markup capabilities. The purpose of my amendment is to allow these two pieces of legislation to have the markup they deserve. It's not that these pieces of legislation are not important and don't deserve floor consideration. Frankly, they do. I think there's a lot of bipartisan support for childcare, additional resources. In fact, they're important for the reasons for this reason, and they deserve to be treated as such, and should receive a markup to ensure that we're creating responsible legislation capable of becoming law. Simply put, if the Appropriations Committee has the capabilities, which it does, and I'm very proud of the Appropriations Committee, to complete a marathon markup sessions covering all 12 appropriations bills over the last 10 days, and certainly this legislation been marked up before coming to rule. For that reason, I urge the adoption of my motion so the committee of jurisdiction may mark up the bill before being sent to the floor as House rules dictate.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You heard the amendment from the gentleman from Oklahoma. Any discussion? Hearing none, the vote is on the Cole amendment. All those in favor say aye.
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 No. No.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
And Mr. Chairman, I heard a babble of voices. I think that said aye. So I'm going to ask for a roll call. Just to be certain.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings, Mrs. Torres.
No, but may I say that it's very difficult to hear Mr. Cole?
Now you need, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter,
No.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin,
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon,
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli,
No.
Mr. Morelli, no. Ms. Shalala,
No.
Ms. Shalala, no. Ms. Matsui,
No.
Ms. Matsui, no. Mr. Cole,
Aye, but Mr. Chairman, I just have to add that I think it's often hard to hear me for the majority. So I understand my friend from California's problem.
Mr. Cole,
I assure you, you come through loud and clear to me.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Woodall,
Aye.
Mr. Woodall, aye. Mr. Burgess, Mrs. Lesko,
Aye.
Mrs. Lesko, aye. Mr. Chairman,
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Are you really sure you heard me, Mr. Chairman?
Clerk will report the total.
3 yeas, 8 yeas.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments. Mr. Woodall?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have looked through the rule, and I do not see my amendment included, and I had anticipated that it would be. The Rules Committee, in its wisdom, last year included it. It's a bipartisan amendment with Mr. Lowenthal and Mr. Cisneros that helps the DOD in its money-saving efforts. It's amendment number 314. And it passed in the floor of the House last year by a voice vote. So to a manufacturer in my district deals with which kinds of air conditioners are considered by DOD contracts. We produce, as they do in the Lowenthal and Cisneros districts, air conditioners that are so efficient, DOE has a tough time evaluating them under their normal.
Would the gentleman yield?
I'd be happy to yield.
Could you check page 73, I'm told, of the rule? I think this amendment may be there. Is this
Page 73. I will do this. I don't even need to check page 73, Mr. Chairman. You have spoken from on high, and I believe it to be true.
okay?
So I will stipulate that page 73 has the good news that I'm looking for.
If you want to still have the vote, we can.
Candidly, I have not fared so well this session, Mr. Chairman, and I'd rather not give my colleagues a chance to change their mind. I would, however, unless it's also on page 73, like to offer a motion to make an order amendment number 415 by Ms. Spanberger of Virginia. You will may know that's the authorization of use of military force amendment that doesn't repeal the 2001 AUMF, but simply says we're not going to allow any president to expand on that 2001 AUMF. We're going to require that Congress speak to any new military action that happens around the globe. This is a bipartisan bill that has been introduced to a great reception on both sides of the hill. And in the 10 years that I've been in Congress, I've never had a chance to vote on an AUMF. I believe had we had language such as this that prevented AUMF from being expanded from its 2001 purpose to the purpose that presidents want to use it for today, I would have had an opportunity to vote on those, and Congress would have had an opportunity to speak. So I would ask my colleagues to let the House have that debate and that vote on whether or not the 2001 AUMF is being used as we intended at the time, or whether it has long outgrown the boundaries that we set for it 19 years ago.
Okay. Well, I thank the gentleman. Is there any discussion on the amendment? I just will say that next week, I think it'll be next week, we're going to be dealing with the defense appropriation, and maybe in a couple of weeks, not next week, and maybe the week after. We'll be dealing with the defense appropriations bill, and there will be a number of votes on AUMFs in that vehicle. But let me also say, we started something in the Rules Committee, which unfortunately got interrupted with this COVID-19 pandemic, which we need to try to figure a way to get back to. And that was a discussion on, congressional powers and again, AUMF and war powers is obviously part of that discussion. But there will be votes on AUMFs coming up in the defense appropriations bills. And again, we're trying to Congresswoman Barbara Lee has withdrawn her amendment because she thinks that we ought to be she wants there to be a debate in the AUMF. She wants to have in the proper context. I'm not sure whether if Barbara Lee's amendment were to be voted on and passed, whether or not that would be considered by some on your side as a poison pill in terms of whether or not they would support the final passage of the defense authorization bill. But anyway, we're going to have these votes. I appreciate the gentleman's concern about the debate. I wish that we had that concern when I was in the minority, but we will have votes on the AUMF, and so I would urge at this point a no to that, a no vote on that.
Chairman, may I say something?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank you for your leadership on this issue for many years. As you know, you and I don't agree on every issue, but we very much have both worked for many years to try and find some workable way to deal with this issue. And I applaud you for your leadership here. I know I certainly trust what you have to say about what is coming ahead of us. I hope this particular format is one that we can look at when that time comes. And I say that simply because I think it's one that has great bipartisan support. And it may not be the perfect answer. I think that's what we have debates to determine. I support this particular measure that Mr. Woodall is trying to make an amendment on here. And I hope we have the opportunity to vote on it, because I think it actually is something to bring us both together, both sides together on a really important institutional issue. But I'd be remiss not to acknowledge your efforts for many years in this area and tell you I appreciate it very much. Hope we have the opportunity to work together on this issue going forward. And thank you for putting this front and center before the Congress, whether you were in the minority or in the majority, and doing it also when and how you can from the post that you currently occupy. So you're to be commended for that, and hopefully, again, we can continue this important discussion going forward.
Thank you, and I appreciate the gentleman's comments, and I appreciate the spirit in which Mr. Woodall offers the amendment. And I mean, we all care deeply about this, and as I mentioned in the defense bill, I mean, there is already AUMF language that will be in the defense appropriations bill, and I'm not sure we've developed yet a consensus on how to proceed, which we're going to have to do. But this discussion is going to happen, and it's, and I think we need to figure out, a process forward that is not just an amendment, but where the committees of jurisdiction actually report something out, and that people have confidence that it is the right way to proceed. So again, I'm going to reluctantly oppose the Woodall amendment at this time, but I certainly appreciate the spirit in which it's offered, and we will continue to work on this. So any other discussion? If not, the vote is on the Woodall amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Do you not want a roll call, or are we okay with it?
Mr. Chairman, I don't want to see you vote against something that I know you wish you could support. That opportunity in the appropriations bill, we get a chance to do this again. I accept that voice vote.
I appreciate that. That amendment is not agreed to. There are further amendments, and I think somebody needs to mute somewhere around there.
Mr. Chairman, I do have one more amendment to the rule.
Gentleman will offer his amendment.
I did the math, and we've been operating under martial law now for about 128 days, that same day consideration authority. And I understand why the House needed to do that on March 11th as we entered this time where we didn't know how much and how easily we would be able to gather. Due to your leadership, we now have a system in place, just like the one that's being used here tonight, where committees can gather regularly with absolutely no obstacles and get their work done. I know no chairman likes to operate under a same-day authority. Don't like to use same-day authority, and candidly, I don't expect abuses of that authority as we enter these final weeks. But as a good housekeeping measure, we are all going to be gathered for the next 2 weeks together. We do have opportunities to come together and report legislation. So I would move that we add a section to the rule that would terminate the waiver of Clause 6A of Rule 13. That, as you know, does require that 2/3 vote to consider a report from the committee on the same day that it is presented to the House.
Yeah, I appreciate the gentleman's amendment, but I would recommend a no vote. I think we need to have flexibility. We're still in the middle of a pandemic. I don't know. We're trying to get an agreement with the Senate on. I mean, we passed the HEROES Act a couple of months ago. We're now hearing the Senate may do something, and people all over the country are hurting, and so we need to be able to have the ability to act immediately. And again, I hope that if the gentleman's fears that it'll be abused, I hope that it is not. But and I'll work with him on it. But I would just, out of an abundance of caution, urge a no vote, because I do think these are extraordinary times, and we have to be able to have some flexibility to act on a moment's notice if that's the case. So I would urge a no vote, but any other discussion? If not, the vote is on the Woodall amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Roll call, please, Mr. Chairman.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings. Mrs. Torres.
No.
Mrs. Torres. No. Mr. Perlmutter.
No.
Mr. Perlmutter. No. Mr. Raskin.
Mr. Raskin? No,
Just put the thumb up, Jamie. Just put the thumb up.
I think he's struggling, Mr. Chairman.
We got to extend the internet.
Hey, Jamie.
Did you hear no?
Oh, no, okay, no.
Mr. Raskin. No. Miss Scanlon.
No.
Miss Scanlon. No. Mr. Morelli.
No.
Mr. Morelli. No. Miss Shalala.
No.
Miss Shalala. No. Miss Matsui.
No.
Miss Matsui. No. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole. Aye. Mr. Woodall.
Aye.
Mr. Woodall? Aye. Mr. Burgess? Mrs. Lesko?
Aye.
Mrs. Lesko? Aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Report the total.
3 yeas, 8 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments? Let's go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule to make an order and provide the necessary waivers for amendment number 58 to HR 6395 offered by Congressman Stanton and Gosar. This amendment mirrors Mr. Gosar's bipartisan legislation, HR 757, of which I am a co-sponsor. This amendment would allow residents in Mojave County, Arizona, and Clark County, Nevada, to file claims under the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act. The United States government conducted nearly 200 atmospheric weapons development tests as part of Cold War security from 1945 to 1962. These tests exposed thousands of Americans to cancer-causing ionized radiation from nuclear fallout. When Congress passed the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, there were major boundary flaws that prevented a large portion of Lower Mojave County from receiving justice. In 2003, according to the National Institutes of Health and National Cancer Institute, residents in Lower Mojave County had on average double the radiation exposure to the thyroid than other counties in Arizona that are covered under the Act. This just isn't right. These residents deserve justice. Rural communities often don't have a voice in Washington, D.C., and that's why we need a bipartisan push to ensure these residents who have serious health concerns receive the health care compensation owed to them by the United States government. For too long, residents in Lower Mojave County have been left behind, and it's time to change that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I urge you to make this amendment in order, number 58. And with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady for her amendment, and I'm certainly sympathetic. I mean, I think the problem with this amendment, if I don't have my notes in front of me here, but I think it was subject to a pay-go point of order. As tradition here, we don't waive points of order against individual amendments. However, I mean, I think all of us here would, want to work with you and others who care about this issue to see how we can move something forward. Again, I appreciate the sentiment here, but I don't think we can do it on this, but we should figure out a way forward. So,
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
This Ed. Yeah, I'd like to, Ms. Lesko, work with you in the future on this. We had very similar circumstances around Rocky Flats, both with the workers and with people around the plant. And so I'm very sympathetic to this, and I would offer to work with you and Mr. Stanton and Mr. Gosar on this on a going forward basis.
Any other discussion? If not, you've heard the Lesko amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No.
No.
Any of the chair, the noes have it.
Do not need a roll call vote.
Thank you. Any other amendments? Hearing none, now the question is on the motion of the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I've seen so much struggle on the Democratic side tonight on these amendments. I mean, you were nearly with us a couple of times. I think Mr. Raskin's really was with us a couple of times. So, then I'm going to ask for a roll call vote.
I think you're mistaking my confusion for. All right, so the vote now is on the motion, gentlewoman from Pennsylvania. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hastings? Mrs. Torres?
Aye.
Mrs. Torres? Aye. Mr. Perlmutter?
Aye.
Perlmutter? Aye. Mr. Raskin?
Aye.
Mr. Raskin? Aye. Ms. Scanlon?
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Mr. Morelli?
Aye.
Mr. Morelli? Aye. Ms. Shalala?
Aye.
Ms. Shalala? Aye. Ms. Matsui?
Aye.
Ms. Matsui? Aye. Mr. Cole?
No.
Mr. Cole? No. Mr. Woodall?
No.
Mr. Woodall? No. Mr. Burgess? Mrs. Lesko?
No.
Mrs. Lesko? No. Mr. Chairman?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman? Aye.
And clerk report the total.
8 yeas, 3 nays.
And the motion is agreed to, and Mr. Perlmutter will carry it for the Democrats.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Woodall will manage for the Republicans.
And let me again apologize for the delay here today, but thank you all for your patience. I want to especially thank the rules staff for the incredible work that they have done. Having said all of that, I wish you all a good weekend. And without objection, the committee is adjourned.